Welcome back to another episode of The Perspective. I'm your host, Brooklyn 80s. Back with another good episode for you guys today. Had some good games today. Angel Reese got her first triple double, balling. You know what I'm saying? I like the last three games Angel Reese put together. 17-11 versus New York. I forgot what her stats were versus Atlanta, but they were solid stats. 15, I think she had, or something like that. And that was triple double. And then Alisha Gray with a career high today, 32 points. Tahina Pow played well today. She dropped 16 points. Was 4-6 from the 3-point line. And then you just had a dogfight. You had a dogfight with Phoenix. You had a dogfight with Phoenix in Las Vegas. But before we get into all that, listen, make sure everybody hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. It's your boy Brooklyn. I'm back consistently. Talk about these games, man. Get a little bit into the world of women's basketball. But yeah, I want to thank everybody for supporting me. All my new subscribers, shout out to y'all. All my old day one subscribers, I should say, shout out to y'all. Just want to show y'all a little bit of love, man. Appreciate y'all for rocking with the kid. I've been seeing a lot of people. I've been seeing a lot of other people's content, and you know, I feel like what I provide is needed. When I start hearing other people's, you know, views and opinions, so I'm back like I never left. You heard? Let's take a look at my notes real quick. Hold on. Give me 1 second. There we go. There we go. So HVL had a big game today. Proud of her. Big girl. What's good, big girl? What's the word? What you thought about these games today? I'm proud of HVL. I said HVL, man. I said all HVL need to do is have one big game to build her confidence up. It was versus Connecticut, so let me preface with that. Let me preface with you know, it's Connecticut. I understand that. But I'm excited for what's to come for her. Because I said two things I said they should do with HVO. I said they should play her at the 2. I said they should play her at the 2 to take pressure off her for the 1. I still think she's a 1. Don't get it twisted. I think HVL is a 1. But I think Haley Van Lith needs to be brought on slow. You get what I'm saying? I don't think she needs the pressure of just being a point guard and having point guard responsibilities right off the bat. So I think she looked good. She even said it. I don't know if y'all seen the post-game press conference, but she even said it. She was like, right now, Tyler Marsh is playing her 50-50 as a point guard, meaning she don't have 100% of the duties. She said before it was like 90-10. She said now it's 50-50. So she's out there with she's out there with a Rachel Banham. She's out there with a Ariel Atkins. She's out there with a another ball handler, so that all the pressure and responsibility isn't on her. So now she's able to be a 2 sometimes. She's able to be in a triple threat sometimes and make decisions out the triple threat and free to just score. Shout out to Lisa with the super chat. Lisa says, glad you're consistently back. We need you. Oh, that's a fact. That's a fact. I'm consistently back. Appreciate the $2 super chat from Lisa. Big Girl says, excited for the rookie and Angel. Not the rookie. She got to earn her name, Big Girl. She the rookie. She got to have another big game, but she the rookie and Angel. I like that. Paige says, hey, Brooklyn. What's good, Paige? What's going on? Listen, if y'all want to come up and talk to me, we're going to make this it's a Sunday chat. We're going to make this a conversation. So, you know, if y'all want to say what y'all views and opinions is, y'all more than welcome. But if not, I'll talk. You already know I'm going to talk. I'm going to talk my talk regardless. Big Girl says, what I like more was what Tyler said, the Angel in the locker room. He's building her confidence up. He's absolutely doing that. I agree with you, Big Girl. I do like that. I do like what I'm seeing from Angel. I'm actually surprised. In fact, to that point, Big Girl, I think Angel need to get more credit than people giving her, right? Because look, last year, she was forced into a new position, meaning, yeah, she was always a big. She always played power forward. But the power forwards was so small in college, she was more like a center. So now she comes into the league and she got to consistently play the power forward position and have these bigger women, you know, blocking her shot. She had to adjust. So now, and that's difficult to adjust your game to what you used to. So now you come into season 2. And now you got to adjust back to something you haven't done for 5 years, right? She haven't played point guard since AAU in high school. So most players can't do that. Most players can't revert back to what they used to do 4 or 5 years ago and be effective. And the way she dribbling the ball, she's surprising me. She's ahead of the curve. I didn't think her dribbling would be this good. You know, it's still certain things she needs to work on that I see. She said it herself. She's still growing. She's still getting better. But the fact that she's able to adjust is impressive. You know what I'm saying? Big Girl says, I had to see it back to back. Oh, don't worry. You're going to see it. Listen, that's why I wasn't one of the ones that was killing HVL. I know a lot of people was killing HVL. A lot of people was down on her. But I know that girl could play. The problem was she, you know, again, Tyler Marsh's offense is so complicated. It's too much decision making sometimes. Sometimes you need somebody to just go play ball. And that's what Helly did today. She went and played ball. So you're going to see it again. Real Money says, Real Money, what's up, my bro? He says, congrats to A5 on that. Appreciate you, Real Money. Appreciate that. Hey, your girl looked good too, Real Money. She looked good in the comeback. It was 7 threes, about 4 of them from Logo. You know what I mean? Caitlin looked real good. But shout out to Angel Reese on the triple dub today. Shout out to Helly Van Lith on a career high today. 16 points from Helly Van Lith. Paige says, I like how Tyler had Haley more off ball. Yeah. He had her more off ball, more able to catch and just make a decision. Absolutely. Big Girl says, wait until a shot starts to drop. You talking about Angel? Yeah, that's a fact. Angel said she felt good today. She said she felt good in warm-ups, but she said the shot just didn't drop. But I like the fact that she's trusting it. Listen, did I say it yet? I don't even think I said it yet. It's in my notes. This is one of the things that's in my notes I ain't get to yet. We always do the comparisons, and I always compared Angel to a Draymond. I always compared Angel to a KG. I always compared Angel to a Dennis Rodman. With her newfound ball handling point forward skills, I don't know if y'all remember early Giannis into the superstar Giannis. Angel looked like she becoming a WNBA Giannis to me. Angel remind me of Gianna. I think you might be saying Giannis. I think you're trying to say Giannis too. I'm not sure, but Angel looking like the WNBA Giannis to me, the Greek freak. You get what I'm saying? The way she's playing, especially when she perfect that euro through the lane. That's Giannis all day. You get what I'm saying? New guy, Mo3, what's up, my brother? He said she played guard in the beginning of her first year at Maryland. Okay, I didn't notice that. I did see her at Maryland, and I did see her dribbling the ball, but I didn't think she played guard. So maybe that's on me that's not noticing that. Real Money says I wasn't going to do that, but you know, CC back. No, listen, Real Money. This is not an Angel Reese. I'm an Angel Reese fan. And I'm pro Angel Reese. I'm pro Chicago Sky. But this is a WNBA page. You get what I'm saying? That's why you see me also showing love to Alisha Gray. I'm going to show love to Angel simply because I see a lot of other platforms prefer to disrespect her. And I'm not going to do that over here. When you see a lot of social media pages, they prefer to disrespect her. They prefer to point out the negative. I'm going to always point out the positive, even when shit going bad. Now, I'm a critiquer, because I'm a basketball fan. You get what I'm saying? I'm gonna critique all basketball players because I love them. I want to see them get better. The critique isn't hate. The critique is I know you can do this. Like, so when I say Angel, you should shoot the ball, that's me saying I know you got it in your bag, so do it. You get what I'm saying? So now you could bring up CC over here. And if I know you a fan, anybody in the chat, if I know you a fan of a certain team, I'll big up your team. That's why I like when damn, I'm so terrible with names. Mikachu. When Mikachu was in here, I know Mikachu was a Liberty fan. So whenever Mikachu around, you know, I'm bigging her Liberty up. You get what I'm saying? Whenever Coach Marcus is around, I'm bigging up Indiana, because he's an Indiana fan. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not biased over here. We could talk about all teams. We could definitely talk about all teams. And I gotta give CC credit because the way and I gave her this credit already on. I gave CC credit on Coach Marcus's page already. I said, listen, this is what I said on his page yesterday. I said, the way CC is playing right now reminds me of college. And I said a lot of the not all, because some of y'all watch both, but I've noticed since I've been watching, because I started in college first, WNBA, women's basketball college. I started there first. I noticed a lot of women fans of basketball, of WNBA anyway, pretty much prefer the WNBA. They don't watch college as much. So I was saying a lot of people who is not familiar with CC games from college, that's only familiar with her game from last year, they gonna get a surprise because the way she played against the Liberty is how she played in college. So I'm like, if she start doing that, it's about to be a problem. It's definitely about to be a problem. But yeah, Alisha, shout out to Alisha Gray. She dropped 30. In fact, let me see if I can pull up the stats. Before I pull up the stats, let's show love. Let's show love real quick, man. Let's show love to Angel for getting her first career triple double. You know what I mean? In fact, I'm headed with one of these. We're gonna hit it with one of these. You know what I'm saying? Round of applause for Angel for getting that. Let me get back to the comments though, because y'all coming in quick. Pause. Big Girl says Satu and Angel was a unicorn in the making. I can believe it. That's a fact, Big Girl. In fact, Satu just had an interview with Lisa Leslie, and Lisa Leslie asked her who the other unicorns that she played against, and she brought up Angel, and she said she got Angel height wrong. She called her 6'5", right? Maybe Angel got taller. Maybe she's 6'4". I don't know if she's 6'5", but Angel was 6'3" last time I checked. Anyway, she said a 6'5" post who could bring the ball up and get the team in the offense is incredible. She said she still didn't work get the pick and roll figured out yet, but she said the fact that she's able to dribble the ball up and get a team in the offense, she admires that about Angel. So, you know, Angel is definitely a unicorn that don't get credit for being a unicorn. So I agree with you 1000%, big girl. What's good, Fast? Angel remind you of Giannis too. Facts. Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact, BD. Alisha, listen, to me, Alisha is the best player on that team. I know Ryan Howard has more of the alpha mentality, and I know she has big games like she just did the other day, but she's inconsistent. Whereas Alisha Gray is more of a consistent player to me. Now I might be wrong. That's just off eye test. I ain't look at no stats. That's just off eye test. But she just feels like the more consistent player. And if you play through her, it just seems like more of a I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but I'm gonna say staple. More of a staple for your offense. And then you can allow Ryan Howard to be more of the two-way player, right? Because I didn't notice about her game because I ain't see it much last year, but this year she's really picking her defense up, right? And you can allow her when she have her big games, that just be a plus. Yeah, Alisha, she been playing great. This ain't even nothing new, but shout out to her for the career high today, 32 points. BD Liberty fan, shout out to you. Liberty might be my second team, BD, only because I'm a New Yorker and I could actually go to the game. So I'm thinking about adopting the Liberty as my second team. So I might be a Liberty fan too. New guy says she also was a #1 ranked wing coming out. There you go. Oh, that's a fact. Definitely the #1 ranked wing coming out of high school. Snapple top facts right there. Big girl says, I'm really liking the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie is in the playoffs right now. Shout out to them. And they definitely playing well. Janelle Saloon, however you say her name. She's fitting in well. And the way they run their offense is really they run their offense through their forwards. So they got a really smooth offense. They pretty much run 5-out. They run a 5-out offense. So like the Val as well. BD says, I voted for Kayla Thornton for an all-star. I wouldn't be mad at Kayla Thornton being an all-star. I don't think she's gonna be an all-star, but I ain't mad at you voting for her. She's playing well this year. Big girl says Alisha and Pow Pow killed it today. That's a fact. I'm happy to see Pow Pow, you know, it's gonna get overshadowed. It's gonna get overshadowed today, but I'm happy to see her have a big game. Jonathan Gonzalez, my brother, what's going on? 32, 5, and 4 from Alisha Gray. Incredible numbers. Faz says Michaela need to be starting at the 3. I don't think so, Faz. I think that's a culture take. I get why you say that, but nah. Rebecca Allen should be starting at the 3. Daniel Williams, what's up, Danielle? She says Gray need to start being. That's a fact, but in order for her to be in MVP conversation, she's gonna have to affect the game in more places than just scoring. So she's probably gonna have, like today she had 4 assists. She's probably gonna have to have like 6 or 7 assists consistently, 6 and 7 rebounds consistently, something like that, with the big games and with the big scoring games, and it should be in that conversation. BD Sports says my girl Okoa McKinney didn't score no points, but Mercury still won. Yeah, that was a tough game. I was watching. That's why. I seen a lot of people jump and start doing lives right after the Chicago game. I like to watch these games. So after the Chicago Sky game, I watched the Mystics and Atlanta game. It wasn't too interesting, so I wasn't really paying attention. too crazy. But I watched that game, and then after that game, I said I'm gonna go live after the Phoenix Mercury Aces game, and that game was entertaining. You know, I was trying to prepare for this. So I couldn't really watch it like I want to, but I did see enough of it to see, like, I didn't see put it to you like this. I didn't see the first half, but I saw the second half, and it was entertaining, man. Damn, what's that girl? I gotta pull up the name so I could talk about the girl that was hitting the three. She only had 8 points. She ain't really have, but she had an impact on the game. It was definitely interesting at the end. But the Aces was struggling with Asia. I think the good thing with Asia being out is that other players who like Drew Lloyd, who hasn't been playing well. My TV just turned all the way up. My bad. My TV just turned on out of the blue. But Drew Lloyd is starting to find her footing. And they need to put all that together when Asia comes back. It looks, unfortunately, I hate to say this because I really like Liz Kitley, but it looked like Liz Kitley just, I don't know. She looked like she can't take the physicality right now. She need to become more physical. She need to I don't think it's a strength problem. I just think it's a heart thing. She need to have more heart. She just seemed like she afraid of the physicality. That's what I'm saying. And then obviously we know with Kia Stokes, same thing. Kia Stokes is just, she a cone out there on offense. And that's crazy to say because most people say you a cone on defense, but she a cone on offense. Revenue T says sliding through was good, Brooklyn. In chat, what's going on, Revenue? How you? Paige says, I agree, Faz. Michaela might need to be the starting three. Okay, you agree with Faz. Nothing wrong with that. Philip says, my man was good. My man, what's up? Good win for the Sky. But this team is likely, it's like Jekyll and Hyde. But I still say that Tyler Marsh will be gone if the team goes on a losing streak. I mean, that's a coaching. Everybody knows that. That's a coaching. That comes along with the territory. Coaches is always on the hot seat. So yeah, he's definitely at risk of being fired. But again, like I said a few minutes ago, this was versus the Connecticut Sun. So yeah, we showed we could beat the worst team in the league. That's great. Our next game is against the Washington Wizards. We gotta take care of business against the Wizards. But we gotta take care of business against the better teams in the league too. We can't just beat the worst team in the league and be high on ourselves. A win is a win, so you're gonna be happy after a win. So I can understand the players being happy, but still the Connecticut Sun. You know what I'm saying? Modi Mac says, I'm late. What was your all-star ballot? Mine was Fee, Stewie, JJ, Satu, Kiki, Neka, Cece, Alisha Gray, Sabrina, and Sykes. I don't know. I did it a little earlier if I can remember off the top of my head. I put Angel there. I put Asia there. I put Fee there. I think I put Satu there. And it was 2 more forwards, right? I think I forgot what other forwards I put. Breanna Stewart. I reward people for winning, so Breanna Stewart has to be there. Bree, and then what was the other forward? I forgot who the other forward I put. Just one more forward, and then the guards, I put CC, I put Sabrina, CC, Sabrina. I forgot the other ones, but I definitely rewarded the Liberty. We gotta reward the people that's winning. So. He said, "Part my man and salute. I'm working out. Salute you back, my brother. Big girl. I hate that we didn't get to see Anissa against Angel today. There were 3 LSU players. It would have been nice to see all 3 of them on the court. Yeah, I mean, yes, but I'm also understand that you have to let players get healthy and let them be ready. Let them be ready for the moment. So, you know, Anissa been struggling to get on the court all year. I think she had an injury, so." There's no need to rush Anissa. Fast says, Rebecca and Kiki ain't cutting it for me, but I do like Michaela as the 6th man. We shall see though. Any other team like Dallas or Washington, she's starting as the small forward. Boom. And I hear you. The reason why I'm saying Rebecca Allen, though, I'm not gonna argue with Kid because Kid already had an opportunity and she been playing bad. Past couple games she's been playing better, so I'm gonna give her credit. She's been playing better, but Rebecca Allen has been playing great all year on both ends of the court. Rebecca Allen has been playing solid defense, which surprised me because I didn't think she had defense. And Rebecca Allen also has been able to get her shot off the dribble, and she's been knocking down a 3. So I give Rebecca Allen a nod if I had to pick out of those 3 personally. But I'm not mad at you. Michaela played pretty good today. She had a couple good points in the paint and she played solid defense. So shout out to Michaela. Marcus Arrell, Angel don't play about her head. Now that's a fact. Don't pull. That's in my notes too. I ain't get to my notes as I'm reading these comments, but that's in my notes too. Don't play about Angel pulling her head, man. I like that. I like that energy when she turned around. You know what I mean? Big. Hell yeah. Angel's our enforcer, yo. Angel wears so many hats she don't get credit for, right? She's our emotional leader. She's our enforcer, right? She's our best rebounder, right? I'm not gonna say she's our best passer because she's still growing in that area, but she's one of our best passers. Right, and one of our best scorers. That's 5 things right there. Before I really got into, like, you know, that's 5 things right there. Shout out to Angel. Lodi Mag says I might be going to ATL versus New York Tuesday. Heard you. Make sure you get some footage. BD Sports says my ballot front called AR. K Thought, Stewie, T Charles, AB, and Fee. Okay. He said my backcourt is CC, Gray, Sabrina, and Plum. I think I might have threw Plum in there too. I can't remember all my people off the top of my head. I think Plum was my other guard, one of my other guards. I hesitated voting for Plum due to record, but she's leading scorer. Yeah, but she's playing. I think she's the 2nd leading scorer. Right in the league, I think they said that. I think they said it's on Fee. If I'm not mistaken, you gotta give some credit for that. Kitley, give us some grace first shit. No, big girl. I agree with you. I'm not saying that I ain't giving because I like Kitley, so I'm with you. Definitely give her some grace. What I'm saying is, from when I watch her out there, a 6'5" post. You should be grabbing more rebounds than she do. And then also she could be a little bit more aggressive offensively. But right now it seems like the thing she need to work on. Because to me, I think she's WNBA ready, honestly. I think she's WNBA ready. But I think what she needs to work on is her physicality, for real. And that's good, right? That's saying that she don't have a lot to work on. I'm saying the weakness when I watch her right now, she just look like she could get pushed around easy. And in this grown women league, if they know that about you, they gonna do that to you. So she need to woman up, if you will. She need to woman up. But I agree with you, big girl. Definitely give her some grace. Nubian says Kitley was slow and terrible on defense. Yeah, I mean, it like just like we said about HVL, I'm not gonna be too hard on Kitley like I wasn't too hard on HVL. She's gonna get it together. She just needs to really get comfortable banging. To me, she need to get comfortable banging bodies. Pause. BD Sports says, yeah, Plum is having a good year. Real Money says, nah, we getting Iowa CC. You know, that's a fact. That's a fact, Real Money. That's a Snapple Top fact. Big Girl says, Stokes had 14 rebounds and no points. I saw that. And that's why I just shook my head, because it's like, with a player like Stokes, it's like, yo, you love what she gives you, right? You love the fact that she's gonna rebound and play defense. But you just like, damn, Stokes, you can't give me something on the offensive end, like something, like that's crazy. Like, I don't know. Joe Mama says, that's who it was, Kirsten Bell. I couldn't remember her name. It was Kirsten Bell. Kirsten Bell had an impact on the game today. She need more minutes. I love the way she play again. Same thing I say about Angel. Kirsten Bell play with that aggressiveness. She played with that what's up, like she in your face energy, and I love that. And she back it up. She was out there knocking down shots, hitting threes, making plays. She needs more minutes. I like Kirsten Bell's game, and I see her already in AU, Athletes Unlimited. Not this year. I think she played this year too, but it was last year. That's when I discovered Alisha Gray. I also saw Kirsten Bell out there. She was balling. So to see her come in to be like, a smaller fall, maybe she's the person that Asia needs, right? Maybe she's the small, they playing bigger centers, bigger fours, but maybe they need to go with a Kirsten Bell down there with with Asia. Marcus Harrell says the Sun is the worst team. That's a Snapple Top fact. The Sun is the worst team. I think Dallas has the worst record, but I still think the Sun is the worst team. To me, Chicago and the Wings have a corner they could turn. They just ain't turn it yet. They got a corner they could turn. I think the problem with the Wings is they lineup just ain't right. They need to make subtle changes to their lineup, and that's why I feel like a trade. But I know a lot of y'all don't like Enrique, but I don't give a. I don't care because I like Enrique, and if we get Enrique on Chicago, it's gonna be perfect. It's gonna be exactly what we need, and we could give Dallas some of the role players that Paige needs, because Paige needs, you see Paige can come out and score, she can come out and pass, she defends. She just need players to hit shots for her. She need players to defend and hit shots for her. She don't really need Enrique, right? She need more two-way players, and we need Enrique. We need more of an alpha scorer. You know what I mean? In fact, I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna give Marina Mabry some credit today. I still don't like Marina Mabry as your best scorer on the team, because as you can see today, she plays losing basketball, right? She scores a lot, but she also don't play no defense, and she don't show up when it matters. You know what I mean? But what she does is she hit big shots for people to be like, oh my God, she's amazing. Like the shot she make could fool you and make you think she's a number one player, but she's not to me. She's more like a number two or number three on the team. With that said, the team that we have right now with all the pieces we have should fit in perfectly. So I think the three players that's available right now to help us really get over the hump, three of them is available. One of them we could go get right now. We're not gonna do it because Jeff Palioka is petty, but it's Kennedy Carter. We need Kennedy Carter. Jeff isn't gonna do that. The second player we could go get is an Enrique. We can make a trade. We could put a trade package around Camila Cardoso. and putting our rights to swap that the pick with Connecticut, and we could probably get Enrique. Or we could make a trade with Connecticut, which is probably be difficult because Connecticut probably already mad at us. Connecticut feel like we fleeced them already. But to bring Mabry back. Because one thing Mabry did show me she could do, she could play the one, right? She can play the one a little bit. She's slow. She don't have no athleticism. And she almost hurt my girl today. Like, with her pushing, the way she pushes, we'll drop the link, Nate, if you want to pull up. I ain't get to your comment yet, but I see you just wrote something. If anybody want to pull up, I can pull up. We could talk. Yeah. So Mabry hurt at Ariel Atkins today, pushing her, and she was pushing her all day. Like, yo, that's the one thing I hate about Mabry game. The same thing I hate about CC game. Right. This is one of the things I hate about Caitlin Clark as well. But the pushing off, the offensive fouls is annoying to me. I hate that. Like, I hate that. And Mabry and CC, they do it the most in the league. But today, Mabry did it to us, and she hurt Ariel Atkins on one of them, pushing off. But yeah, outside of that, she could help us at a point guard position, right? Robert Jones says, beat who you're supposed to, Rob. Now, that's a fact. You got to win the game you're supposed to win. Nubian says, the Sky are still one of the worst teams because we have no perimeter defense. I mean, that's a fact. That's absolutely a fact. They did play defense today. At least in the fourth quarter. Let me say that. They played defense in the fourth quarter today. But they did play some defense today. But that's a fact. If you don't play no defense, you're not beating nobody. Marcus says, if Angel gets voted, and it's gonna be a lot of hating. It's gonna be hating regardless, though, Marcus. Let them hate. To me, I'm gonna be honest with you. Angel, the beginning of Angel, we only 12. I think this they 12. What is this? They was so they 3-7 now, 7-8 now. So this is 10th game. This is 10th game for Chicago. Angel's first, let's say, 5 games wasn't good. Might even be more than that. Actually, no, because she had some good games in between. She had some good games in between them bad games. So let's just say 5. Let's say she 5-5. So let's say she had 5 good games and 5 bad games. As long as she continue playing good from here on out, Marcus, she's an all-star. Because today was an all-star. Today she played like an all-star. Against the Liberty, she played like an all-star. Against Atlanta, she played more of a solid game. But as long as she continue being our emotional leader and playing well for us, she's an all-star. And then you got to add into the fact that she's the most popular player in the game today. Regardless if you want to say that popularity is people loving her or people hating her, she's the most popular one. So she's going to get voted in. She's going to get votes. I mean, it is what it is. All she got to do is put together the work on the floor now. And the way she's playing right now today, going off her last 3 games, starting from the Liberty game, she's playing like an all-star right now, right? Like I said, 17-11 versus the Liberty. I got to pull up the stats. I think she had 15 against Atlanta. And today was an all-star. It was a low scoring triple double. It'd look more like all-star number like if she had like 17, 18. The fact that she had 11, it looks, but it's up to her to play well from here on out. She'll be an all-star. Donna Cox was good. Big Girl says, Jemima, she had 8 points. I expected more from her, just like Kia Stokes and Dana. See, the reason why I'm not worried about her 8 points, though, Big Girl, is because she's coming off the bench. You got to have a menace to put up numbers. She don't get minutes like that. And I don't know how many minutes she played today. I got to take a look at it. But I do know those 8 points when she came in was impactful because she started scoring like right away. In fact, they took away one of her threes because it was at the buzzer. So she would have had 11. But I'm not too mad at her because of the minutes she played. Now, if she was starting, big girl, if she was starting and only had 8, I would agree with you. But the fact that she came off the bench, you know, I'm not too mad at that. Oh, I'm gonna just call you Washington, big bro. Your name is Pauls. I'm gonna call you Washington. He says Alisha Gray, wacko golden hawks. I do not understand what that means, but I read your comment. You feel me? Donna Cox says, how are you, Brooklyn? I'm doing well. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How are you doing? Marcus says Anissa can't guard Angel. I want to say she can guard Angel. I think they both could guard each other, Marcus. You know, they both could guard each other. They both have different types of skills. I would say this about Anissa though. Anissa in the same boat Angel is in, or at least was in last year, right? Because Anissa is coming in trying to learn how to play the small forward position. So it's going to take her time to be the Anissa that y'all know and love from college because she's trying to learn a new position. Philip says, I don't know if saw the game when they played the Atlanta Dream, but it showed the video where Angel wasn't listening to Tyler, but she was talking with one of the assistant coach and not him. I mean, listen, man, stop over analyzing. People, you get mad at people sometimes. It happens. Angel and Tyler Marsh is fine. Maybe that was a moment in time where, and I don't even know if this happened. I didn't see it, but I'm going off of what you said. Maybe it was a moment in time where Angel wasn't feeling Tyler Marsh in that moment. She still has a lot of respect for her coach. You could tell by the way they was talking today. So don't read too much into things that don't need to be read into. Nubian says Angel is still averaging double doubles at her point. Yeah, I think she's 10 and 11 or something like that, or 10 and 10 or something like that. ADP says, hey Brooklyn Child, what's good, ADP? Jemima says the last 5 on the court: Angel, HVL, Camilla, Ariel, Michaela need to start the third quarter and finish in the fourth. Okay, they definitely need to figure something out for the third quarter because that's when they start getting blown out. Jackie says Angel All-Star. She got my vote. She definitely got my vote, Jackie. They gonna be mad, Jackie. She got my vote. Nubian says I voted for Paige. I was thinking about voting for Paige. Here's the only reason why I didn't. And I think Paige, talent-wise, deserved to be an all-star. But the fact that their record is where they're at, I didn't. They have nothing to do with Paige, though, because I don't think Paige is the reason their record is where they at. But the fact that their record is where they at is why I didn't vote for Paige. But I thought about it. I saw Paige's name, and I was about to vote for her, but I was like, I can't vote for a 1-11 team. I can't do that. So that's why I didn't. But I'm not mad at you for voting for Paige because I definitely would like to see Paige in the All-Star game. Donna Cox says Michaela was in her natural position. That's why she played better. Listen, I need to see some what's her name? Maddie Westbeld. But here's the thing, and y'all gonna get mad. The only way we're gonna see more Maddie Westbeld is if we see less Michaela Onyenwere. Because he's playing Michaela Onyenwere pretty much as like a backup four. So I would love to see what Maddie Westbeld provides with Angel, out there with Camilla. Just a space, you know, I would love to see what that lineup looks like. But I guess I gotta wait. Definitely don't be too hard on the rookies. Got to give the rookies grace. Shout out to Big Girl. Shout out to Jackie. Got to give the rookies grace. I 1000% agree with that. That don't mean we can't critique them, though. We got to critique them. Critiquing them and hating is two different things. Right? Critiquing them just means I know you could get better. I know you got this in your bag. I know you could do this, and I want to see you do it. So there's nothing wrong with critiquing the rookies. ADP says, I'm good. Dundana. I'm good. Dundana. How are you? I do believe Dallas will get it together too. But I do believe they need to make some changes to their lineup though. Page in a 3, get Michaela. That'll be a trade. I was putting Kia Nurse in a trade, but Michaela's also an option. You put Michaela in a trade, and like I said, maybe a Camilla, maybe a Michaela, something like that. And then, like I said, we're gonna have to give up. If we want Enrique, and I know y'all don't want Enrique, but I want Enrique. If I want Enrique, it's gonna have to be. They're gonna have to give up that right to swap with Connecticut. And they're going to have to send that to Dallas. So we'll see what happens with that. Paige says, my all-star vote front court was Angel, Stewie, Asia, Fee, Satu, AT. I respect that. That's respectable. Hey, speaking of AT, though, just reminded me of the Phoenix Suns. Kai Copper was back today, y'all. She looked good. She didn't score big points, but she looked good. She had a nice little backdoor cut to get a layup. That Phoenix team, listen, man. Atlanta, this in my notes too. Atlanta, because I said this in my last live. I said, you got contenders, and we know who the contenders are. But then you got teams that we trying to figure out, are they pretenders or are they contenders? I'm not even going to lie to you. Atlanta, Phoenix, up until this point, there's still more time to go to make a decision. But Atlanta, Phoenix, and Seattle are all looking good. They all looking like their teams is trying to knock off one of those, one of those top teams. So I just want to give those teams some shout out for playing good basketball, right? They playing good. Phoenix is playing good basketball. Seattle is playing good basketball in Atlanta, but the jury is still out. We still need to watch them to see if anything changes. But right now, they playing good basketball. I gotta give them credit. Enrique Faz says Enrique will piss Angel off. Nah, I don't think so. Here's why I don't think so. Before I get to you, though, my brother Nate sent me a super chat. I didn't even know it was a super chat name. My bad. I would have got to it right away. He says, keep the content coming, brother. You already know that. Shout out to Nate for the $2 super chat. If y'all don't know, Nate is a part of the team. Nate is a part of the prospective team. So, you know what I mean? We haven't done our WNBA weekly in a while, but that's typically what we would do on Sundays. And Nate is a big part of that. So Nate is my brother. Nate's supposed to have his channel up and running soon. I don't know what's taking him so long to get the channel up and running. And my late with, it's supposed to be late with Nate, in my opinion. So he supposed to be, for you guys who still like content after 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. That's when Nate supposed to be holding down. So I don't know what's going on with Nate. Is an open slot there for Nate. He need to get on it. This is your commercial. This is your commercial for your channel, Nate. So get it going, Nate. But shout out to Nate for the $2 super chat. Enrique, I don't think Enrique will piss off Angel, and here's why. And I said this already. Sometimes when you play basketball, it ain't difficult. I tell people all the time, these other channels and these other people on these panels is gonna try to make basketball sound so complicated to y'all. It's not. Basketball is very simple, right? Angel Reese is a glass cleaner. You understand? Enrique is a volume shooter. They go hand in hand if you think about it. Angel needs somebody who wants to put the ball up at a high rate. And Angel's gonna, and the ones that go in, Angel's gonna celebrate with her team. The ones that miss, Angel's gonna go get that and put it back. Enrique is a perfect player for Angel. They go hand in hand. So again, I know a lot of people like to look at Enrique and only focus on her flaws. I look at Enrique and I see what she can do for me. Marcus says we can't afford to get rid of Miller. I'm not on a get rid of Miller train. I just understand that if they're gonna get rid of one of them, she's more likely gonna be the one they get rid of. Logically. Now again, I don't know because they've done things that I ain't think they was gonna do before. So I could be wrong, but I'm assuming that if they do get rid of one, it's gonna be her first. And it's only because she's not living up to her potential. Like at least with Angel, you could say Angel hasn't reached her ceiling yet, but she definitely, you can see the growth. You can see her living up to her potential. You can see the growth. With Camilla, it's like, where's the growth? You hear what I'm saying? Where's the growth? And don't get it twisted. Camilla has a ceiling that if she reach it, I think she a top 5 center in this league. Let's be clear. But Patricia Burton says, hey, Brooklyn chat. What's good, Patricia? What's good? Welcome back, Patricia. Welcome back. New guy says, oh, hell nah, not Doso. Doso. I don't get it. Cardoso. Oh, not Cardoso. You saying don't get rid of her? I feel you. I'm not saying get rid of her. I'm definitely not saying that. But I'm saying that that's just going to be if they do make a trade, that's going to be the piece. It's nothing else. It's either going to be Cardoso or Angel, right? There's nothing else that's attractive on this roster. Donna Cox says, Patricia, how you? Tay says, that would be terrible. We need to go get the guard. Indy, just let go. Some Euro players and live with what we have currently. Quit trying to skip the rebuild line. So here's what I say about that, Tay. I agree with you. But we understand who our GM is. And he has a different plan. So if it was up to me, we would be building young. But it's not up to me, and they want to win now. So because they want to win now, I can't go with my heart. I gotta go with my head. Pause. I gotta go with what they want to do, right? That's one. Two, we can't go get the guard from Indy. And here's why. In order for us to get the guard from Indy, we would have to have a 9-player roster. We had 12 players. 2 of them is hurt, right? So that means we have 10 players left on the roster. Because of those 10 players left on the roster, we're not eligible for a hardship contract. In order for us to be eligible for a hardship contract, 2 things have to happen. One, another player has to get hurt. That'll put us at 3 injured players, and that'll bring our roster down to 9 players. And then we're eligible for a hardship contract, and then we could go get the guard from Indy. Or 2, we got to cut one of our non-guaranteed players, which is Camilla, Angel, HVL, Maddie Westbell, and I'm not sure if anybody else is non-guaranteed. But we have to cut one of those 4 to bring our roster down to 9. And then we'll be eligible for a hardship. So those are the only 2 ways we could get the guard from Indy. So outside of a trade, I doubt they cutting anybody. And obviously you're not going to wish for nobody else to get hurt. We can't go get the guard from Indy. And the guard from Indy name is Ari McDonald. Let me put some respect on her name. Her name is Ari McDonald. Shout out to her. Yeah. And that's that. Patricia Burton says, Donna, I'm good and you. She said, I'm good and you. I'm good and you. Danielle says Enrique got it bad too with the pushing off. Okay, I haven't seen her doing it, but if she do that too, it's like that's one thing that's a pet peeve of mine that players do. I hate when they do that. Michaela defense was on point. Michaela defense. Michaela definitely locked up today. And Tyler Marsh giving him credit, focused on defense today. Like Skull says Angel gonna be an all-star. We will see. Tay says her first game was actually good. But Angel not score every all-star. Not a scorer. Angel's not a scorer. Angel is a scorer, actually. Angel needs to two things. She needs to trust her jump shot, and she needs to stop trying to let the refs bail her out. Meaning, she does get fouled, and they're not calling it, but you can't rely on the refs because they're not going to call it sometimes. So what Angel need to do is practice finishing through the contact and just live with it. Live with it if they call it, and live with it if they don't. So once she trusts her jump shot, number one, and then number two, once she learns how to score through the contact, her numbers will go up. But right now, she's not getting every call. So she could go up and get fouled, and she'll miss, and that's it. She'll just miss. They're not going to call it. Or she'll go up and get blocked, and that affects her field goal percentage because she went up and get blocked, and she didn't have a pump fake, which she need to add. She doesn't have pivots yet. She just goes straight up. Right now, she just go up and strong. That's what she does. But once she fixes those things, which is fixable, she'll be more of a scorer. That's a fact. She can score. Voted Angel and Kiki. Marcus says, please trade Maddie. How does she even make the roster? How did she? I mean, Maddie is not a bad player. Why would you, give her some, listen, Tyler don't like playing young players. It is what it is. But see what she could do before you get rid of her. The vote. In fact, let me go back to that. I said this on my last pod, and I'm gonna say it again. I was right, and Nate, you in the chat, you noticed because we was having this discussion, me and you, and and some other people as well. But I said that. Oh, it was Mo 3. It was me, Mo 3, and Nate. Listen, y'all know I said that we don't need a backup 4. I said that. I said they need to go get a guard. I said I think that's more important. I said I feel like they're going to play Michaela anyway at the backup 4. I said much more of a need is a guard or a point guard or a shooting guard, somebody like that. And now look at it. Look at the area we weak at. And they went and got the backup 4 and they don't play her. So I was right in saying that I would have got another guard opposed to picking Maddie. I would have got another guard. The voting for All-Stars is 50% fan, 25% media, 25% players. And so that is why Angel can still be an All-Star. That's a fact. Nate says, I'll jump on in 20 minutes. I sent a super chat. Hey, I got the super chat. I read it. I appreciate you, brother. That's good. Brad says, Paige is an all-star. I never said Paige isn't an all-star. Don't do that. Let's not misconstrue my words. What I said was I reward winning. So I said I made sure the Liberty players got all-star vote for me. I said Paige I wanted to vote for. But I said the fact that she's on a 1-11 team is the only reason why I didn't. And I even said I don't even think Paige is the reason that team is 1 of 11. I just think it's a bad roster. So Paige talent, I said, is definitely all-star level of talent. But I also got to take into account the team that you won. So the team that's winning with great production, I got to give those players first priority. Case in point, last year when Angel became an all-star, Angel team was in a playoff race. So, like, for instance, the Valkyrie, I wouldn't be mad if somebody put Janelle Salon or somebody like that as an all-star because of the way they're playing right now. If the playoffs started today, the Valkyrie would be in the playoffs. So, but I definitely think Paige is an all-star. But I want to see her team turning around. Yeah, I don't know, Donna. Donna says Tyler, for some reason, just won't give Maddie a chance to show her skills. Yeah. And look at HVL, and I'm hoping this propelled HVL into more good games. But HVL was struggling up until now. And now she has a good game, and now we can see like a future for her. Maddie needs the same thing. Maddie needs a good game. She needs to be able to play and be able to have a good game and build her confidence and see what she can do with Angel, especially with Angel passing the way she is now. Ain't gonna do nothing but space the floor for Angel. So, you know, you gotta trust your rookies, man. Real Money says, you think Mitchell and Boston going back to the all? Yeah, of course. Absolutely. They probably gonna have all three of them back. And rightfully so. Aaliyah Boston to me is playing great this year. I think she's 70% from the field or something like that. If one doesn't go, it's gonna be Kelsey Mitchell, I think. But I think all three of them goes. So. Hot Boy Coleon says, I will trade you, Enrique, for Camilla and a pick. And I'll throw in the bag Tierra McCowan for you. That's what I thought they was gonna do. I thought they was gonna do a trade like that. Now that Tierra is suspended, I don't know how that works. Because Tierra was overseas, so I don't think Chicago is gonna accept Tierra. Tierra is not. Tierra went overseas to play. She got suspended by the Wings because she left without the proper permission. So I don't think Chicago is gonna take her in the trade if she's not gonna be here. Now with them getting that big, because another player I was thinking that'd be smart for Chicago to trade for was Lee Yarou. So maybe Lee Yarou is in that trade now, and that makes sense for Chicago because Lee Yarou could shoot the three. She could always space the floor. Now the problem with Lee Yarou is I don't know how well she plays defense, so I don't know how well she's gonna help us on that end. But on the offensive end, I think she fit next to Angel because I think if you trade Camilla and you give up on that experiment of Angel and Camilla, you need a stretch five or a stretch four next to Angel. So Leah Rue is actually interesting to me because of how well she shoot the three. Now again, I gotta see if she can actually protect the rim. I don't know, but she could definitely shoot the three. Fast says if Jeff give Michaela and Camilla to Dallas, that trade, that would be a bad trade. I will stop being a Chicago Sky fan. So that means you're gonna start being a Dallas fan? You want to start rocking with Dallas, Fast? That's not a bad team though. You listen. That's not a bad team for real. You have Paige at the 1. You have Dejanay at the 2. Michaela at the 3. I like Maddie. Right now they're not starting Maddie, but I like Maddie at the 4. Actually, no, I'm not mad at Maisha Hallinons. You got Maisha Hallinons at the 4. And then you'll have Camilla at the 5. Or that German center. Either Camilla or that German center at the 5. That German center, I think, plays well too because she can shoot the 3 as well. Hot Boy Coleon says Mitchell and Boston most likely will make the All-Star team because the large Caitlin Clark fan base, where she would be number. Yeah, that's a fact. Caitlin Clark fan base probably will affect Mitchell and Boston. That's a Snapple tie. That's a good point. Hot Boy. Miss Goody Two Shoes says, shout out to Satu Sabali. Yeah, Satu had a good game today. Definitely. Let's put her back on the screen. Satu had a good game. Shout out to Satu. Fast says no Enrique to Chicago. Hey, heard you. Fast says I agree. Oh, Big Girl says I agree. No Enrique I guess she's saying to Chicago. She said no Enrique to Dallas, but I think she's saying no Enrique to Chicago. Paige says after watching the game, I agree we might need Enrique, but Brooklyn, do you think she can play with Ariel? I think so. Another thing I just said recently on my brother's Coach Marcus's podcast, he asked me about Ariel. He said, why? He said, should I want more from Ariel? And I said, yes and no. And the reason why I said that is because Ariel is an all-star level player. She's a great player, but she's not an alpha. You've seen it today, right? She scored her points, but she didn't have big numbers. Whereas somebody like Enrique is going out trying to have 28, 30. So to me, Enrique and Ariel play well for each other because Ariel just want to come out and play solid. She don't care about taking over the game. Whereas Enrique will try to take over the game for you. So I think they're both, again, Enrique, Ariel, Angel, I think they all fit perfectly. Now I could be wrong. I'm not, listen, guys, this is just my opinion. This is just my perspective. You guys have y'all's. Y'all don't think it'll work. I have mine. I think it'll work. Right? It's just my perspective. It's just how I do the game. I look at Enrique's play style. I look at what she does. Yes, she could be streaky at times. Yes, she could miss shots at times. Yes, she could come off like a ball hog or selfish at times. That's the negative. Right? I get those things are there. But she also could go off for you, is unstoppable, got a jump shot that she could get off anytime, and when she's on, when she's hot, she hot, and can't nobody do nothing about it. That's also a fact. And she could also win a game for you. Not only can she win a game for you when she's on and she's hot and she's locked in and she has the right coach, right, the right system, I think she could win a series for you. I think she's that good, right? I think she's that good. Hot Boy says, and if I'm Dallas Wings, I got after Ariel this offseason and bring her back home to Dallas where she's from. That's not gonna fit. That's not gonna fit, Hot Boy. The only way that fits is if they get rid of Dejanay. And I like Paige. I don't know if y'all been paying attention, but Paige and Dejanay, that's a duo. They look good because Paige plays defense too. So Paige will lock up right next to Dejanay. You get what I'm saying? And neither one of them is like, they both like that 5'11", 5'11". So I think they need another player that's like taller. That's like a solid 6 feet. You get what I'm saying? Next to them. So Ariel Atkins is only 5'10", I think 5'10", 5'11". I think she's 5'11". I don't think it's a good fit personally, but if they want 3 5'11" players out there, then maybe. Nubian says, I like Mel and Angel together. Jeff P screwed up this season with stupid decisions. I like Mel and Angel together as well. But you also got to understand that if you're going to put certain pieces and certain players together, you got to build the right pieces around them. I think Kennedy was a good fit for this team, and he didn't bring Kennedy back. So now with the offense Tyler Marsh is running, I could see Kennedy and Angel still being successful, but they got to make some decisions on the perimeter. They don't have the right they don't have the right guards around them. They don't have the right guards. Jamama says Dallas just got a big, so they might not trade for Miller. Yeah, the big I was talking about, they just got Lee Rue. So I'm saying that it'd be smart for them to trade Lee Rue to us. because they already got a shooting big in that German center. They got a shooting big already. So we just talking trade ideas. I don't even know if Dallas is interested in anything Chicago has. You get what I'm saying? But I'm just talking trade ideas and what things that might fit. That's all. Donna Cox says, Brooklyn, when Cardoso leave to play overseas, will they be able to go after Ari? No, I don't think so. Because again, I don't know. I'm still new to the WNBA. So I don't think that when she leaves to go play, that means that there's a roster spot available. Because if that's the case, they'll be able to just assign any team, be able to sign somebody, right? So have they done that in the past for you guys who've been around? When players go overseas to play, do they just sign people when they spots? So I don't know. I don't think so, Donna Cox, but I don't know. Tay says, that's not true, Brooke, in regards to the hardship contract. Okay, that's what I heard. So if I got it wrong, then I got it wrong. If you know something I don't, then definitely share with the chat. You know what I mean? I'll post a link if you want to come up. But that's the way it was explained to me. Because they have 10 roster spots, they can't get a hardship contract. So let's hear what you have. Your proof on why it's not true. Smoke Jr. says, what if they suspend Cardoso's contract while she's playing in the tournament like everybody else is doing? Couldn't they get a relief player? I don't think they would do that because Cardoso has permission. Everybody is not suspended that's going over. Tierra McCowan got suspended because it was more of an issue with her and the team, and she went over to play. A lot of other players got permission to go play. Like, teams know that they go on to play. They did it the right way. They got permission. They go on to play. Camilla got permission to go play. Now, again, I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I know definitively on that. I don't know. Maybe that's an option they could do. Smoke. I just doubt it. I doubt it, but I don't know. We have to research that. Tay says the reason why we can't get one is because Mojo is not fully injured. She wouldn't have to be out. She would have to be out for 2 more weeks, but since the game. Okay, I heard that even though Mojo is injured, we still got too many contracts. You get what I'm saying, Tay? Like, if we had 9 contracts, and then what you're saying, I think would be a fact. If we had 9 people on the roster, and then with Mojo not being fully healthy, I think then it would be a fact that we have to wait to see if she's fully injured to get the hardship contract. But I'm pretty sure, and again, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the fact that we have 10 roster spots, even with her injured fully, we still can't get a hardship contract. I'm pretty sure about that. Could be wrong, right? I could have either heard the information wrong or been misinformed. But I did hear that the fact that we got 10 contracts on the roster means that we can't get a so the only way that we will get a contract is if we cut somebody, if another person get hurt, or we make a trade. Those are the 3 ways we can get somebody. But here's my thing though, y'all. I don't want just anybody. Like, I feel like it's a waste of time just bringing somebody in, because I'd much rather develop HVL and have her become that player than bringing somebody in that's not going to make us much better, because the players I think that'll make us much better we can't get right now, right? The players I think that'll make us much better is Kennedy Carter. We're not getting her because Jeff is petty. The players I think that'll make us much better is Enrique. Y'all don't even want her. The player I think will make us much better is, and I'm only saying it because of I'm believing in her as a point guard at this point, is Mabry. And I don't think she's coming back, right? I don't think this guy's making that move to bring her back. So because we're not getting a player of that ilk that's going to be able to hit big shots in big moments. Why would we just get another role player? I know Ari McDonough just played well, and I know we live in a world where recency bias is a thing. You see something, you're like, oh my God. But everything that Ari McDonough just did for Indiana, HVL could do for us too. Believe in your players. Believe in them. Now, if you telling me we're gonna cut Rachel Banham, that's different. Because Rachel Banham ain't a point guard. Respectfully to Rachel Banham, because if she watching this, I love you, Rachel Banham. I love what you do from a space to floor shooting aspect. And I also want to give Rachel Banham credit because she's been working her ass off as a point guard, right? She's not losing the ball. You know, she's doing her best. So shout out to Rachel Banham, but she's not a point guard. So if you're telling me we're gonna replace her with an actual point guard, okay. But we got HVL. I believe in HVL. I just think she needs more time to get her feet under her, more time to build confidence, more time to see what she can do, the pockets where she can score. And she's seen that today. She just needs to continue seeing it. So I'd rather continue building up HVL personally. Smoke says someone posted on Reddit that Mojo has played a total of 115 minutes since she's been on the team last year. Angel played more than that. Yeah, Mojo is a conundrum. She's a conundrum, yo. I don't understand. Like, what's up with her knee? Like, should she retire? You get what I'm saying? Like, is it that bad? Like, what's going on with her knee for real? Jonathan says, I think they should have Angel in the paint and play her like Alyssa Thomas to help her get more. So I think what we saw today is how she need to play, Jonathan, because you got to realize they double team her a lot. So she just need to drive. She need to drive to the paint and make the pass. I think she played perfect today as a point forward. Carly Bell, 3 weeks. Yeah, send that to me on Twitter. My Twitter is the same thing as my it's 80s baby. It's 80 easy baby. So at 80s, we see Brooklyn right here. It's at 80s baby. So if you send that to me on Twitter, I'll read it for you. I can't do nothing with what you just put up, you know. Fast says Michaela's playing the 3 more now, less of the 4. Now she's still playing the 4. She's still playing the 4 because she's the one that's backing up Angel. Kia Nurse is playing more the 3. So what happens is they started Kia Nurse, so she's coming in for both of them now. You get what I'm saying? She's playing the 3 and the 4 more now. Nate says, I agree. You're right. Deja Kelly would. Yeah. Listen, I said that though. Deja, if we had the spot, Deja Kelly, Harmony Turner, Ari McDonald. I said Grace Berger, but somebody told me Grace Berger went overseas already. Those players are solid fill-in players. Those are solid. And I wouldn't mind Deja Kelly and Harmony Turner because they'll be growing with HVL, and I think they have a future in this league. Ari McDonald, I wouldn't mind because she's already a vet, and you know, to me, she should be like again. And we could get rid of a Rachel Banham or Mariah Jefferson. Great, bring her in. But they both guaranteed, so it'll probably be a trade. Fastest got you. Hot Boy says, Brooklyn, I'm gonna need you to do your roster predictions for the Women's Basketball World of 2026 because I want your perspective. Is in Berlin, Germany. You talking about the All Stars? Not the All Stars, but the actual Olympians. Who's gonna be on the team? I gotta think about that. I don't know. I never really thought about it because I honestly I really ain't care when they was doing the whole talk of what should Caitlin be on the team, and I really ain't care. So What else? I gotta look at the see like who would probably not be on the team in the next you said 2026, so next year. Nubian says, I wish we had Serena Sundell and Bree Hall and just let them develop. Jefferson and Bantam will have been bought out because they need to be bought. Rachel Bantam, I'm gonna give her credit because she's actually like doing something. Rachel Mariah Jefferson needs to be bought out for real. And I don't like Serena Sundell, so I don't agree with that. Serena Sundell, she not that good to me. Bree Hall, I'm with you. I like Bree Hall, but I don't like Serena Sundell. Maddie playing garbage minutes. I need her to play like when the game, during the game. She plays once Tyler Marsh feel like the game is over, then he puts her in. Our boy says because it will tell us who will be in the 2028 Olympics in LA. And mind you, Juju will be on the roster. Clutch Sports Brown will make sure of it. I mean, we'll see. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think about it, hot boy. I'm not that invested in who's on our Olympic roster. I don't really care about that too much, but I'll look into it. We could talk. I might do an episode where we talk about it. Fast is right, Brooklyn. That Dallas team will be so good. It's a fact. It'd be a solid team. Hot Boy says, what about the Sky trying to trade for a big that can shoot like Elizabeth Kitley? Again, Elizabeth looked like she afraid. She don't look ready. She don't look ready to play. Huh? I don't know about trading for her. I don't know about that. Pro Fan Talk says, where Brooklyn at? Where Brooklyn at? Shout out to Pro Fan Talk. Fast says, that won't work, unfortunately. Brooklyn Angel will hate it. Paige is 6 feet. I've seen Paige listed at 6 feet. I've seen her listed at 5'11". So that's why I said 5'11", 6 feet. I've seen her listed at both. The same way I've seen AZ Fudd listed at 5'11", I've seen her listed at 6 feet as well. Right? Dejanay, I never really seen her listed at 6 feet, but I've seen Dejanay listed at 5'11". So that's what I'm saying. I would think that if you would put another player next to them, you would put somebody that's legitimately 6 feet. It's my opinion. Hot Boy says, the reason why is because I want to get rid of Alisha Smith, so I would trade Dejanay with her. We would take that. I mean, I would. I don't know about Sky. I mean, I don't know how y'all feel, Sky fans. How y'all feel about taking Alisha Smith? If it means you get Dejanay, I'll take that deal personally, because Alisha Smith, even though she's streaky and she hasn't been making her threes, I think she can make them. I think she can hit them. So she'd be another person that's I could put next to Angel at 6'5", 6'4", 6'5". I think she's 6'5". She's the same height as Aaliyah Boston. Danielle says they just suspend the contract so they're able to pick up relief players. Okay. Danielle, all the players that's leaving are temporaries. Okay. See, I didn't know that. I didn't think that was the case, so I was wrong about that. Fast says Mabry, that was getting locked. Mabry, that was getting locked down by Michaela. No thanks. But that's why I said Mabry, and maybe I didn't say this, and I meant to say it, but if I did say this, that's why I said Mabry isn't a number one player to me. She's a number 2 or 3. But because what we have on our roster already, need a 1, Mabry plays a 1. One thing I'm going to give maybe credit for is, regardless of her being a 1, 2, or 3 level player, she do take and make big shots. So I think with the way we playing right now, we need somebody that does that. We don't have that. We don't have a big shot maker and taker. You know what I mean? So that's what I was giving maybe credit for, but I feel you. Michaela was playing a 3 today. Did you not see she was guarding Mabry on the second half? That don't matter though. I realize, like, as a coach, and again, when I say Mabry's the 4, playing the 4, don't mean that she solely plays that position. It means that she's versatile enough to play. You know, that's how Tyler Marsh is coming, using her. Tyler Marsh is using her as a backup for Angel, but again, she's versatile. So sometimes when you need her to stop somebody and you need her to be a defender, you'll bring her in for that reason. Doesn't mean that he's not still using her as a backup for Angel. That's how he's using her. I mean, why you think Maddie isn't getting minutes? Think about it. If we only have one person on the team to back up Angel, and that's Maddie, and she's never playing, then who else is doing it? It's Michaela. You get what I'm saying? Michaela's the backup for Angel, but Michaela also is a 3. That's a natural position. So if he needs her to play defense, that's what he needed her to do today. They needed her to guard Mabry. Averaging 7 assists in college don't got nothing to do with the pros. That's college. Angel averaged 25 and 15 in college. So what you telling me why she averaged 7 assists in college for? I don't know. But here's why I don't like her. Again, she's another one of those point guards, just like the other one y'all like, Cheyenne Sellers, who plays out of the post more than they do the perimeter. If you know anything about basketball, you want your point guards, unless they elite, unless they're an elite player at, you know, getting to the basket or something like that. Typically, you want your point guard to be a 3-level scorer. You want your point guard to be able to shoot the 3, shoot the midi, and get to the rim, a la Caitlin Clark, right? A la what HVL showed you today, right? The best point guards are able to do all 3, and then they'll pick where they're going to attack you at, a la Paige Beckers. Serena Sundell, go look at her tapes. What she does is she drive into the paint, right? She drive to the free throw line, she post up, and then she turn around and shoot a fade. I don't need that. Right? Is she a solid passer? Yes, she's a solid passer. I'm not saying she not. But she's not a solid point guard. She's not a good point guard. If she was, she wouldn't have got cut from the team she was playing on. Right? Cece is a 3-level scorer. She just hesitant. She don't like the midi. But my point is, she can shoot from all 3 levels. She can score from all 3 levels. But I hate when people do this, because they just like people be not listening to the point and so far and trying to win an argument so much. Take CC name out. Paige Beckers, if that makes you feel better, Smoke. Paige Beckers, right? You want your point guards to be able to score from all 3 levels, to have the ability. That don't mean that they will. Again, I also said this. Maybe you wasn't listening, Smoke, when I said this, because you were so busy trying to prove me wrong. You're gonna have certain players, because each player has their own skill set. They're gonna find different ways to beat you, right? So if I'm a better 3-point shooter, I'm gonna beat you more from the 3-point line. If I'm a better athlete, I'm gonna beat you more at the rim, right? If I'm a Chris Paul or one of those type players, I'm gonna hit you with the floater, right? That's gonna be where I beat you, with the floater. But I have the ability to score from all 3 levels. I could score from the 3 if I need to. I could score from the mid-range if I need to, and I could score from the rim if I need to. What I'm trying to tell you is Serena Sundell doesn't do that. So before we get so much in our argument bag and trying to prove people wrong, listen to the whole point. Listen to the point I'm trying to make. You get what I'm saying? Cece can make a midi. Now, was that her preference? No. She prefers to kill you from 3. She prefers to get to the rim. That's more of her tendency. That's more of her tendency. But she could make a midi if she wanted to. I hope you don't think Cece can't make a midi. You get what I'm saying? Hot Boy Coleon says, nah, I just learned what the FIBA World Cup is, Brooklyn. I didn't care about it. It's separate from the Olympics. The WNBA top women. No, I know what it is because they do that in the men's game too. It's just every 2 years. I'm just saying I never really cared about the roster. Even in the men's game, I don't be really tripped. I know Jaylen Brown got kicked off the roster. I know, I don't really be tripping off that for real, me personally. Who makes the roster, who not, who don't, for real. So, but like I said, if y'all, I talk about if y'all really want me to. Angel is 6'3". That's a fact. Angel is 6'3". Now she might have grew. You never know because these players don't measure themselves every year, so she might have grew. But because when you look at it next to certain players, they say Asia Wilson is 6'4", but they look the same height to me when they standing next to each other, right? Even Tina Charles, you just seen her hug Tina. They say Tina Charles is 6'4". They look the same height to me. The woman she pushed today, Nelson Adota, 6'5". They look close to the same height to me, so she might be 6'3", she might be 6'4", she might be 6'5". Who knows? Jonathan Gonzalez says, why is no one picking up Erin McDonald? I don't know why no one is picking her up. Maybe everybody. I don't know. I don't know. Hot Boy says Chicago is going to really be. I was going to really be mad. In 2027 picks Washington Mixers get the first overall pick, Juju Watkins. Listen, from what I understand, I forgot who said it. I was watching somebody broadcast, but in the Mabry trade, the pick that we gave Dallas turned into Paige Beckers. So Chicago could have had Paige Beckers. It's just like Chicago continue making these moves where they give up a pick that could have been somebody they need. You know what I'm saying? Smoke says, since when did CZ become a 3-level scorer? Paige says the definition of a 3-level scorer, not I disagree. Serena can shoot the 3 and drive. I like Cheyenne Sellers also. I could show you proof. But see, here's the thing. People say that and they don't have no proof. And then I could show them proof that she can't. And then people get mad at the proof because people don't like to be wrong. And then they say stupid. I'm trying not to curse because I think it affects the YouTube algorithm. They say stupid stuff like, well, I don't care what the stats say. But I could show you proof right now that she can't shoot. She can't. She's not a shooter. So it's cool. It's cool that you feel that way. But the numbers say she can't shoot. So, and shooting is based off numbers. So Paige says CC can shoot the mid-range, but she doesn't like to shoot it often. That's a fact, Paige. She even said it herself. She said that she's much more. She said 2 things. She don't like catch and shoots, and she don't like shooting the mid. She says she's more comfortable shooting off the dribble, and she prefers shooting from deep. That's her preference. That doesn't mean that she can't shoot a midi though. You know what I mean? If she needs to, she can shoot the midi, but she doesn't like to. You know, like I said, that's preferences and that's tendencies. Only reason shooter why I can't agree with you on this is because we seen how Ben Simmons took a big dive. If Ben Simmons was the all-star Simmons, I would agree with you. If we talking about the early Ben Simmons, I would agree with you. But the Ben Simmons of late, I can't agree with you. That's an insult to Angel. So maybe that was your goal to insult Angel, but that's an insult to Angel to say she looked like Ben Simmons. Adam said, Baham says, yes, Fast Page is a 3 level scorer. Yeah, that's a fact. Fast thought she wasn't. Oh, he said is the 3. Okay, yeah, that's a fact. Absolutely. Jonathan Gonzalez says, we all know Jeff P super cheap behind ain't picking up Ari. But again, like I said, what's the name is telling me I'm wrong. T is telling me I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that he can't pick her up right now. I could be wrong on that. T has some proof for me. Did you send it to me already? Let me check my Twitter. Alright, so let me he sent me something. Let me must be unable to play for at least 3 weeks. Alright, so This says that I don't believe qualified hardship. They carry 12 players with Sloot out. That's 11. Mariah down now. That's 10. The rule stage you need to have. See, look, and the same thing you sent me, you just proved my point. So T, I don't know if you're reading this, but this is from Carly Bell, and this is who I actually got the information from, so it makes sense. T sent me something from Carly Bell. That said something different, but as I was reading it, I found this, and this is what I was referring to. I don't believe they qualify for a hardship contract. They carry 12 players. With Sloot out, that's 11. With Mariah down for now, that's 10. The rule states you need to have fewer than 10 players available, which is what I said. Right? I said you need 9 players, right? That's fewer than 10. Okay. They currently have 10 players available, so I do not believe they qualify. That's what I said. What are we talking about? Why do people, it seems like people just be want to argue with you sometimes. I'm not up here saying things because one thing, notice about me, I'm new to the WNBA, so I don't know everything. 2, if I'm going to say something, I probably researched it already. So if I say, this is what it is, it's because I just read it and researched it. So this is the information that I've got from Carly Bell that said they need fewer than 10. This is what I said. So what are we talking about, T? I'm confused. But anyway, getting back to these comments. Skull says can't wait this AR versus Kiki. Oh, can't wait for this AR Kiki matchup Tuesday. Who you got? But it's still a team game. I like the 101. I mean, I think they both really good. So I think they both gonna show out. I don't think it's I'm excited for it too, right? Like I like Kiki. I like Kiki, what she's been doing this rookie season. Obviously, we know who Angel is. They both great on the boards. So I think it's gonna be a battle the same way we seen Angel versus Alyssa Smith. It was a battle. It's a battle anytime you see Angel going against Alyssa Thomas is a battle. So I think she corrected herself. Okay. Well then listen, I'm wrong then. I'm wrong. Because that's the information I had. If you saying that we can still get the hardship, then we can still get it. So we just gotta wait for Mo Jeff to see where she at, if she's really hurt, and then we'll get it then. But that's the information I had. Either way, we're gonna get the hardship or not. That's a fact. She trashed in the midi. I agree. But again, my point was talking about the ability to make it though, right? The ability to, in order for you to be a 3-level scorer, you got to be able to make the shot from all 3 levels. And Serena Sundell is a bad 3-point shooter. So. Well, CC 3-ball ain't hitting. She's a no factor. Smoke said, did y'all see when last year CC airball the hell out the mid-range floater wide open? T said, keep reading. She corrected herself. Nubian says, Soya Citron is gonna light us up for not taking her at 3. I doubt it. I don't know about that. Hot boy Coleon says, Brooklyn, I think they might want to check the advanced shooting stats on Caitlin's mid-range percentage. Small sample size, but efficient. Yeah, she doesn't like it, and she don't got a floater, but she could make it a shoot. She could shoot the ball, y'all. Like, I don't know if y'all think shooters can't shoot. Like, she could shoot the ball. She just don't like it. She don't like the midi. She don't know how to get. See, the thing is, in order for you to shoot a midi, you got to know how to get yourself open in the midi. She don't know how. She knows how to get herself open from 3, and she's so quick. She knows how to like just run to the rim and try to beat you at the rim. That's the way she's been playing her whole college career. She don't have the dribble or the ball handling ability to like hezzy, stop, pull up. Like, she could probably do it, but she doesn't practice it, so it's uncomfortable for her. But regardless of that, this wasn't. It seemed like people, like, you can't say certain things about certain players or whatever the case may be. Certain people is like a trigger. This was never about CC's shooting ability. It was about explaining what you want your point guard to be able to do. And you want your point guard to be able to be a 3-level scorer. So again, if CC name is bothering you guys, pick another player. But my point is, I was just giving y'all that basketball IQ. In today's basketball, you want your point guard to be a 3-level scorer. It helps the offense out. It makes your offense, if your point guard can score from all 3 levels, it makes your offense score much more efficient. Jonathan Gonzalez says CC not like taking a mid-range jump to show you why she can't win championships. Yeah, that hurts her. That's actually something that hurts her. The fact that she's not comfortable from the mid-range is something that she needs to work on. It's not good for her game. You know, here's the thing about logo 3s, y'all. Logo 3s do 2 things. Logo 3s is a momentum booster. It's certain things in basketball that feeds your team's energy. A huge dunk, right? That we don't have that in the women's game a lot, but a huge dunk feeds the team. A big block at the right moment feeds the team, and a big 3, right? So those logo 3s that she makes are momentum builders, but what they also are is fool's gold, because You can't just make momentum threes. I mean, logo threes throughout the whole game. You're gonna start missing them. So it's like a superpower. When you making them and they going, great. But as soon as they start missing, they start hurting your team. So that's why, like, she needs to add the MIDI, because you can't live off of just shooting logo threes the whole game. You can't live off that. Now, again, I don't want to be one of those analysts that say something can't happen until it does, because that's typically what happens. People thought you couldn't win a championship playing the way Golden State plays until it happened, right? People thought that was you live by the three, you die by the three. But Golden State showed you can. So again, maybe CC is going to be the first person in history to be able to shoot logo threes at an efficient enough rate where it does win you a championship, or it does win. But so far, it hasn't happened. Right? Logo threes is great for your momentum. They're great morale boosters. They great because, you know, obviously it's difficult to guard. You know, you standing so far back from the three, 9 times out of 10, unless somebody's up on you, you know, nobody's guarding. So it's an open shot. But it's also a shot that you'll start missing eventually. So you want to work on other areas to be more effective. That's more consistent. You know, shots that'll be more consistent. You know what I'm saying? But I got to all your comments. Let me check out some of my notes. Let me see what I got here. I think I might have got to all my notes dealing with y'all though. Who this? We got a guest. We got a special guest. Mo 3, what's up, my brother?
Chilling.
What's good? What you got something on your mind, or you just want to have a conversation? What's good?
Yeah, I contemplated coming up a few times, but this last one that got me to come up was the Golden State thing, man. I'm tired of people saying that, man. Golden State didn't when they was during their championship run, they never led the league in 3 points attempted or made.
Okay.
It just seemed that way because Steph Curry was just such an efficient shooter. Remember all those years he was shooting close to 50% from three.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And just to make it even bring the point home even more, even though he was shooting such a high percentage from three, he still took and made more 2-pointers than 3-pointers. When I'm talking about layups, I'm talking about jump shots.
Yeah.
He took more mid-range jump shots and just slightly outside the paint jump shots than he took threes.
To your point, Curry got one of the best floaters in the game.
Yeah. So it just seemed that way because he was just so efficient. Yeah. And Klay Thompson was efficient too. You know what I'm saying? So you have two players that are so efficient at making threes. It just seemed like they were taking all these threes. It just that they was just making it. Because you look at
and to your point. Yeah, I won't cut you off. I was gonna add something, but I won't cut you off.
When you look at it, the total amount of threes they took, you're like, damn, they making 400 threes. Like, so you'd assume they would be taking like the rest of the teams that for them to make 400 threes, they would have to take like 1,000 or something, or well over 1,000, like 1,200 threes. Right. But they're not.
They had a well balanced. To your point, they had a well balanced offense.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
and then also to your point, Steph Curry, right? Who made the logo three or the half court three famous. He wasn't winning those championships by shooting a bunch of logo threes, right? He was winning them championships by, like you said, getting to the rim, shooting a floater, you know what I mean, cutting, playing off ball, cutting, catching it, shooting the corner three, stuff like that. So
yeah, and the thing with another thing, I don't like the comparison when people compare CC to Steph, because of the efficiency. Steph Curry was shooting well over 40% from logo threes. CeCe's not shooting nowhere near 40%, much less over 40% from logo threes.
Right.
She's shooting like 20 high 20s, maybe 30% from logo threes. I doubt she's even hitting 30% from logo threes.
That's a fact, man. As usual. All facts, man.
But yeah, with the hardship thing, I'm seeing like conflicting things. Like some places say it needs to be 9. Some places say it needs to be 10. They don't say 10, but they say at least 2 injured. So I'm assuming that's 10.
Yeah. Well, listen,
But
whatever it is, like I said, because T did tell me that she corrected herself. So maybe it is 10. Maybe you can have 10 players, and as long as you got the 2 injured, you can still get the hardship. Cool.
But I only see that like 2 places. The majority of places say 9.
Yeah, and that's what I heard. You know, Carly Bell works for Marquee Sports, right? She's one of the reporters that reports on the Sky. She's the one who said the information that I got, and that's what T actually sent me. T sent me the information from Carly Bell, but he told me that she corrected herself. So I'm like, listen, either way, it don't matter. I thought I had information that was accurate from Carly Bell. If she corrected herself, cool. Then we'll get it. I guess if let's just say you can have the 10, right? Then that means we just waiting on Mo Jeff to either play, which I prefer her to play, right? She's a veteran, or just to say she hurt and just sit down so we can bring somebody else in, and that's it.
Yeah. And I know a lot of people like glazing Angel. I mean, it was a she had a good game. I'm not trying to say she didn't have a good game.
It was versus Connecticut.
Yeah, 1 is versus Connecticut, and 2, that 2 for 7 is just. It's not even that she's 2 for 7. Is some of the shots that other than those 2 threes.
Yeah.
But you know what? I changed my mind. I changed my mind.
I'm gonna tell you why. Yeah.
The reason I changed my mind is because she adapted.
Yeah.
She didn't just keep. Normally what she do is she'll just keep trying.
Yeah.
But she didn't. She was like, all right.
It ain't falling today.
I'm just it ain't falling. Because in total 7 shots, she missed 5. 2 of them was 3, so it's really only 3 bad shots.
And that's what I was gonna say.
Go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say that I'm not mad at her because it happens sometimes. Because she said this. I don't know if you watched the post game press conference, but she said I was shooting it well and shoot around, but she said for some reason in the game it wasn't falling for me. So she just noticed that. She said, I'm happy, Mo. I'm happy she actually starting to shoot the ball. So that's all I can ask for. Your efficiency will come. Shoot the ball. Now a couple of that 2 for 7, or at least one of them, I'm gonna say, because I seen this one specifically when she was driving to the rim and Nelson Adota blocked it. Angel got to add pump fakes to her game. I say it every week.
Yeah,
that's
the play.
Because a block shot is still a missed shot. Like that still counts as a miss for you in the column. So you gotta, those blocks that people get is hurting your efficiency. So you gotta learn how to pump fake somebody and go up because they timing you now. Every time she go up, they just waiting. It's like a thing. It's almost like the whole league spoke. It was like just time a layup. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The film is out, man. Like she just keep doing the same thing. Like, oh my goodness,
she gonna learn.
You're not learning your lesson. But today, when I'm thinking about it, she did I guess she learned a lesson today because she didn't keep doing it.
She didn't keep doing it, and that was
cut
gonna
it out.
be
She cut it out.
right.
She cut it out. She was like, all right.
And that's the only other point I want to make, and I'm gonna shut up after this. I want to hear from you guys. The only other point I wanted to make the add on to what I just said is, and she said this also in a post game interview, and I want to give her credit for this. Sometimes when your shot is not falling, you got to find other ways to affect the game, and that's what she did. So yeah, she wasn't that efficient. Her shot wasn't falling, but she didn't let it affect her overall game, right? Like she still came out and played defense. She still got her rebound. She was able to get her other teammates involved. She still set good screens, right? She still did all the other things that you need to do to win game. And she, most importantly, and I think she realizing, like she did it last year, but I think she realized she got to do this every game now, even this year when she's struggling. She's the emotional leader. When she even if she's not affecting the box score, when she's coming out with that energy and doing all that, it fuels her teammates. So she got to come out with that energy. And I'm gonna land my plane there, so I can hear Mo3. You say what you got to say, and I want to hear from Nate.
Oh, Nate up here, what's good, bro? Nate,
what's up with you? What's up?
Chilling.
Before y'all go, let me just get to these comments real quick. Jonathan Gonzalez says Curry also played defense too. He didn't win no championship. That's a fact.
Yeah, he's a very underrated defender, especially during those championship runs.
Well, no, I wouldn't agree with that. I say he's smart. I do. I ain't gonna never call Curry a defender though. You bugging out.
No, I said he was an underrated defender. I didn't say he was like the best defender there. I just said he was underrated because people give him a rating of like his defense is trash. But 3 out of those 5 years he led the 2 out of the 5 he led the league in steals and 3 out of 3. I'm just yeah.
That's good. I mean, you can steal the ball.
It don't make you the best defender, but it doesn't make you a trash defender. You can't lead the league in steals 2+ years. 2 years.
AI led the league in steals before.
But listen what I'm saying. 3 years in a row. Listen what I'm saying though. AI led the league in steals 1 year. 3 years in a row he led the league. He led the league in steals two consecutive years, and then the third year he was second. I feel you. You can't be a trash defender doing that, bro. That's consistent. Right. 3 years in a row, that's consistent, man.
Okay, I feel you. I ain't gonna push back. I'm
not saying like he's the best defender. I'm not trying to make it seem like he's the best defender or a top tier defender, but people always say like his defense is garbage. They gotta hide him on defense and all this stuff. Yeah, they probably do it sometimes, but he can play D.
Got you. Fast says Siberian shoots logo threes at times, but she want to ring.
Sabrina.
Yeah, I think you're trying to say Sabrina. I was lost on that. Okay. Fast. She was shooting logo threes yesterday. Hot boy Coleon says Steph did not play defense like that. Golden State always hit him on defense. This is why LeBron hunted him for the last shot Kyrie made to win a championship. Okay. Hot Boy says, exactly. Steph is a way better shooter than Caitlin Clark. Way more efficient. Patricia says, it's below 10. I don't know what you mean is below 10, Patricia. Chicago.
Hardship.
Okay, so it's below 10, so we need 9 players. Got you. Thank you, Patricia. Chicago Cheetah says, congratulations to Angel Reese. Shout out to Angel Reese for the triple dub today. Patricia Burton says, Google it. It's below 10 players. Okay, so we got some more clarification on that. Nubi. Oh, yeah, thank you. I forgot. Yo, shout out to all the fathers. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there in the chat. I don't know if Mo3 or Nate, y'all fathers, but shout out to y'all if y'all are, and everybody in the chat. You're a father, man. Shout out to you. Happy Father's Day.
How you?
Yes, sir. Miss Goody Two Shoes says Angel shot 2 threes and a mid-range shot. Okay. Hot Boy says, and she needs to eventually add a turnaround fadeaway. That's a fact. I've said that too. She need to add that little fadeaway in the game to help her out, not get blocked so much. Miss Getty Two Shoes says two threes and one mid range. Okay, I guess she corrected herself. She made two. She missed two layups. And then Patricia Burton says he is a willing defender. Okay, I could go with he's a willing defender. I could go with that. What you got for me, Nate?
Well, I had a hot take. I didn't want to disturb the subject, but what y'all talking about?
I was just reading the comments.
Oh, okay. All right, so I want to comment on this whole article. I know everybody jumped on when Jeff P was like, we need Angel to be versatile and everything. And he was like, oh, he blaming Angel. I see it differently. Like I said, this is my opinion, but seeing how he moved, how he was bragging on Angel all up during the preseason and during the season, I don't see how people jump to the conclusion that he's blaming Angel, but okay. So my point of view is he was saying, hey, and since then, she's like playing a little differently. I feel he was like, hey, don't worry about, trying to play according to the vets and try to make everybody nice. You don't want to step on toes. This is your team. And she been playing like that ever since. It's like he was giving her the go ahead, like, man, skip everybody, skip what they talking about, and just do you. Like, be the versatile forward. Because even she said she was trying to figure out how he would want her to be versatile. What he talking about? Because she got used to being in the paint. Just the paint. And he was like, no, you can do so much more. Like, be the point forward. And she was like, I'm still learning it. So to me, it wasn't necessarily blaming her. It was saying, hey, we just need you to step up and just do you. Do what you're doing in, unrivaled. And just, these vets can't hit a play with you, not the other way around. Like, this is your squad. Go out there and do what you got to do. So that was my take on it. And he was like, hey, we just need more from her. Well, yeah, because, like you said, she had 5 good games, 5 bad games. She was like trying not to me, she was like playing like, I don't want to step on my toes. You need your shot. Should I pass here? I'm not going to pass here. Should I shoot? I'm not going to shoot. What's been happening since? She's like, all right, bet. I'm shooting it then. And he was like, man, go do you. Like, I don't know. When they was trying to come up all that happened in Indiana, a lot of people didn't comment on the fact when they was up there trying to approach her, and the reporter was like, the guy was like, nah, we ain't gonna ask you. She already answered that question. Jeff came and posted right there, folded his arms, like, what y'all got to say? He came and stood there around on support and was like, who said something about Angel? He was right there support. So I'm like, and then this.
Quick, hold on, because hold your. I want you to hold that thought. I just got to get to the super chat real quick. Shout out to CJ for the $5 super chat. He says another great listen, Brooke. I don't know what HVD is. He said HVD out. I don't know if y'all can help me out with HVD. I mean,
no
not V, HFD. Excuse me. I don't know if y'all can help me out. Happy Father's Day. Okay, I'm not a father. Thank you, CJ. But thank you anyway. No, sir. Thank you anyway.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm not a father yet. But definitely happy Father's Day though to everybody. So I'm assume that happy Father's Day just for the chat in general. So CJ says happy Father's Day to everyone.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Appreciate you for the $5 super chat, CJ. Go ahead. Finish your thought. Now you said you had a source.
Right.
Like
so I'm gonna give credit to CEO Hayes at Chicago Sky Central. So he talked one of the assistant coaches from Chicago Sky last year, and Jeff did want Angel, but that's when you saw Teresa Weatherspoon was like, trust your board. He didn't think she would be there, and he's like, well, let's get this shooter. Let's go ahead and trade because Angel's not gonna be there. Let's get the girl that got a 13. And she's like, no, trust your board. He like, all right. And that's when they got her. And that's when they Washington selected Leah Edwards. She's like, I told you, trust your board. He's like, yeah, you're right. So he did want Angel. It's confirmed from his source. Like I said, COA talked to the assistant coach. Like, you know what I'm saying? I know everybody want to hate Jeff. We hate him because Scott losing, Angel losing. Look, at some point, like we said, we got to critique Angel too. You know what I'm saying? She's been playing better, and she's been playing her game. And at the same time, not her game. She had to learn how to play a different role. So he did want her, and that's from an actual source. You know what I'm saying? So I need people to get that out their head. People keep saying it, and it's literally factually not true. Because if he didn't want her, he would get rid of her. But I know, I think Duvall was saying she's basically untradeable, untouchable. I mean, technically she is. I mean, I say everybody can get traded. I mean, yeah, if you want to trade away like your entire finance, like Curry can get traded, but what's gonna happen if that happens? You know what I'm saying? Like everybody getting fired. Like, why would you do that? That can happen, but why would you do it? So, you know what I'm saying? I see what he's saying. She literally is untradeable. So after I was agreeing with you, like I agree Camilla would be the first one trade, but at the same time, I think they'll trade Kia, Rebecca, and Michaela and a future first, because they're not going to trade the Connecticut first. They're not trading that pick. And it's not a pick swap. They outright own Connecticut's first round pick this year. No, it was 2026. And then it's a pick swap for 2027 for the Mystics.
We got somebody new on the panel today. This is somebody who I always see in the comments, so I'm excited to hear their opinion and what they got to say on the panel. Everybody give a round of applause for Miss Goody Two Shoes.
Oh, she was on the show before, wasn't
she? Miss Goody Two Shoes, how you doing?
Hello. Everybody, hi chat.
So what's up? You got an opinion? What's your opinion, Miss Goody Two Shoes? You got something to say? Or you just want to have a conversation?
Well, no, I was just going to respond to that, and I was going to say that doesn't make any sense because you don't make statements like that in the media.
Okay, you talking to Nate?
Right, the statements that Jeff made to the paper.
Right.
You don't make statements like that in the media. If you wanted Angel Reese to step up, go to Angel Reese and step up. If you want her to take shots and do her thing instead of passing to vets, you just tell Angel Reese. And then you go and tell those vets, hey, Angel Reese is the leader of the team, right? The reason I know that that's not true, that Angel Reese is the focus, is because this play style wasn't happening until Courtney Vandersloot got injured.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's
then
true.
His plan had to change.
Good point.
You can go online and there are clips of Kia Nurse looking off Camila Cardoso when she is unguarded under the rim.
She did that. I've noticed with you. I haven't noticed that with Camilla, but I've noticed that with Angel. To your point, and I'm not going to cut you off, Ms. Goody, so I want you to continue. But to your point, I haven't said this yet because I didn't want to bring last year's stuff into this year. But I've seen so far, I think we've seen a lot of us seen Angel run down court, put her hand up, and they won't pass her the ball. But E Willer come in, and she get the ball. She get the ball when she run down the lane. They get the ball to E Will. But I'm gonna give Angel some pushback though, because I even seen it tonight. The way Angel sails off, sometimes she want them to throw the ball over the defender, right? She'll sail off behind the defender, and that could cause a turnover. So I can understand why some people was hesitant to make that pass. So I think Angel need to just sail, put the defender behind her, and then put her hands up to make an easy pass. But I have noticed them look off Angel when Angel, because Angel will run down court, put a hand up, and she don't get that ball. But I've seen E Will run and get that ball. So I've seen that. I know what you're talking about, Ms. Goody Choose, but continue. I ain't mean to cut you off.
Sure. No, that's no problem. But I've seen it with Camilla. Mm-hmm. I have seen several plays. Camilla was unguarded under the basket, and Kia Nurse looked her off, tried to go down to the basket, and it resulted in a turnover. So the vets before Courtney Vandersloot got injured did not get the memo that this team was supposed to be following Angel Reese and Camila Cardoso. Right? Hey. The other thing is, you can't say that you need more from Angel Reese when you got guards shooting 0 of 8 from the field. That doesn't make any sense because the system that they're trying to run doesn't work if guards don't make the threes. One of the reasons why people are collapsing in the paint is because no teams respect the shooters.
Shooters got to make shots, though. I mean, They shoot. I mean, that's every team. Shooters got to make shots. They got to
Right.
shoot though. You can't. I
That's
mean,
true.
it's sooner or
But
later
my
it's got to
point
make
is
shots.
these people have been playing with Kia Nurse, Rachel Bannum, and Beck Allen for years, and they know that they're not a threat consistently. They know that. They know it's more likely than not, and this is based on the numbers. More likely than not, the guards are gonna miss the shot. So you know what is a guaranteed bet? Angel Reese is gonna get that rebound. So let me collapse on the paint. Rachel Bannum
Okay,
isn't
so
a star. There's a reason why she's only played in limited minutes. Kia Nurse, the same.
I mean, you
Beck
kind of proving
Allen.
my point. To be honest with you, proving my point. You literally
What
proving
point am
my
I
point.
proving?
You proving my point is the fact. Okay, you can say that, but I feel it was different. There's always tactics. You know, I've been in marketing. There's different tactics you use. So this year, it's like, we know what? I'm gonna put it out there, make sure everybody know. You know what I'm saying? If y'all don't want to hear me in the locker room, y'all gonna hear me in the media. Hey, the boss, this is Angel's franchise. I want more from her, so you'll see more from her. I mean, you can tact, you may not like it, but guess what? It worked. You're gonna put the ball in Angel's hands because Angel's gonna get it to Camilla.
The way to show the vets is to put them on the bench when they do something that you don't like, and that doesn't happen.
Like I said, different tactics. Like I said, it's different tactics, and this has
So you
worked.
came to the media to say we need more from Angel Reese, and you're disappointed.
Did it not work?
Versus just
Did it not work? It
no,
worked,
this
didn't
is
it?
just what she's been doing.
No, but it's different because she wasn't playing like this at the beginning of the season. She wasn't. I mean, you could say differently,
I can
but
say a
I
lot
mean,
of
the
things. I'm
stats
not
say
saying
different.
everything is adding up where it's a rift between the coach and the players.
I mean, y'all want a riff.
between
I
the
mean,
players in
I
the
don't
locker
see
room.
that. I see a new coach. I'm saying I see a new
I know
coach,
you don't
new
see. I'm saying
team,
I
new
know
players.
people that actually know.
I do too. I do too.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all though. Listening, y'all both sound like y'all got points. I'm not gonna lie. The Miss Goody Choo Choo's is saying
There's no other GM that has come out and said that about their player, even when they're
Right.
playing bad. So
Right.
to say that makes sense is ridiculous.
right.
It's not
so
ridiculous.
this
So you
is
saying my
this is how
opinion
I
is
hold
ridiculous and how
on, Nate.
tactics are?
Hold on, Nate. Hold on.
Dallas
now.
is 1 and 10.
Hold on, Miss Goody Choo. Let me just because let's have a conversation. Let's not argue, right? To me, as a third party who doesn't have a source at all, y'all both are saying things that make sense. I'm not saying that 100% makes sense, right? But y'all both are saying things. So, for instance, when Nate says, because we all can interpret things a different way, right? We all can interpret things totally different ways. So when the way Nate said that he interprets it, what the GM said, I've never thought about it like that, but it does. It's an interesting take, regardless of he's right. Nate might be right, he might be wrong, but it's an interesting take. I was like, okay, I could see what Nate is saying, right? And then the same thing you're saying, though, Miss Goody Choo Shoes, makes sense too, because I'm like, wait a minute, what if I am a GM? Why would I go through the media to make a point to my play? You get what I'm saying? So it's like I do understand both of y'all points, and I'm saying again, without having a source and without really knowing because none of us is in them locker rooms, none of us is in Jeff's head, none of us know what's going on. All we could do is try to make sense out of what we see.
Sure, but
y'all
Jeff
both
has a
y'all
pattern.
both are kind of making good points. That's all I'm saying.
But Jeff has a pattern.
Right.
What pattern is
Right.
that?
This
Hold
isn't
on.
the first
Do me this
time.
favor. Hold on. Do me this favor. And this goes to both of y'all. Just don't over talk each other. I want to hear what both of y'all got to say, but like, you know,
I'm going to mute.
let each person get their point out and then respond.
But this isn't the first time Jeff has gone to the media about
Right.
what's happening in his locker room. So whether it's about Teaspoon,
Mhm.
Kennedy Carter, or whoever else,
Right.
he's always having some conversations about his personnel with the media. There is no other GM in the WNBA. The Dallas is 1 and 9 right now, or 1 and 10, whatever. And Kurt Miller doesn't have any article out there saying, I need more from Paige. I need more from Enrique.
That's
They're
true.
not doing it.
That's true. Good point.
We've seen several hit pieces from Jeff where there's some information that ends up in the Chicago Sun-Times or the Chicago Tribune, and we're like, That's strange.
Mhm.
So he's the problem here. And here's the other thing.
I agree with that.
Leadership starts at the top, right? So I know people are hyped up, but this is against the Connecticut Sun. Jeff hasn't taken any responsibility. You put this roster together, and the people that have failed to perform are the people you made a deal for. Rachel Bannum, lowest performer on the team, can't be consistent. You made that trade for her and Mo Jefferson that can barely touch the court. He a nurse. You made that deal. The lowest performers are the people that Jeff went out there and got. So take responsibility and say that you put together a roster that may not be able to execute what
Yeah, I agree
Tyler
with
Marsh
you.
wants to do.
I agree with that 1,000. Only thing I disagree with, and this is still me agreeing with you, and you're not the only person who said this. I hear a lot of people say this, so this kind of annoys me. I don't think, and this is just my opinion, but I'm pretty sure because Rachel Bannum and Mo Jeff hasn't really been that effective or that good. I think that trade for Mabry wasn't about the player; it was more about the pick. So
It definitely was. Two first-round picks.
If we're gonna criticize that trade, we got to criticize HVL, and we got to obviously we can't criticize the other player. Well, that was a separate trade to bring in. Well, actually no, because they used the 10th pick for the European player. But we gotta criticize the pick over the players is what I'm saying. But everything else you're saying, I agree with. I think he put together a trash roster. I think he needs to take accountability for it. And I think instead of taking accountability for it, he was pointing the fingers at other people saying that he was disappointed. I do agree with you with that. Are you done? Because I don't want to have Nate respond if you still got more to say.
Oh no! Oh, so this is the last thing that I will say.
Yeah.
Today was a great game, right? But even in Atlanta, that was a blowout by 18 points, and it will continue to happen. So anytime that we play teams that can put up 80, 90, 100, it's going to be a blowout simply because of the construction of the roster. So Angel Reese can run around like a chicken with her head cut off, trying to get people passes, trying to rebound, but you are going to see more games, especially when we play top teams that end up at 18, 20, 25, and 30 because the guards just don't have it. We can't even get them to run down court to get easy transition buckets. That's all I'll say.
And listen, and here where this is another way I agree, but I just think the problem is different. And this is where I think the problem lies. I've been saying this about Tyler Marsh the whole season. Tyler Marsh focuses more on offense than he does defense, right? And I think the problem with this roster construction is not even a roster construction. I just think it's a focus. Let's say that it's a roster focus because we have defenders on this team, right? You can't have a team that have Camilla Cardoso, Angel Reese, then you bring in Ariel Atkins, and everybody want to tell me, when they trying to tell me how good Ariel Atkins is, why they gave up the third pick was, she this two-way player, she was defensive this, and she was an all-star, blah, blah, blah. So she's a defender. So we got 3 defenders in our starting lineup, right? Then you bring in Kia Nurse, who's supposed to be a two-way player, right? We got Michaela Onyenwere, who's supposed to be a defender, right? We got all these defenders, is what I'm saying, on the team. So these are people with hair. So the fact that our scheme, our defensive scheme, is so bad that we give up, to your point, Ms. Goody Two Shoes, 90 points, 80, is silly to me, and that falls on Tyler Marsh because we have the personnel here to play better defense. And we played better defense with less last year under Teaspoon. So I know we could play better defense. So that's more of a scheme thing. And I blame that on Tyler Marsh, more me personally. But I agree with you. Giving up 90 points. And I agree. Listen, we're going to get killed. If Tyler Marsh, we played defense tonight only in the fourth quarter. I don't know if anybody realized that. We didn't play defense for the first 3 quarters. But in the fourth quarter, we held them to a respectable, point. We didn't allow them to score a lot in the fourth. once we start to play better teams, we're gonna have to do that for 4 quarters. Because to your point, Ms. Goody Two Shoes, we're gonna give it's gonna be another 90 point. We're gonna give up. We're gonna be giving up 90-point games, and we're not beating nobody. So it is what it is. But yeah, Nate, that was Ms. Goody Shoes point. What you got to say about that, Nate?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm glad you're on the show. It's always good to have women on the show, but we respect everybody's opinion. But don't call my opinion ridiculous or my point of view ridiculous. I'm not gonna call what you feel is ridiculous. We don't do that on the show. Disrespect other people's opinions and point of views. I'm not gonna do that, and I'm not gonna disrespect anybody else's opinion. So with that, I mean, if you feel you don't see it, that's fine. I talk to a lot of Jeff haters and Tyler haters. It's fine. Y'all want something different? It's cool. But the main thing is, Angel is playing better, and he does have to fix his rotations. His rotations suck. You can't have Bantam out there. I don't care if she can hit 3 here or there. You can't have Bantam out there and she can't guard a call. Like his rotations are horrible. And then sitting Angel and Camilla, and you can't sit all 3 of them. You got to have at least 1 or 2 in there at the same. You know what I'm saying? You can't have all 3 of them sit. And Ariel, like they're your best defenders. But they did play way better defense in Atlanta. They played 3 quarters of defense, like very good perimeter defense. And then it's just like the 4th quarter happened, like they thought they had it in the bag because they were winning. They got too confident, and then they just play Olay defense. They just run right past them, and that's why he was pissed because y'all played 3 quarters of defense and then just let it go. You have to play 4 full quarters of defense. I believe they will make an adjustment. Once Camilla goes to the Eurobasket, then they'll have 9 players. So, because I know Mojo's not touching the court, and there was that Mojo, Rachel Bantam, they wanted to get rid of their contracts, and because Chicago wanted, all right, we'll give us 2 first-round picks for Marina, and like, all right, we got to take these trash players. You know, they trying to use them as they go. I don't think Mojo's hurt. I just think they want to keep her out. You know what I'm saying, for right now, because they don't want her actually going near the court. To be honest with you, I don't think they want her near the court, but they took her for the first-round pick that they won't be trading. They're not trading that pick unless it's for a superstar. But yeah, the rotations got to get better. The players do got, like Brooke said, we do have defenders on this court. Rebecca Allen, Kid Nurse plays okay defense, but it just you gotta want it.
Rebecca surprised. I said I forgot about Rebecca. I didn't think Rebecca could play D until I seen her. She locks up.
I told you,
she's a solid defender.
You watched that one video with Kaylin Grant. She hurt her back. That's when because she was still hurt.
TC, Kaylin came down, hit her with a cross, and she stumbled. I said, no, we got her.
Everybody was watching that video when that trade happened. I'm like, come on, y'all. That's when she was still injured, and she hurt her. That's because they realized that, hey, you got something in your back. You need to get surgery. But you see, she's been, you know what I'm saying, God willing, she's still healthy, and she been playing. Like, certain players have to fit with certain players. You know what I'm saying? And I believe Angel was, players play confident. So you feel good, you good. She's like, oh, I ain't hitting. All right, well, let me do this. Let me do that. And like she said, she's like, I was wondering what he was talking about. She said, Tyler, when he said,
really quick, because I want you to finish your point. To your feel good, play good point, I like this hairdo for Angel. She need to, I don't know what it is about this hairdo, but she need to play like
braids,
this.
Yeah.
You feel good on the court when she got her, you know what I mean? I don't like the big hair. The big hair, she be, I don't know, but the braids in?
Too floppy, yeah. Yeah, for real, yeah. But yeah, even she said, I'm still understanding what you want me to do.
Hold on,
by being versatile and like being
finish your point and let Miss, because I think she got something else to add. So let Nate finish his point, Miss Goody Two Shoes. Go ahead, Nate.
Well, she said, like, what I'm saying, trying to play like she was a wing years ago. Like, when you trying to transform, what I'm saying, you're playing basketball, you trying to transform how your thought process when you on that floor, you've been playing this certain way. for like 6-7 years, and you're like, all right, we want you to play a totally different way that you haven't did since you was probably in high school. You know what I'm saying? It takes a while. You know, and then it's the WNBA, this the pro level, so everything is like boom. So she's getting to it now, and I believe she didn't want to step on footsteps. She like, well, I'm the power forward. I can't. That's why I believe he's like, hey, I'm letting everybody know is, you know what I'm saying, do what you do. And that's why I feel, you know what I'm saying, my point of view, because she been playing different since, is she's like, okay, all right, it's out there, so I'm going to do what I got to do. And I believe you'll see more on those triple doubles, but I saw this coming, you know what I'm saying, because she's a great passing forward, the fastest to ever do it at the 4 spot. And it came out of a W. So when you get the results you want from a win, they'll listen faster. Especially when you coach, like, look, you do it like this, it'll work. You know what I'm saying? It's just they gotta trust the system, and that's what it is. They're not trusting the system. And you're right, he is more offense orientated. But you gotta listen to the actual coach and like, hey, y'all still gotta defend. We want to score, but you have to defend. So it's just all buy-in to me, and they've been playing better since that last. She's been playing when she plays better, they play better. Especially the Atlanta game. After that Atlanta game, even though they collapsed in the 4th, I was like, yeah, next game they'll play better. And it's just, hopefully it's a domino and they just continue to go by the system. It's going to be runs every game. Like they started today, 8-0, or down 10-2, 8-2. So it'll be runs, but it's just sticking with the system and just keep going. All right, I'm done.
But this is how you know that Jeff is so bad at his job. Look at the Valks roster and look at what they are paying people.
That's a great point.
Signed top talent for $66,000, $78,000, all of these things, right? Look at their roster, top talent at a decent price. And these are the people that we got left with. Be for real. Even when we talk about Mo Jefferson's contract, I mean, the Fever did the same thing with Katie Lou Samuelson, right? So she had personal issues. She didn't want to finish out the season. And of course, I don't think the Fever wanted her just because of production, but they bought out that contract. Like, you're on national TV. You have the 4th most televised games out of all of the franchises. And 6 out of 8 games, you've been blown out. So I get it, what some people are saying, right? It would be different if they were competing, if they were losing games within the 10-point margin. But we're talking about 15, 20, 25, 30. So when you play a powerhouse, right? Like with the Aces, for example, they're going to be playing them, I think, next week. Jackie Young is going to have a field day with Rachel Bannum, Kia Nurse, Beth Allen.
And to your point, hey, Miss Goody Two Shoes, to your point, the Valks just beat the Aces the other day.
They sure did.
So,
hey, but that's playing hard though. No stars. Yep, playing hard.
But the Chicago Sky aren't the Aces.
No, I'm saying to your point, because you just said that the Valkyrie was able to put together a good roster, right? And Jeff couldn't. And what I'm saying is that roster that the Valkyrie put together just beat the Aces, and now we got to play them, like you, to your point, next week. And I doubt we're gonna have the same outcome from what I've seen thus far, right? I got to go off what I'm seeing. I doubt we're gonna beat the Aces like the Valks did. So I'm giving you credit. I'm saying, to your point, look at what the Valks did with the roster they put together, and they was able to beat the Aces, right? We got
no Asia Wilson either, though. Yeah, no Asia Wilson, though.
Yeah. But no Asia out right now, so she might not be back by the time depending on how many games, and because I think she's going through the concussion protocol. So she might not be back by the time we play her either, but we'll see. But I was just giving you credit on that, Miss Goody Two Shoes.
Yeah, but the Valks look good. The Valks are competitive even in games that they lose.
Yeah, that's a fact. and what you said also, Mo 3,
right away.
What you said also, Mo 3, is a fact as well. The Aces is also still a good team, whether Asia's there or not. They still a good team. So
yeah, because
that's also a fact.
They just beat the Storm.
Yeah.
Without
but they also lost to the Mercury. Well, the Aces just lost to the Mercury. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That ain't crazy. The Mercury one of the best teams in the
Yeah, the Mercury looking like they for real. They looking solid.
Yeah, and and that's what I'm saying. The Sky played them tough. That was a close game, and look how good they are. I just think it's about want to. You gotta want it, and you can't be one or two people that want it. All y'all gotta want it.
Yeah, but
it can't be just Angel and Camilla and Ariel. You just got to be all of y'all. And on rotations, you got to leave Rachel on the bench. I'm sorry, she should just be catch and shoot. I was starting to think like, man, they got something going on. Why is she on the floor? Like, she got crossed up so bad.
I could tell you why she on the floor. So over the off season, Tyler Moss developed a relationship with Rachel Banham, with Michaela Onyewere, with Ewell, all of them. So when he was implementing his offense first, those was the people that he was implementing his offense with. So, and then also Jeff P.
Say that again. Just repeat that again.
All right. So in the off season,
when you said that didn't sound right. You saying he established a relationship.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I'm about y'all. Should I say pause?
Yeah.
No, that wasn't my issue. I thought you were right because you said that's who. What did you say about the offense?
So when Tyler Moss got hired, right? The people who was available to him right away, because remember Angel is playing off in
Arrival. That's right.
Arrival. She wasn't around, right? The people who was around until they went to Athletes Unlimited, but the people who was around was Ewell, Rachel Banham, and Kayla. Those was the people he was the established.
You're right. Yeah, they was at the press conference and everything.
Those are the ones he was establishing his offense with, and what he was wanting to implement. What he wanted to do was them. And then also on top of that, Jeff P. Obviously GMs, they cocky. They want to be right. So to your point earlier, Miss Goody Two Shoes, obviously Mo Jeff is hurt. She's not playing, but they like the "I told you so" moment. So this is Vandersloot now, right? He bring in Vandersloot, right? He bring and then implementing Tyler Marsh's offense and all that. They want all those people to be successful, because if all those people to be successful, by you not bringing back Kennedy Carter, now you could be like, "I told you so," right? And that's what another reason, going back to this article that just came out, that's another reason why he's pissed or that he's disappointed that it's not flowing like he wanted to, because right now he's on the hot seat. You look wrong, and we're all like, "Yeah, I told you so." You firing Teaspoon. You're not bringing back Kennedy. You get what I'm saying? So he wants Rachel Banham to be successful. He wants Ewell and all these people to be successful, because these are the people he chose. He didn't choose Kennedy. He didn't choose Teaspoon, right? This is the lineup. To your point, Ms. Goody Two Shoes, right? He put together a bad lineup, but he wants it to work, because then he could sit back cocky, like, "I told y'all, like, I know what I'm talking about." So that's why Rachel Banham is on the floor, because they want her to be successful, even though we all know Rachel Banham don't got no handle. She don't play. She don't have defense, right? She don't have the athleticism to move. We all know that. Now, does that mean she's terrible? No. She has skill. She's able to make a jump shot, right? She's able to get high to make a few jump shots and stuff, things of that nature. She is a vet, so those are the things she got going for her. But Jeff and Tyler Marsh needs her to be successful, so they could be right. They could be right in the trade for Mabry, right? They could be right in not bringing back Kennedy Carter. That's all of this is. This is ego.
That's a good point, Brooklyn. So this is my question, and this is to everybody up here, because in the article, Jeff P says we are in win now mode. Is this roster win now mode?
Hell no. So we all just seen what the Liberty did to us. This is nowhere close to win now mode. I don't. Again, this is ego. This is Jeff's ego talking. That's all this is.
Well, his description of win now isn't the same as the Liberty's. You know what I'm saying? It's his win now is they want to win. They're not trying to rebuild and lose every game. I think that's his description. Yeah, win now doesn't necessarily mean contending for a title. It's just we want to win consistently.
Win now. Listen, and basketball is universal. So whether we talking about the Olympics, whether we talking about men's basketball, women's basketball, win now mode mean one thing, right? Is if you
Well, no, you got to reach that first, though. You got to build to it.
That's what I'm saying. If you ain't reach it, why say it? You get what I'm saying? Because if you building a team, you either in rebuild mode or win now mode, right? It ain't no in between, because teams aren't just trying to make the playoffs, right? If you're just trying to make the playoffs, you don't say I'm in win now mode. You say I'm trying to make the playoffs, right? Because you're still in your rebuilding state. Win now modes means that, like Phoenix could say I'm in win now mode. Seattle could say I'm in win now mode. Meaning those teams, we don't think about those teams and winning the championship, but they have all the pieces too, right? If Seattle happens to have a special year and win the championship, we could say that they got a point guard, they got coaching, they got weaknesses. We could point out weaknesses on every team. But what I'm saying is about Chicago. Chicago don't have pieces to win anything right now. So we shouldn't even be in win now mode. But again, and I think we all can agree with this, I've been on record as saying I don't agree with a lot of the moves they've been making. I'm just riding with it because I'm a Chicago Sky fan. So I'm like, okay, well, we here now, right? But a lot of these moves that they going out making, I don't think they should be making. I think they should have focused on his. All right, so let me say this too, because I'm gonna take back something I said before. I did think we should have kept the 3rd round pick before. I did think we should have drafted Sonia Citron before. Only reason why I'm changing my mind on that now is because of the 2 pieces we got, especially how bad we are right now. The fact that we was able to get Ari Watkins out the trade and HVL, a lot of people probably not high on HVL, right? I don't know how y'all feel about it. I think she's going to be a good pro. Do I think she's going to be a superstar?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Do I think she's going to be a superstar? Yeah. No. But I do think she's going to be a good pro.
No, right? A good role player.
Regardless if that means role player or all-star, she's going to be somewhere in that. She's either going to be an all-star role player, right? That's how I feel about HVL. So I am happy about the trade now because it gave us 2 pieces. With that said, going forward, I think we should build in 2026 draft. Well, 2026 is a special year because there's going to be a whole bunch of free agents available. So if we could get some great free agents, right? But and then 2027 draft, I think we should be building. And my point is, and I'm gonna land with this because I want to hear what everybody else got to say. I think we should be building in a slow trajectory going up, a la OKC. You get what I'm saying? OKC didn't rush the process, but they in the finals right now. You get what I'm saying? We should have been doing that. 2024 for us was the beginning of a rebuild, regardless if they wanted to call it one or not. It was the beginning of a rebuild. All the players that had the Sky in the playoffs left. Courtney Williams is gone. Alana Smith gone. Girl in Phoenix, Kappa gone. So all of our players is gone. You get what I'm saying? So we was in a rebuild. So the fact that they trying to my point, Nate, the fact that they try to rush the rebuild process into a win now process is stupid to me. That's weird. You got Angel, you got Camilla, build the championship team around them, a young team, so they could grow into it. The same way the Aces did. Right? Then the Aces build through they got Kelsey Plum, right? Then they got Asia. They built through the draft. That's what we should have did. But Jeff is so trying to get back to 2021, living off 2021, that he's trying to rush a process. And we as fans is like just in the midst of this process, like what's going on? You get what I'm saying? So I'm gonna land with that one here with the rest of y'all got to say about Ms. Goody Two Shoes question.
What was the question?
Repeat it, Ms. Goody Two Shoes.
In the article, Jeff said, we are in win now mode. Does this roster look like it's ready to win now?
You got to make some changes. No. You got to make some changes. Mariah Jefferson, you got to do something about her. Also with the buyout, they have to agree to the buyout. That's what I looked up. They have to agree to,
they gotta,
saying, hey, I'm gonna take this percent. Yeah. So she's like, I'm pretty sure they had the conversation like, hey, you wanna? She knows she ain't getting on another roster. Who else gonna pick? Who picking her up? Katie Love took that buyout because she knew she had somewhere to go. She went to Seattle and then got an ACL tear, which is unfortunate.
My
But
thing,
you
not
have
to
to know.
cut you off, Nate. Hold on, not to cut, because I'm gonna say something to your point. My thing is with Mariah Jefferson. If you're not healthy, we picked you up after the All-Star, just before the All-Star break, right? Just before the All-Star game,
Yeah.
or just after. It was just before, or just after, around the All-Star game of last
Yeah,
year, right?
All-Star. Yeah, right after the All-Star break. Yeah.
If you ain't healthy, you've been hurt ever since then. You came back a little bit, got hurt again. You might as well retire. Like what? I
Yeah.
don't know.
How old is she? What, like 31?
I said the same
32?
thing about Kawhi, but Kawhi came back, so
I
maybe
think
I'm on.
she's 35, y'all.
Get ahead,
Is
Nate.
she?
I ain't mean to interrupt, Nate. Go ahead, Nate.
Wait,
But
somebody look
yeah,
it up in
you
the
have.
chat.
Yeah, somebody look that up real quick. How old is
Look it up.
Mariah
Yeah,
Jefferson?
I can look it up for y'all while y'all talk. I'll look it up right now.
Okay. But yeah, they have to agree to that buyout. I know they were like, man, can't they? You can't, because she has a guaranteed contract. That's what, for the price of getting those 2 first-round picks, they picked up Banham and Mariah. You know, so they at least was like, all right, well, at least Banham can shoot. And I don't think Mariah's played more than 15 games in 3 years. I think last time she played more than 15 to 20 games was 2022, 2023. That's all. I don't know how she got that contract. Matter of fact, she got that contract after her best year, and she's been injured ever since. So this is the last year of their contract, and they have to do something with her. She's 31, so I was right. She's 31. Yeah, I don't think she's getting on another roster after this, even if it's an expansion team, unless she go overseas and prove she can actually play. But because she was playing in the preseason. Then all of a sudden she's hurt. I think they're trying to hold her out like, hey, your ankle hurt. You ain't going near this court. Since Courtney's out, you're not playing either. And when Camilla leaves, we're gonna grab somebody else. I don't know who they're gonna grab. They probably I don't think they don't need to grab a big, so I think they grab a guard. I'm actually hoping they grab Deja Kelly so they can have some youth, and give her a shot. Cause she 5'8", 5'9"? So I actually hope they get Deja Kelly, but she's 5'8". So I hope, you know what I'm saying? Not right now, no, but I know they need to make some changes. They need more. They need, like Brooke said, I agree. They need another guard. They need a two-way guard like Deja, or Ari McDonald. She'll probably be picked up before the Sky can grab her. So when does Camilla leave? Like, was it like a week or so? 2 weeks?
I'm not sure.
No, she's going to that Eurobasket as well.
I was watching J Sports Network. I think J Sports said this. When Camilla leaves, it's going to be right around the time where we get a break anyway. So Camilla is not going to miss many games. Like her leave is around is like right around the time where we're going to not have that many games. And so if she miss a game, it's only going to be like not that many games that she misses anyway. So we're not gonna. In other words, we're not losing Camilla for that long.
Are you sure?
That's what Jay. I don't know. I'm saying that's what I heard from J Sport. So if she got that wrong, then no.
It's true. She's only gonna miss like 4. The most games is like 4.
That's well, when you have this type of season, that's a lot of games. To be honest with you, not having 6, 7 in there, and your roster down to 9 players. That's a lot of games.
I'm gonna be honest with you though, and I want Nate to I want Mo 3 to chime in and give his opinion on what Miss Goody Two Shoes asked. But I want to say this real quick. I'm actually excited to see what Angel looks like without a Camilla. The reason why I'm saying that is because Angel's whole career, whether it was in Maryland or whether it was in LSU, she pretty much thrived when she was the main big on the court. And if it was another big on the court, they gave her space. She wasn't the one giving space. So I kind of want to see. That's why I had said, I know you responded back to the trade I had on the post or whatever a few days ago. But that's why I was saying, like, yo, if we do lose Camilla, and I'm not saying that I'm team lose Camilla. I'd rather see if we can win with them both, right? But what I'm saying is if we do lose a Camilla, I want to see what Angel look like primarily as a 5 now. Like I want to just listen. She plays big enough. We already seen we got a good enough sample size to know she could bang with bigs. The only people she might have an issue with is like fucking Brittany Griner, and there's only one of her in the league, and she ain't gonna have that much issue with her, right? Like she plays well against Brittany Griner as well. So I want to see what Angel look like primarily at the 5. So if we do lose Camilla for those 4 games, that's what I'm gonna be watching for. I want to see how Angel looks without a Camilla, without somebody that's in her way, where she could just have the paint to herself. Get Mo 3 about
All
Miss
right,
Goody Two Shoes question.
What was the question?
I don't want to mess it up, Miss Goody Two Shoes. I'm gonna ask you to say it again.
Jeff said in the article that we, the Chicago Sky, are in win now mode.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
this roster a roster that can win now?
No, because typically the general consensus is when a sports team declares win now mode, the thing that they're trying to win is a championship. And no one that's watching basketball thinks that this roster can win a playoff game, much less a championship.
Right.
So I don't know. Jeff out there just throwing stuff out there. I don't know what he's doing. He's just word salad and stuff. I don't know what he's trying to do. I guess he's in desperation mode, trying to save his job. I guess I don't know, because that makes zero sense right there. You in win now mode. What's the moves that he's doing doesn't give win now mode. Like if he was in sports teams that are in win now mode, they basically take their checkbook. They have blank checks. They sign. They go over the cap. They do all this stuff. This penny pinching dude talking about he's in win now mode. He doesn't even want to buy out Mo Jeff contract. Well, he doesn't even want to attempt it. Yeah, people are right. Yeah, she does have to agree to it. But he could just throw the money. Here's your money you're gonna make anyways. You're not, because you sitting on the bench is not gonna get you another contract.
Right.
So here you just take the money and skedaddle. You know what I'm saying? But he won't even do that.
And then really quick, again, I don't want to cut you off, but to your point, Mo 3, when teams say that they in win now mode, they also saying that there's a window, right? They also saying that we have a 3-year window, 2-year, 4-year window. So it's like, one, we can't win a championship, and our window ain't even open. Like, what are you talking about?
Win now usually means this year or next year.
Right.
You have a
2-year window, 3-year window.
No, 3 years is not win now. 3 years is not win now. Win now is this season or next season.
No, when I say window, I'm agreeing with you. When I say window, I mean that like after that window, it ain't no more win now. You get what I'm saying? Like when teams say they have a win, when they win now, the window means they could win now within this year or the next year, or this year and the next 3 years, or you know what I mean, whatever their window is. Because
I don't know about that 3 years. Yeah,
well, let me tell you why I'm saying that.
Anyways,
yeah.
I'll give you that one. I want to talk about your thing now that you said prior about you want to see the Angel Reese without Camilla.
Yeah,
I agree with that part, but I don't really agree with the part of her being the 5, because if you watch how she plays with Will, is way better than smoother and less and effortless than when she plays with Camilla. Because of I think Camilla's play style doesn't really match with hers. Because Camilla is sluggish. In the half court, she's sluggish.
That's a fact.
Like she will run the floor, you know what I'm saying, on fast breaks and stuff like that. But in the half court, when they set up their half court offense, she's sluggish. She's like her feet get stuck in the mud. She's not cutting. She's not moving too much without the basketball. If you look at her, she walks around slowly. She's really sluggish. But Will, she's moving. She's running around. She's cutting. You know what I'm saying? She making dive cuts to the basket. So it's like I don't really feel like it's the Angel needs to be at the 5. I just feel like she just needs to play with a more mobile 5.
But that's what's so tough, Mo 3, because Will is definitely more skilled, right? So like she knows where to kind of be on the court to kind of give Angel the ability to play her game. But E Will is kind of slow. That's what's so
Yeah,
tough about it.
yeah,
But
she's
she
kind of
has a
she's
better mid-range game. You know, she can put up some stuff. But that was one of the first things that Jeff P did. He re-signed E Will.
E will is slow on the fast breaks, like running the floor. But what I'm talking about is the offense, the half court offense, because the majority of games are played in the half court set, especially in the WNBA, because it's a big orientated league. Most of the top players are bigs, and they're not running. Teams are not running their bigs out of the game. You know what I'm saying? There's very few up tempo teams that just run up and down the court. You
Well,
know?
I
My
agree with
thing,
you. That's why I'm saying I'm back and forth on E Will, but I just think that we could have got a better big than E Will because E Will's deal had expired and
yeah, they
Jeffrey
bought her.
signed
Like,
her.
yeah. My thing, though, real quick too. Listen, I'm not disagreeing with nobody saying. All I'm saying is I would love to see Angel out there with a stretch, either 4 or a stretch 5, and let Angel be the primary person in the paint, so that she doesn't have to give anybody space, right? She doesn't have to give E Will space. She doesn't have to give Camilla space. She'll be the one getting the space. I just want to see what it looks like in the pros. I've seen it, and I've seen what it looks like in college. I've seen what she was able to do, and I also seen what she looked like in the pros with playing against, like, even right here, what she did against Tina Charles today. Tina Charles is a legitimate center in the WNBA, and she was able to hold her own against Tina Charles. She's able to hold her own against most bigs. You know what I mean? It's not going to be a mismatch, I don't think, for Angel, except for like maybe 3 or 4 bigs in the league, unless, you know, when you talk about like maybe Jonquel Jones, if you're talking about maybe Brittany Griner, people like that. But for the most part, I think she'll be fine. So I want to see what our offense could look like if Angel had Maddie Westbeld, who's on our roster already, out there with her to space the floor, opposed to having the E Will, who's going to be in the paint, and a Camilla who's going to be in the paint. I just want to see what it looks like. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that would be the optimal situation for it. And I didn't bring up E Will advocating for E Will to be. I was just using it as an example, as to show
She
a
plays better.
difference of play style to as compared to Camilla. Because what I'm saying is a mobile, just a center that's more mobile, meaning being able to get to different spots on the floor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As opposed to someone that's just sluggish and stuck in the mud. You know what I'm saying? Just a mobile big. I don't care who the mobile big is.
But look, I think Angel is that mobile big though.
Yeah, but Mo3, I know you weren't advocating for her. I'm just going to always bring it back to Jeff P because I just want to remind y'all why she's there.
Hey, and I love that. Hold Jeff P accountable, because, you know, I'm with you. If you've been watching my page, you already know. I blame Jeff P every time I get it. So I'm with you. Hold Jeff P accountable.
Yeah, Jeff P has made a bunch of questionable moves. See, Jeff P is Jeff P is the type of person to have you pulling your hair out, because he makes good moves, but he also makes terrible moves.
Yeah.
Like, he makes moves to get it, because
imagine
even Angel, we wouldn't have Angel.
That's the point I was gonna make.
Without him, you know what I'm saying? So he do make good.
No. We would have. Mo3, imagine he didn't do the pick swap with Minnesota, right? Imagine he just drafted Angel at 8.
No,
right?
No,
hold on. Let me finish. Imagine he drafted Angel at 8, right?
Yeah.
And then he did the Mabry trade like he did. We would have 2 picks in the lottery. 26.
But
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But what I was referring to was before that. He made Oh, that wasn't him. That was James Wade that did that. All right. Put his feet back to the fire.
But
I
my
just
point is going back to what I was saying. Going back to what I was saying last year to get Angel. We got to add 7, right? But the reason why we got to add 7 is because we gave Minnesota a pick swap, and then we swapped with them because we had the 8th pick originally.
Yeah.
So we would have just stayed at 8. We would have still got Angel at 8, right? And then that next season, that we would have still traded Marina, right? We get the pick swap with Phoenix. So now we will have Phoenix pick, Phoenix in Connecticut. So, Connecticut is struggling right now. So we assuming it's going to be a lottery pick, right? But then we would have also our own pick because we are struggling too. So we could have got, let's just say, an Olivia Miles and an AZ Fudd in the same draft. You get what I'm saying? We could have got 2 of these players we could have got a Flau'jae Johnson and a Olivia, you know what I mean? But because he did that, we only gonna get 1, and then Minnesota's gonna get one of them players as well because we did that trade with them. But actually, no, I think Minnesota traded that to Seattle. Did Minnesota trade that to Seattle? I'm not sure, but we could have had 2 picks. Is all I'm saying. 2026.
He thought he was slick. He thought we wasn't gonna. Honestly, he thought that Sky wasn't gonna suck this year. So that pick wouldn't have mattered. But the Sky sucks, so it does matter.
But it goes back to what you just said, Mo 3, him making good moves and bad moves. Because if you would have kept Kennedy Carter, maybe we wouldn't be so bad right now.
He made good moves when it comes to getting picks. But when it comes to actual roster construction, horrible move. Like the ad move. I haven't seen one good move yet from the roster construction. But as far as like obtaining like assets, like draft picks and such, he's good at that. But the roster construction, he's not good at.
It goes back to what I said earlier about the ego thing, though, because one of the reasons why he fired Teaspoon is because she would challenge him, right? Teaspoon is somebody who played in this game. Teaspoon is somebody who's been playing her whole life, got coaching her whole life. She knows basketball, right? So she would challenge Jeff P's ideas, and he didn't like that, right? So now he fires Teaspoon, gets the guy that he wants. I don't know if y'all saw the press conference. I probably did because y'all sound like y'all in tune. He's talking about, me and Tyler, we just saw the game the same way. You get what I'm saying? So he's getting that goes back to that ego and that cockiness. He thinks that Teaspoon didn't know what she was talking about. He know what he was talking about. Got somebody else who gonna coach the way he wants, and now they out here losing, and he blaming everybody but himself.
Yeah.
To Miss Goody Two-Shoe point, we got to keep this blame on Tyler Marsh.
Nah, well, the only thing I would blame, in my opinion, I would blame Tyler Marsh for is not having a backbone, being a man and standing up for himself and saying, no, I'm going to coach. Because people think that Tyler Marsh is just some development coach that was like sitting third chair behind Becky Hammond or some, but Tyler Marsh was actually a real coach. This is his first head coach, but he was an assistant coach before. He was an assistant coach for the Pacers. Mm-hmm. And if I'm not mistaken, he was also for a short period of time, assistant coach for the Raptors. Mm-hmm. Not just
when they won the championship.
He went from development coach to be an assistant coach, and before he went to the Aces. So he knows how to coach. He's been a coach, just not a head coach, but he's been an actual second chair assistant coach. So he didn't just. So you mean to tell me he just forgot how to coach? You know what I'm saying? And he was coaching. When he was doing that assist. When he was doing the coaching in Toronto, that was the year they won the championship. So you mean to tell me he just forgot how to just coach. I think that Jeff, he just not standing up to Jeff, and Jeff is the coach. Jeff is like, yeah, this is the offense we gonna play. This is who I want in the game, and he's just doing it.
Yeah, I think so too. Because I see what Tyler is trying to get at. Like when they're out on the floor, I see what they are attempting to do, right? But again, anytime you heavily rely on a Rachel Bannum, a Kia Nurse, and Rebecca Allen, you're going to lose. There's no other WNBA coach that relied on them heavily for offense. The more minutes they play, the worse they kind of become. Right? Like Rachel Bannum is good if you got to give her maybe 10 minutes max. She's catch and shoot. You let her go. I would honestly say the same thing for Kia Nurse. Beck Allen, you can get a little bit out of her. Sometimes she'll defend, but she's a little lazy too, if we're being honest.
The thing that did it for me was after Rachel had that horrible game, the next practice, Jeff P traveled with the team. He traveled with the team to where I think Phoenix or wherever they traveled to. He traveled with the team, and he's there in practice giving having one-on-one lessons with Rachel. I'm like, yo, what's going on here? What is this man doing, bro? This man should be on the phone trying to do some wheeling and dealing. This man traveling with the team, having one-on-one coaching. Like, what's going on? You're not the coach, bro. What are you doing?
And isn't Rachel Bannum, is she 31 or 32 too?
Yeah, something like that.
So it's also like she's not gonna have a breakout season.
Yeah, she's 31. She's been in the league 10 years.
She look out of shape.
She's not going to have a breakout season.
She always looks out of shape.
Why are we developing Rachel Bannum, y'all?
Ask Jeff that. You need to ask Jeff.
It's been 10 years. I'm gonna have to agree with you on that. She's the same person. I mean, E Will developed her game a little bit more, but like I said, E Will wanted to. Like I said, it comes down to want to. If you don't want to improve on your game after 10 years, you still want to be a catch and shoot player. Guess what? You're a catch and shoot player. E Will has developed a better jump shot. She's taking more shots. She even took a 3 and hit it. You know, she's not taking it more consistently because that has been a player she's been, but you know, she's been scoring more because she knows she needs to score a lot more. You need to score more for this team, and as a player, you can't just grab, block, rebound. You got to and defend. You got to score some too. So if Rachel ain't not gonna hit a dribble specialist, work with dribble too much or somebody, and get some actual handles and then I don't know. I don't want to women act like I'm body shaming, but you know, I don't know. Hit the gym a little bit instead of all those Usher concerts that she was bragging about hitting. He hit like 3 concerts in a row. Then hey, I'm sorry. That's what she gonna be. I swear she's been the same.
Nate,
she looked the same the past 5 years.
Okay, but Nate, let's get real, okay? At 10 years in the game,
yeah.
Now you gonna get some handles?
But it goes back to what I said.
That's what I'm saying. Want to? She gotta want it though.
His ego.
Yeah.
Tyler Marsh Jeff P wants to be correct. He wants to be right. You know what I mean? With the moves that he making, he wants to have the "I told you so" moment. You get what I'm saying? And right now we have the "I told you so" moment because we sitting here like we knew none of these moves made sense. We always like, wait, you firing?
I got a quick question, bro.
Yeah.
So I got a question. So people have been bringing up Kennedy. So I got a question. If Kennedy wasn't tweeting, you know, and like side tweeting, like about Angel, about Courtney Vandersloot, you think she would have had a call by now? Because all these sub tweets ain't helping her calls. These passive aggressive tweets is not helping.
I think the writing was on the wall last year. I don't think it got nothing to do with tweets. I think when he fired Teaspoon, I think part of the reason of firing Teaspoon was obviously the fact that they didn't get along, or he, you know, they was having a little back and forth. But I think it's also he was pissed that that she gave Kennedy Carter a shot. Because Kennedy Carter, everybody want to blame Kennedy Carter for being blackballed because of the CC hit, which don't make sense. And then some people, she was already blackballed. Some people was even saying, I know Coach Mark is saying it's because of something that happened in the locker room. Maybe.
Yeah.
But Kennedy Carter was blackballed before that.
Mm-hmm.
So she's just somebody she's somebody who the GMs decided they don't want in the league. Kurt Miller decided it. Now Jeff P decided it. And now the rest of the GMs is kind of on board. She doesn't, Kennedy didn't have anybody in her corner but Teaspoon. Maybe some players, some vets, some retired players, stuff like that. That's who's in Kennedy Carter's corner. Even, in fact, if you know Kennedy Carter's story, even in college, a lot of the older people that was on her team when she first came in as a freshman didn't like her for whatever reason. They felt like she was taking over too much of the offense or whatever. But her coach was on her side. Her coach, they had got rid of some of them older players that either, I don't know if they went into the league, because I don't know who was on her team. I don't know if they went into the league or they just, finished in college. But once them older players left the team, it became Kennedy Carter's team at Texas A&M. And then Kennedy... Go ahead, Mo3.
You know what it is with Kennedy Carter that usually rubs her teammates the wrong way? She's like, those super baddies that know that they're super baddies, the way they act and treat people.
Yeah.
That's kind of how Kennedy Carter is when it comes to basketball.
Yeah, she got like
really good, and she knows that she's better than everybody else, and she knows it. So she carries herself that way, and it just kind of rubs people the wrong way.
Makes people feel uncomfortable.
She's not humble.
Yeah.
She's not humble. She's like, oh man, I know I'm the shit. Like, what I'm saying? People don't really like that.
But here's my, and I agree with you 1000%, Mo3. But here's my problem with that, right? When it comes down to winning games, are we worried about people's feelings? Right, because I'd rather have a player on my team that's not humble, right? Because you can say the same if you understand the stories of Kobe Bryant. I don't know how many of y'all heard the stories of Kobe, not in the game. I'm talking about in practice, like AI would say. If you heard the stories of Kobe, he knew how good he was, and he let everybody know it. So it's like when it comes down to winning, are you sitting here worried about chemistry and how everybody feel and everybody feelings, or do you want to just put the best people on the court that's going to win you some games, especially in the business where people keep their job from winning games? You get what I'm saying? So it's like that annoys me a little bit, that people feel that way about Kennedy in basketball. It's like it's a sport. Yeah, you're going to have people that walk around thinking they the shit. And listen, and I'm not sitting here saying Kennedy can't grow, because is it right? Listen, I saw something last year that I was like, damn, Kennedy, you ain't have to do that. Kennedy was mad. I forgot something happened. She missed a shot or something, I don't know. But Michaela tried to walk over and give her a high five, and Kennedy just walked past her. I was just like, damn, Kennedy, you ain't had to do that. Just get a girl a high five. But it was like, get out your feelings though. You get what I'm saying? Like, she does that, and I don't like, certain things she could grow, but at some things you gotta let go. And I understand that. I understand, listen, and we all got a mission, whatever it is, and we got a business, and we trying to get to the bag or whatever. I can't be worried about all of my feelings.
Yeah, this is the thing though. This is where the difference is between men and women, and all y'all feminists don't come for me. I'm just
that's why. Hey, Mo3, I'm gonna let you say it. You see, I stayed away from it, right?
I'm telling them though, I'm just speaking the truth, man.
Hey, for the fact, this is not. I know y'all see my face. This is Mo3. In fact, let me change the 80s is not saying this. Let me.
Hey, listen, man.
Yeah, Mo3.
It's just a difference, you know what I'm saying? Like, men could get away with stuff like that more than females can, because men are, not saying that all men are like that, but the majority of men are. I'm trying to think of how to say it.
It's a reason why
I'm sounding like,
because I understand what you're saying, but I
ain't gonna say it. Like, it's hard. It's, put it like this: it's harder to hurt a man's feelings than it is a female's feeling. Females getting their feelings. It's easier to make a female get in her feelings than it is for a dude. On average,
So
yeah, you got
women are
dudes, you got
emotional, is what you're
some
saying.
dudes.
You saying they're emotional creatures.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
That's what you
You
just said.
saying
But
that.
I'm
That's
just
but
Nate.
we
clarifying
but
what
we
you
know
said.
that
No, that's
factually
Nate saying
that
that.
that's not true.
Hold on,
Like
hold on. Miss Goody Two Shoes to
That's
speak. What you
Nate
said, Miss
saying
Goody?
that.
Hold on, fellas.
The
Yeah, Miss Goody
expression
Two
of
Shoes.
emotion is different,
Yes,
but
that's the
men
reason.
are definitely emotional,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I was
How
about
I
to
that
agree.
gets
bring up
I
expressed is
agree.
different.
because men
I
get
agree with
angrier
Miss Goody
quicker,
Two
and
Shoes.
anger
Because
is
the
an
NBA
emotion.
dudes be going to blows in the locker room.
That's a
Yeah,
fact.
anger is an emotion. That's why I didn't. That's why I said I didn't say that. It's just a different. That's why I said get in their feelings. Like they feel a certain type of way.
Oh,
Fe- like feeling certain thing is different, kid. Like
So did LeBron and
they get
Stephen
their
A.
feelings
Smith,
hurt.
did they feel a type of way?
Oh,
That's a good
man,
point.
what
LeBron and
LeBron did
Stephen.
was out of character. That was out of pocket though. I'm sorry.
that
He
was
knew
that
what he
was
was
Still, he
walking
yeah.
up
still
to.
felt a certain way,
I'm not
right?
saying all men are like that. I'm just saying on average. Yeah,
I'm saying he was definitely emotional when he did
you
that.
got some men that
LeBron
are
was definitely
soft
emotional.
Okay.
footing, man.
So I'm gonna say this, right? And I feel like this is unfair. I feel like this is unfortunate. I feel like what's accepted from men aren't accepted from women, and I think that's
Of
messed
course,
up. You
absolutely,
get what I'm saying?
absolutely.
I think
Yeah,
I think men are allowed to show their emotion. I think men are allowed to come to blows. Men are allowed to fight, and then we'll let it go and move on. I think when women do it, people hold on to it, or people point it out, or
I
people
think
make
one
it
better,
a
but
thing.
when black
And
women
I
do it,
and I and I don't
I
and I
think
don't think I'm not gonna put a color on it, but I do get what you're saying. But I'm gonna just say,
yeah.
like, I think it's messed up when that happens, because it's almost like the rules for WNBA players or women basketball players is different than the rules for men basketball players, and I think that's corny.
I'm gonna put it a great
The
song
other
because
piece
even
is
Angel
money
said it
too. Go ahead.
when Caitlin Clark does it, it's passion. But when Angel does it, saying, "Oh, she's a thug." Come on, man. There's definitely a racial undertone for saying against black women being aggressive. Like, oh, they show Angel and Tina going at it, but then show them hugging. I think I saw one site, ESPNW showing them actually hanging, hugging at the end, but they want to show Angel trying to fight everybody. Come on, man, stop that. But show Caitlin Clark constantly pushing off because she can't get no actual space. But when she trying to drive past somebody, she always sticking that hand out that she did last. That's offensive foul. You know what I'm saying? She grabbing, pulling. Like when she knows she finna fall, she grabbing the person's jersey, trying to fake a foul. Come on, man. She be flopping like LeBron. That's why he like her. And she get away with
I'm
it.
not gonna say, I just ain't want to make it racial, but I'm not gonna say that doesn't happen, because we all know that angry black woman is a thing. Like, that's a
Yeah.
term that people use, and then even in the comments, excuse me, even in the comments when I went to look at what happened, what people were saying about the Angel Reese situation just now about the girl pulling her hair, I did see a lot of support for Angel Reese, but then I did see some silly people saying things
Ignorance.
like,
Yeah.
I seen one ignorant black man, mind you, it was a black guy,
Yeah.
saying something
Yeah.
ignorant, talking about, oh, she should, if you always acting tough, you should just go to blows. And I'm sitting here like, that was just stupid to say, because we all know, again, in men's basketball and women basketball, people get heated sometime, and none of them, we just seen yesterday, I don't know if y'all seen in the big three, Dwight Howard and Lance Stevenson just
Yeah.
got
No, they can't.
heated.
Yeah. They don't
They
like
got
each other.
heated,
Yeah.
and they rushed each other, but neither one of them threw blows. So
Yep,
it was
grab
like,
them
why
and
you
toss them,
trying
yep.
to? It's like, why you trying to change the rules for the women,
For women.
right? It's like,
Yeah.
oh, because Angel got mad that the girl pulled her hair, she got to throw blows at her. No, they know they're gonna get suspended. They know that it's only but so much aggression I can have, and then even Angel, I think, did a little bit too much pushing Nelson and Dota, because they could, they could have fined her for that or whatever the case may be. So you can't, as if you understand basketball, you can't fight. They want fighting out the game, but it unfortunately is gonna happen. Tempers is gonna flare up, especially if somebody pulling your hair. So you gotta understand that tempers is gonna flare up. But I just thought it was ignorant, some of the comments that people was making. Again, you already know the people that's that wanna. You could tell when somebody just hates you, right? Because I saw people saying stupid stuff like, "Oh, she still like even with the triple double thing. Oh yeah, she got a triple double, but she still suck." And it's like, yo,
That's stupid. Yeah,
just give her credit for the game. Like, you know what I mean? That's what keeps the battle going between Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark.
Yeah,
People like that because even though I'm an Angel Reese fan, I could say, yo, Caitlin Clark had a good game the other day. Shout out to her. And leave it at that. You could do the same thing with Angel. If you a Caitlin Clark fan, you could say, well, shout out to Angel. She had a triple double. Shout out to her. You know what I mean? She's making her layers. She doing whatever it is she doing well. You can say shout out to her. You don't have to say, oh, she's just a rebounder, but this. Or she da-da-da, but this. And she's like, you're gonna keep negativity going. You don't gotta do that.
Brooklyn.
And her coining that meat bounce was freaking genius. She said, yeah, y'all trying to troll, but guess what? I'm trying to patent that because they meat bounce because all of mine. I was like, this woman's a genius.
Hey,
That's
Brooklyn.
genius. She's like, yeah, they meat bounce because they all mine.
Yo,
Yeah,
Brooklyn,
Nate.
Go ahead,
I mean,
Mo3.
go ahead, Mo3.
did you watch the Fever versus New York game?
Yeah, that's the game I was talking about.
You watched the whole game?
Did I? I think I did. I think I watched most of it if I didn't.
Bruh. A lot of people that's glazing CC did not watch the whole game, bro.
Mm.
She was amazing and spectacular in the first half.
Right.
And as the big bro like to say, pure D trash in the second half.
Say
He
maybe
was
I just watched the
garbage.
first half then
He
because I
was
don't remember her
garbage.
being trash.
He was garbage.
Yeah,
in the
people just watch highlights.
second half, bro. He scored
Okay.
25 points, right? And was like what she made? She only missed like 1-3 in the first half. Bro, she was like 1 for 5 or 1 for 6 from downtown in the second half. Only scored 7 points. Ended the game with 7 turnovers. Hey, she almost, if it wasn't for Kelsey Mitchell coming up clutch and Sydney Colson, the Fever would have lost that game.
Kind of lost.
The CZ was playing so garbage in the second half. Nobody's talking about that. All that she had 32 points, bro. And 25 of it was in the first half.
But that goes back to what I said about you can't live and die with logo threes, right? Like when they fall and they look good, but when they not, you got to go back to fundamental basketball. But speaking of what nobody talking about, I want to make sure that we touch on HVL because she had a career high tonight too. You know what I mean? Angel had a triple double. I want to know your thoughts on HVL's career high night. Yeah, any one of y'all go first.
Oh, yeah. Before we jump to HVL, I just want to comment on, I wonder if you saw Caitlin Clark's body language. She still ain't changed the same body language when she missed the logo 3. And then I think Aaliyah Boston grabbed a rebound and she wanted it right back and she waved her arms like, can I get the ball back? And she scored in the hole.
That was Natasha Howard.
Natasha Howard, yeah, Natasha Howard. I'm like, but that's y'all growth. That's y'all growth though. But anyway, but HVL, yeah,
She was mad that Natasha Howard made it. Bro,
yeah, she was mad. Yeah, I'm like, that's man. I'm like,
yeah,
man,
I can't. Listen,
you had to did that. Oh god, if y'all on CNN.
There you go. That's the point I'm gonna make right after Mo3. Get Mo3.
You know why Natasha Howard did that? Because she was shooting hard. She missed all her logo threes.
Yep.
In the second half, she was missing. She was like 1 for 6 from 3. Why would I keep giving you the ball if you keep jacking it up and missing it?
Right. And then to y'all point about her being upset that she didn't get the ball back. That's one thing that I don't like about her personality, right? And again, we could critique these players. We could say critiquing ain't hating. Let me say that critiquing is not hating.
Right.
I don't like her attitude, right? When it comes to stuff like that. She did it last year to Grace Berger. I think it was Grace Berger. Grace Berger had a shot. She was same thing. She was calling for the ball. Grace Berger pulled up and shot it, and you could see Caitlin Clark slap the hands to the side, and then Grace Berger made the shot. Like, it was hilarious. And then also, I don't know if this was just matter of fact, I don't care, because if this was Angel, it'll be all over the media. So I'm gonna just say I don't. It was a fan. We all saw this like last week that had a Chicago Sky apparel on, and she skipped that person. Like she was signing everybody's stuff and skipped that person to sign other people with Fever stuff. And I'm like, yo, you really like that petty? Like that?
Yeah.
I don't like that, bro. Like that's disgusting to me. Angel would have never did
Somebody
that.
brought that up.
And if Angel
somebody
would
brought
have
it
did
up
that, if Angel would have did that, she would
Oh,
be
man.
killed all over the media. Angel shows respect and love to all of the fans. She don't pick and
All of
choose, regardless if you got Chicago or Indiana or LA or whoever's apparel on. She's gonna show everybody love. So the fact that Caitlyn did that is cocky and disgusting to me. But
So I don't know if you saw Dr.
like
Umar.
Like Nate said, that's your goat.
Right, that's your goal. I don't know if you saw Dr. Umar pointed out a good point that Caitlyn actually hates Angel because she stopped her from winning the championship. Yeah, she stopped her winning the championship. And somebody else brought up the same thing. The fact that Angel, when she got pushed down, when they showed a different angle, the angle of, Caitlyn staring her down. That's when she jumped up like, oh, for real? And then go trying to turn around and walk away. Like, I'm telling you, she hates the fact that she's popular, the fact that she was an all-star too, and the fact that she's getting so much attention. And when they was beating her, they kept scanning Caitlyn, and she was laughing at the fact that they was losing. Like, oh, is this a rivalry? Look, y'all give it time. When Chicago actually builds a roster, and he ain't gonna have no choice, he will, because if he doesn't, then Angel will leave. I hate to say it, but he will have to build a roster. But they trying to force this. I still don't think the Fever winning the championship. I don't. But the fact.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to cut you off.
No, I was just pointing that out, man. It's just I feel, Dr. Umar pointed that out. He made real great points. The fact that everything you tied to her, that's why they try to force this championship. They try to buy her a championship before Angel can get up there and win one. You know what I'm saying? Because she won a rival championship, but they was like, oh, that's not really a championship. So they try to buy her a title. And I think, matter of fact, I pointed this out when she made her apology in that magazine. They was like, hey, you need to say something in this magazine so we can get people to come here because don't nobody like you. You know what I'm saying? But you got a bunch of old people there. Like, they'll go to the playoffs. They may get to the second round, maybe. But they not winning no title against actual built teams, like against Minnesota, New York, a healthy New York, because New York didn't have John Quill, and they're definitely not beating Minnesota. I'm sorry. But everything is tied, so when you hear national champions like Paige, national champion, Angel is a national college national champion. If Caitlyn doesn't win a championship in the W, what is she? Just a 3-point shooter. That's it.
To your point, though.
Top five recruit that didn't win nothing.
Yeah, that one didn't win one. Yep.
Everybody else won except for her.
To your point, though, Nate. Though, what people don't realize, and this is true about the NBA, so it's also true about the WNBA. People don't realize that professional sports is a business. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of things that I haven't seen it because I haven't been watching women's basketball enough, but I know it's happening because I've seen it in the men's game. It's a lot of stuff that's being controlled that people don't know, that people think that these games are just happening naturally. See, I hate to talk about it or think about the game like this because I love basketball, but people don't realize like outcomes are not random. You get what I'm saying? It's almost like right now. It's almost like right now in the NBA, right? This is an experiment, right? Two small market teams. Don't nobody want to see this shit, right? And that's why it don't never happen because people understand the money makers in the NBA understand what the people want to see, what's going to drive ratings, and they usually try to make sure that those things happen. Right, with calls, that's why you be like, "Yo, what happened? How did you miss that call?" You could say that. You could say, "I have seen it." You could say that what happened last year with the Liberty and the Lynx, right? A lot of people feel like some calls was missed. A lot of times that stuff happens because they want certain outcomes so that they can make the most money that they can make, right? This is what the people want to see. So, and I'm gonna be honest with you, it's in the WNBA's best interest to give Caitlin Clark a championship team, but it's also in the WNBA's best interest to give Angel Reese one too. I don't know if they understand that, right? It's really up to what they want to do. Right now, it seems like the WNBA's agenda is to make Caitlin Clark the superstar in the face, and they think that's going to drive ratings. But rivalry really drive ratings. You got to give us somebody to clash with. And right now, the biggest person that's driving the ratings is Angel Reese. So the smartest thing to do would be to give Angel Reese that opposing team so that they could meet in the finals, and then, you know, whatever happens after that happens. That'd be smart.
Yeah.
But moving right along, like I said, to HVL, I want to talk about
HVL.
Career high.
All she needed was minutes.
Yeah, I just want to know y'all thoughts on her game today. That's all.
HVL shows Tyler's incompetence. So we got incompetence for Jeff, and then we have incompetence for Tyler Marsh.
Right.
Because HVL has actually been doing decent in terms of scoring when she comes in the game. This was just the first game that he let her play.
Facts.
So if he can move her to the 2, I don't understand why Tyler didn't let her get some minutes playing the 2 up into All-Star break, and then try the one after All-Star break. Like, get acclimated first.
To your point, Ms. Goody Two Shoes, I think, and I hope that they continue what they're doing right now, because again, I'm only saying this as I watched the press game conference, and what HVL said that he's doing now, because she said before it was more 90-10 of her playing the point guard, right? She said now it's more 50-50 with her being out there with a I'm not saying this because I think she's a point guard. I'm saying this because that's how they playing her. With a Rachel Banham, with an Ari Watkins, right? With another ball handler. She's not the primary ball handler, HVL, to your point of playing either 2. She said now she's able to catch the ball in a triple threat position. When she don't have to bring the ball up, she's able to catch it in the triple threat position and just make a play. And I think if they continue to do that, we're going to see more games like this from HVL, because now the pressure, to your point, Ms. Goody Two Shoes, is off of her to be the primary point guard now. Now she could just come out and just be a player. And that means that she's going to sometimes be the 1 in the lineup and do, get us in position, but there's going to be other times where she's just a 2 and she's just going to have to score. Right, Ari Watkins just getting us in positions, and then the ball is going to kick to HVL, and she just, either drives and get, she can make those tough layups, or she can hit the 3, or whatever the case may be. So I think they need to continue doing that 50-50, what they're doing right now. Hopefully they continue. That's what they did today. Hopefully they continue doing that.
We got to keep Banham from the 1.
Absolutely.
That's a fact.
Never thought I'd say this. I totally agree with what you just said. Again.
Now, again, I'm going to say that. Listen, I know I'm probably going to be the only one doing this. I'm going to say that I agree to keep Banham from the 1. But I am going to give Banham credit, because I be watching her out there, and she be trying to look like a point guard. She be out there.
She be trying.
Yeah, she be trying. So I'm going to give her credit. I'm going to give her credit for bringing the ball up and getting us, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
She has no handles.
It's uncomfortable, because you can see she's playing out of position. That's why I'm giving her credit, because she really be out there trying. She be bringing up, protecting the ball, or whatever the case may be. So I'm going to give her credit, but I do agree she's not a point guard. And trying to turn her into a point guard, to y'all point earlier, at season 10 is asinine.
It's not a good look. Yeah.
I am gonna give her credit, because she is trying. I do see her out there trying to look like a point guard. It's hilarious.
I think Maddie Westbell will be next. Like when Camilla's.
Yo, she be losing the ball. Like, y'all be seeing she loses, she gain it back. Like, it'd be hilarious, yo. Like,
she tried to pass She tried to like do a bounce pass to the cutter, went way over their head, then at their knees. I'm like, man, E Will is 6'2". Like, throw it to her chest or throw it to her head. You throw it at her knees. Like, she tried to throw a bounce pass to Camilla, hit her dead in her kneecap. I'm like, what is she doing, man? Turn the ball over. Like, I'm gonna throw it over your head. Threw it out of bounds. I'm like, Jesus Christ, get the ball from her. But I agree with that. I don't know what Tyler was like you said, Jeff is trying to, you know what I'm saying? I agree with that too. Like, he's trying to prove that he's right and trying to turn Rachel into something that she's not. And I think that will only go so far. I think game 15 when they can. I don't know who they're gonna add, but they're gonna add somebody because you can't take this roster through the rest of the season. Who they're gonna add, I have no idea. But I don't think it's Deja Kelly because he don't like playing rookies. But he may add it because Becky liked her, and the only reason she's not on the Aces roster because they didn't have enough room.
Let me say really quick before I say anything. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Hitting the like button is very important.
That like button is free.
It's free, and it tells YouTube that this is a show that people want to see. So hit the like button. If you ain't subscribe. Please, appreciate you. But remember, we can't get nobody until they either buy somebody out, they trade somebody, they cut somebody, or somebody else get hurt. We had 10 roster spots, so we have to have 9 roster spots to get somebody anyway.
That's what I'm saying. If throws games, I think they're gonna have to make a move, man. I think the lowest on the totem pole is gonna be they're gonna have to either trade maybe Rebecca, because I think Kia Nurse came, you know, she's a free agent, so I don't know who they're gonna probably. They can't trade Mojo because don't nobody want her, so they probably gonna have to cut somebody or something.
I agree and disagree. Here's my problem with that. Even if we trade for somebody, right? Because think about it. I think I said this to Coach. I said this to Coach Marcus yesterday. We had Courtney Vandersloot on the roster already, who was supposed to be, you know, one of the best point guards ever, right? And obviously she's older, but her mind is still her mind, right? Like, you can't take that away from her. So we had her and we were still losing games, which means we can't just get anybody and just start winning. We got to get somebody talent level that's like, I agree. That's gonna raise the talent level of the team. It ain't that many people. So it's like, if we do trade for somebody because we can't just trade for anybody is what I'm saying. If we do trade for somebody, who do we trade for? Because I know the name I keep saying, everybody keeps saying no. So okay, if it's not that person, then who do we trade for?
I was saying you trade.
Go ahead, and I want to hear Miss Goody Two Shoes and then Mo 3. Go ahead.
Okay, no, what I was saying is that you have to trade Mojo and like a second, basically giving away that pick. Like, look, I'm gonna give you 2 seconds, and you take her and just like give me back a third. You know, just basically open up a spot because you're basically you paying somebody to take her contract for, you know, just the rest of the season, and they probably have a Favre still on the bench, whatever. I'm saying just trade her away and then open up a spot for, I don't know, maybe an area because you want to keep that for whoever you bring in, you want to keep them for the rest of the year. So that's what I was saying. You have to trade away somebody, and it has to be Mojo, or just, you know what I'm saying, to open up a spot, or Rachel Banham, and attach some picks to it. Not no first, but attach some seconds, because they got like 4 second round picks next year. So you attach some seconds, and like, hey, take her, and we give you like 3 seconds, 2 seconds this next year, and another second, and you take her and still go up the spot. Give us back like a second and a third. So you're gonna, you know what I'm saying, basically pay somebody to take this roster spot. So you can just that's what I'm saying, open up a roster spot and bring in somebody like Ari, because you want to keep her for the rest of the year, or Deja Kelly or Tia Cooper or something.
And you feel like that's gonna make us much better? Because I feel like
Aaron McDonald.
I feel like making the move like that, and it's not gonna be much different than what we already had. Like, if we stay pat, like, it ain't gonna change our standings, right? Like, if we bring in Aaron McDonald or somebody like that, I don't feel like it's gonna change our standings that much. Like, if we didn't have no point guard at all, I'll be like, we need to get a point guard in here. But the fact that we got HVL, just develop HVL. You get what I'm saying? Because I don't feel like making a move like that Okay, we bring
Or
in
who would you
Aaron
add? What position?
But that's what I'm saying. That's
Like
my
another
point.
wing?
That's my
Oh,
point.
you
If
said we
I'm
good then.
No. What I'm saying is, if we're gonna make a trade, it gotta be something significant. Because if not, it's just a waste of move, right? Because
Yeah,
it's
I'm saying
not
it.
bringing in an Aaron McDonald right now, even a Deja Kelly, even a Harmony Turner. You know, I'm Team Harmony. I want to bring her in. I'm saying doing all that just to bring in a move like that. It ain't gonna bump us up. We ain't gonna win 5 or 6 more games because we did that move. Whereas I think if we bring in, all right, so boom. There's a couple moves I feel like we can make that probably make us significant, but I'm only gonna say 2. One, and I know a lot of people don't like this name. I don't care because I like it. I feel like in this offense, especially with the way Tyler Marsh runs his offense, I feel like Enrique fits this offense, and I feel like she's a talent enough player that can help us win more games that will now make us, maybe a playoff team, whatever the case may be. If not Enrique, I still say make that trade. And again, I don't know if she's available, but this is only if Phoenix want to do it, because I feel like Phoenix is also another team, because your point guard is in Phoenix. Your point guard is Alyssa Thomas. So if they're willing to do it, Enrique fits in Phoenix too, because now she doesn't have to. She's there to be a shooting guard. Your point guard is Alyssa Thomas, and then we could bring back Kyle Copper that way, right? That's the 2 things I see. Enrique in Chicago, Kyle Copper in Chicago. That talent level, I feel like makes sense to make a move. But just to make a move, you might as well just stay in pat what we have.
I mean, it's still gonna need depth.
That's
I see
my
what you're
point.
saying. You're still gonna need some type of depth. That's all I'm saying. Because all you have is you're gonna keep seeing Rachel at the 1 if you don't add some type of depth.
But my point is,
another ball handler.
okay. What's the name? Upgrade of Aria McDonald would be an upgrade over Rachel. But if we develop HVL, we won't see Rachel that much at the 1. She'll be doing what Michaela is doing for Angel at the 4, right? Michaela is a 3. She could play the 4. She's versatile, but we know she can't deal with no like Asia. You know what I mean? She's not a 4. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is Michaela. What I'm saying is if I gotta live with Rachel backing up Haley just to, back up, I could live with that as long as she's not my primary point. As long as she's not starting at the 1. You get what I'm saying? If I gotta deal with some minutes, as long as I know Haley's getting the bulk of those minutes, I'm cool with that. You get what I'm saying? I'd rather just develop Haley. All I'm saying is I'm not saying that you're wrong. What you saying will be an upgrade. I'm just saying I don't think it'll be that much of a significant upgrade to even waste the time. It ain't like we doing all that. We buying this person out and we doing all this and now we much better. We're slightly better now. You get what I'm saying? And then even when we do that move, I feel like it's gonna hurt Haley, because now Aaron McDonald's gonna take some of those Haley minutes. I feel like we just need to develop Haley and give her the minutes. Let her become the player, a better player, because next year, guess what? I don't know if y'all realize this, but Olivia Miles wants to be in Chicago. You want to know why I know that? His two things told me that.
Every game, she's there. Every home game.
No.
Westville.
No.
Do you see her Instagram?
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that's not what told me that. What told me that is this. I was watching what's her name? Dominique, the girl that was the girl that played with Juju last year. She did the little blog. I forget. I think it's Dominique something. Anyway, she's in Syracuse now. Her and Olivia is in Miami. I don't know if they're still in Miami, but they went to Miami for vacation. And they was doing a live, and I forgot what they said. So Chicago came up, and Olivia said, "If you know, you know." Right now, mind you, I was like, okay, so she could have came out. Olivia, man, hold on. I'm putting pieces together. Sometimes you got to read in between lines. So she said, "If you know, you know." Right? She said something about Chicago came up, and she was like, "If you know, you know." Boom, that's 1. Right? Here's 2. I was watching the press game conference for Seattle the other day, and Noel said something I thought was interesting. They had the number 2 pick, right? The number 2 pick, and they said, Noel said, we even had to readjust when it came to the pick we picked. I said, wait a minute, y'all got Dominique Malanga and y'all was still trying to get somebody else? Well, who could that somebody else have been? Olivia Miles, right? Here's a third thing that told me she wanted to be in Chicago. Guess who decided not to get drafted this year? And gave us a bullshit excuse, right? Oh, I'm not ready.
Right. I'm not right. You know what? At first you said I'm tired of college, and then went to another college.
So look, those 3 things, and then on top of that, what you said tells me, and then on top of that, Angel, it's a player in the media. Angel talking about a few months ago is a player in the media right now. She was on an interview with, I think, Nneka Ogumike or the other Ogumike, one of the sisters. She said it's a player in the media right now that's going through it, that's asking me for advice. How do you deal with this? Remember the Olivia Miles and the what's her teammate name? Hidalgo situation in the media, right? So it's like they keep giving you, like, I'm like, okay, so now, she really wants to be in Chicago. Okay, so we're gonna none of these things ain't 100%. Almost 100%. We probably gonna get Olivia Miles next year anyway. That's our point guard next year. You get what I'm saying? So now,
I think they definitely be rigging. You see what happened with Dallas? Dallas got both number 1 picks. Come on, man, and the same, literally, in the NBA and the W.
Again,
come on now.
Going back to what the Aces did, right? I know Miss Goody she was like, damn, 80s be putting that shit together. Going back to what the Aces did, right? When I built through the draft, I know, again, I'm only saying player comparisons because I know people get mad. This player,
I know what you're trying to say. I know what you're trying to say. I said the same thing. I know what you're trying to say.
Her potential play style, she could play like Chelsea Plum, right? And if you take a look at Olivia Miles' play style, she could play like Chelsea Gray, right? And then we got Angel, right? She's not Asian, but
she's not.
We got a top 4 in the league. You get what I'm when you start putting together.
I said that months ago. I said that a while ago.
When
you were my
like
brain.
That, when you think like that,
I was already thinking
whatever
that.
Jeff put together right now is BS pieces. That's when now, because you basically got a blueprint or a game plan of something that worked before, and you putting together your version.
Oh, plus Sivka. Don't forget Sivka.
Plus Sivka, because
don't forget Sivka next year.
People low on Sivka, but I think Sivka gonna be a piece. Because Sivka give me a little. I'm not again. People don't kill me when I say this. I'm not saying that she's this person or even this good. I'm just talking about play style. When I look at Sivka, I see Stewie. 6'4", can handle the ball, pass.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying? So when you start putting these
pieces, need to get stronger,
together, and I'm not saying she's Stewie. I'm not saying she's gonna be that good. Stewie was a national champ. You know what I mean? In college, Stewie was Stewie. Yeah. I'm not saying Sivka is Stewie. I'm talking about play style, with the way you can handle the ball, the things you could do with the ball at 6'4". You add all that in Chicago, we might be working with something. So again, I say all that when I go back to the point guard situation, we can make a bunch of moves, but if it ain't a move that's gonna move the needle, I don't even see why we waste our time. I'm gonna land my plane with that because I've been talking. I want to hear from Miss Goody Two Shoes. I want to hear from Mo3. What's your opinion on what Nate was saying about the trade?
Well, there's an article that came out. I think it was titled something like Chicago Sky Isn't Tanking or something like that. But he basically says, because I guess GMs have been calling him about trades because they feel like the Chicago Sky is desperate. But he said that he doesn't think that they have the depth to trade for E-Will or Kia Nurse for a point guard. So I don't know if that was him signaling that those two are not an option to be traded, or he's not going to make any moves. That this is kind of what we're looking at moving forward. But I think, and I know some people like Maddie, but I just think that Maddie should be waived. I think Maddie should be waived.
Okay.
I think that he should. It's time to give Mo Jefferson that nudge. Like, you're on national TV like 20 something more times the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Mo, I love you, baby girl, but it's time.
Gotta go.
You have to
This
go.
time.
So he needs to be
Here's your
nudging her
bus
for
ticket.
that deal. And he needs to be looking for somebody over there in either in that AmeriCup or the Euro basket to come in that he can pay maybe 60, 70, 80. And then they need to pick up a wing with some defense too.
Yes. I've been thinking it. I haven't. I'm happy you said that, Ms. Goody Two Shoes. We're missing another. I know that Ariel Atkins plays a 2-way player, but we are missing one more perimeter defender. Diamond the Shields hurt me so bad because it's like what she was defensively was everything we needed, but offensively she just didn't have it. So, but yeah, I'm with you. We need another wing defender. Let me say this though about Maddie. Let me say this really quick, and I'm gonna let you finish, Ms. Goody Two Shoes, about Maddie. Maddie might be part of the Olivia Miles package, though. Let's be clear.
Oh yeah. I know that.
Okay. Let's just say that. She might be the reason why Olivia is like, if you know.
I was about to say that. That's why she's there.
How's that working out in Dallas?
Well, in all fairness, Olivia Miles is better than Alyssa Smith, so
that is true.
But Maddie would be Nalissa's comp, and then Dejanay would be as close. I mean, not really. I'm just saying. But then Dejanay would be Olivia Miles' comp. But
yeah. But I think it's more of a business deal, though. I think it's more of like you get if you pay, if you give my girl a job, I'll sign. So I don't even think it's really about them playing together. I just think it's like, all right, I'm gonna come because y'all gave, you know what I mean? Because everybody don't make it in the WNBA. We know that you get cut real easy. So I think that was part of the deal under the table. Like, hey, give her a job.
Right, give her a spot, give her a chance. Yeah.
I mean,
I'll stay in college one more year.
But I only question if we're winning now. So that's what I'm saying, right? It's the mixed signals.
Yeah, I'm with you. Put it to you like this. I agree 1,000% with you. But I think if we trying to build a win now team, Olivia gets us closer there.
Absolutely.
Now she's still a rookie, so it's still going to take time. You still got to let her go through her rookie and develop into the Olivia. But I think if we're going to get.
Wait, do we have a pick? The Chicago
we have Connecticut's pick.
Yeah, we have Connecticut. We have a pick swap between Connecticut and Phoenix. Obviously, Phoenix is playing well, so nobody's thinking about Phoenix. But Connecticut, we're taking Connecticut's pick. We don't have our own pick, but we'll pick swapping with Connecticut. So that's why
both in the lottery, it just remains the same.
And that's why
unless they have unless they have a better pick.
That's why I said earlier we could have had 2 picks in next year's lottery, because if we wouldn't have did what we did to get Angel, we would have had our own pick. Because we're a lottery team, right? Chicago's a lottery team, but that's going to either Minnesota or
Minnesota. We gave Minnesota our pick.
Yeah, but I think they traded it. I think so.
They did trade. No, Minnesota traded their pick.
Oh, they traded their pick. Okay.
Yeah.
So our pick is going to Minnesota, but if we kept it, we would have been able to get 2 players in a lottery in 2026, but that's not happening. So we get 1. And just to make everybody a little bit more depressed, let me say this once again.
Oh wow!
When we got Mabry from Dallas, the pick that we gave them turned out to be Paige Beckers. So I just want to remind everybody that.
Thanks, Brooke. I remember that. I remember when James Wade made that trade. Thank you. I was flabbergasted.
I just want everybody to think about that. Like, damn, we could have had Paige and Angel right now. Yeah, we could have, and Olivia next year.
But the way Olivia, I've been watching Olivia. I think somebody put me on Olivia a while ago. I'm like, Olivia Miles, and then Brooke, you started talking about it. I was like, yeah, I've been watching her highlights, and if she gets even better with like the half court sets, I think that's why she went to TCU, because Haley improved her game, and besides her beef with Hannah, which they try to say it wasn't there, but obviously it is. But if she gets even better with like her half court sets, because she also wanted to have the ball in her hand. You can't have 2 point guards playing together. That's why it was blowing me away. It's like, oh yeah, you can, Skylar and Olivia can play together. No, Olivia said, no, I want to be the point guard. I'm a point guard. I'm not a shooting guard. I'm a point guard. Like, what I'm saying? Watching her games, I started watching a lot more of them games, and she talking trash. Like, to have somebody talk trash to the fans, and they was, because I forgot what game it was, and they was like, man, that wasn't a 3. And she went back even further and turned to him, was like, that's a 3. And then shot 2 more. I was like, oh yeah, get her, man. Get her. And then you hear Maddie saying, it's crazy. And coming from Notre Dame, I was in Chicago almost every weekend. I guess I always say Chicago, my city, and now she's in Chicago. She ain't playing right now, but that's cool. You know what I'm saying? As long as she get Olivia Miles there. And I definitely believe it's rigged, because they wanted Dallas, they wanted a smaller market team, just like the NBA. They want these small market teams to have superstars. You know what I'm saying? Look at Dallas. And then Cleveland. You know what I'm saying? So, in Indiana. So they want these small market teams to have these superstars. And guess you already know who's gonna have the number 1 pick next year, because they need to be. It's gonna be Dallas. They're gonna get the number 1 pick again, and they're gonna get Lauren Betts. And number 2 pick will be Olivia Miles. It's gonna be Connecticut. Watch.
You think if Dallas have the ability to get AZ, they'll pass up on that?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. But they need a big though. They don't need a 2 guard. Well, you know what? They will pick AZ, because that means Wnba getting traded. Well, no. So that's my next question. Do you think Wnba Arike lasts the season?
I think they need to just go ahead and trade Camilla.
Dude, she looks so out of it. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna trade. See, Dallas ain't gonna trade for. They're gonna want a bunch of picks. And Chicago, they just got some picks. They're not giving up their picks.
If I already listen, and I'm not saying this because this is how I feel. I'm saying this because this is the GMs we have. They don't care about the draft. They don't care about young players. So at this point, I'm putting picks in there. Not because that's how I feel. Again, I just told y'all what I would do earlier. I would build on a slowly, like OKC. That's how I would build it. But if I got to think how they think, I just throw the picks in there. Fuck it.
I don't think they're trading a Connecticut pick, man. That Connecticut pick too valuable.
I didn't think they was trading the number 3 pick this year.
I think they traded because they knew Olivia Miles wasn't coming out.
Maybe,
because shortly after that, she said she wasn't coming out.
I'm going off of what Ms. Goody Two Shoes is saying, that Jeff P keeps saying. That's all I'm doing. I'm not running the team like I'm the GM, right? I'm running the team like Jeff P is the GM, and I'm just going off of his track record. So listen, I would keep the picks, me personally, but Jeff P, I don't know if that's what he would do.
So if you, I don't think they still start Haley. I think they keep bringing off the bench, and because you got to have somebody can score off the bench. So let's say that does happen, and they get Olivia next year. You think a lineup of Olivia at the 1, Ariel at the 2, Sifka at the 3. Nah, she'd be a rookie. You think they'll start her?
I don't think Sif is gonna play the 3. I think Sifka came in to be somebody replacement. Remember I said that before.
Nah, she's a 3. Nah, she's a 3. She's like a 3-4, but she'll be a 3.
She's a 4, but I think she have 3 skills. Like she could play the 3. She's more of a 4 though.
Yeah, when Jeff and they were talking about it, they said she's a big wing. So remember, I think they want her on the wing.
Shout out to Ms. Goody Two Shoes.
Expansion draft, does Sifka get protected?
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't draft her for Tom Protector. Yeah.
I don't think they have to protect her, right? Because I think the people, again, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, she's not even under contract yet. Yeah, you're right.
I think the people you have to protect is free agents, right?
No, but they can take people. No. They can take your rights to something. You have to give them a list of everybody.
Right.
So it's people that
But I
you
think
have
that
the
I
rights
think
to.
the only people they could take was the. And again, I could be misremembering. This was a few months ago, but I'm trying to remember correctly. I think they only could take unrestricted free agents.
No, they could take
No.
anybody.
Oh, okay.
Like matter of fact, if they had a like the year Candace retired, and when she was unrestricted free agent, they could have drafted her. That's how it goes within 2 years of retirement. They can literally grab one unrestricted, say one of your free agents and core them if they're able to be cored. So I think because the only one under contract next year for Chicago is basically their rookies. There's Angel, Camilla, Adriel, and Maddie. And then you have your 2 picks of Kuchibali, what's her name? And Arika and Sivka. So that'll be their 6.
We gotta look it up because I remember people kept thinking restricted free agents they could take too, and they couldn't touch restricted free agents.
They can't take restricted.
Right. So I remember it was It was something about unrestricted free agents.
Yeah.
They can take who you have rights to too, because that happened to Chicago. They took somebody
Maria
that they had
Condé.
rights to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was different because, like y'all said, that person wasn't on the route. Like that person was somebody overseas that just never came over. I don't think that's gonna be Sifka. I think Sifka's gonna.
But it's happening at the end of this year, though. So like it'll be this season. The 2 teams are coming.
I get what you said.
For next season.
It'll be after the season, right? It'll be during free agency.
Yeah, it's gonna be in December.
Yeah, it's after the free season. It's gonna be in free agency.
Expansion draft is in December.
Yeah, so they have rights to Sifka, but it'll be before the season starts, so they can take those rights if they want her.
Okay, I
if
see
she's
what
not
you're saying.
protected.
I see what you're saying. You're right. It's gonna be before the season starts, so it's gonna be after the season, but before the next season starts. So, yeah, I see what you're saying. Do they protect her? I don't know. I mean, I think they would have to because I think they want her on the roster.
Yeah.
So I think they would have.
I mean, because you only got because you only protect your rookies.
She'll be one of the people they protect. I think. So to answer your question, yeah, I think so. Good question. Yeah, that was a good question. I think so.
I don't. You think Michaela comes back? I know. I believe Ariel is because you're not trading that player and not resigning her. You already had an agreement that she resigned.
I think it's difficult.
Michaela resign.
I think it's difficult to predict what happens next season because next season is so unique in sports in general.
It's gonna be chaotic, man. Yeah.
I never experienced a season where everybody's a free agent in sports. So like we just gotta kind of happened
in 1998.
I was going to say it's been a while, but yeah, it happened before.
I was a baby then. But listen, it was a
98.
I wasn't a baby.
Well,
but I wasn't
99
I wasn't paying attention to basketball like I'm paying attention now is what I'm saying. But
I was.
But then what's the point I'm making? Because I kept
stopping.
About
the expansion draft. The expansion draft.
Oh, this is what I was done.
Michaela.
No, I got it. This was gonna be the point I was gonna make. A couple things gonna happen next year, right? Things that we not even expecting because everybody took them out. Oh, we're gonna lose players, or we're gonna lose. You sign them for 1 year, we're gonna lose. You gotta realize players still gotta sign somewhere. Everybody still gotta be on the team. So we don't know what is gonna be the plan. Some players might sign back with their team, right? Some players might be like Seattle is where I want to be, or Vegas is whatever. So you're gonna have some players that go back to their team, so that takes their team off the board. You're gonna have some players that switch teams. You're gonna have some players that talk to each other like, "Hey, you want to play together? Yeah, I want to play. Bang. Let's go out here to Phoenix or whatever. You know what I mean? Wherever. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's like we don't know. To next year is so unprecedented. Unless we want to go back and look at 1999 as a sample size and see what happened in 1999. Next year is so unprecedented. Everybody assuming players is just gonna leave. Everybody might not leave. We don't know what's gonna like. People talking about Chicago Sky like, oh, you gonna sign her and lose her. Yeah, what if you sign her and lose her, but then sign somebody better? You get what I'm saying? You might sign somebody better than the person that you so worried about losing. So it's like we don't know what's gonna. Everybody expecting the worst. The worst is gonna happen. At the end of the day, all these players got to sign back to a team. You just gotta hope you in the merry-go-round, and you gotta hope that you gotta hope when the music stops, that some of those players sat down on your team. You get what I'm saying, and you able to now go forward, because at the end of the day, we know we're gonna have Angel still. If there's no trade, we still gonna have Camilla. We still gonna have our rookies, right? We know we're gonna have those players that's under contract. So now what we need to be focusing on is who, if we want to be in win now mode, who are the players that we need to now change the course of our franchise, right? Because right now, what Jeff P did this year, we can all agree ain't it. And what we had last year wasn't it. So now we got to hope whatever we end up with in 2026 could be a total different roster, because everybody's a free agent. We got to hope that team is win now mode. You get what I'm saying?
But here's the thing, though. Everybody, that's kind of one of the reasons why I wanted Jeff to keep the picks, because everybody's not going to be a free agent. People keep saying it like everybody's just going to be a free agent, but everybody's not going to be a free agent. None of the whoever was a rookie within the last 4 years,
it's still going to be on their teams.
It's still going to be on.
And then you got a handful of vets that didn't. Like it's just a handful of them that contracts go past next year.
Yeah, you got some vets and some sophomores or some players that were out the league that just came in and just happy for a contract and they signed a 2-year deal or whatever. There's a lot of players that are under contract through next season. You know what I'm saying? So it's not going to be like just, oh, everybody is a free agent and then you got to reshuffle the whole day. Nah, that's not really what's happening. That was a possibility, but it didn't turn out that way. Because even this year, this prior offseason, there was a lot of players that instead of signing a 1-year deal, they signed like a 2-year deal. A lot of players did that.
It was like 3 or 4.
Don't ask me why they did it.
Yeah, I will say the majority of the league still is going to be free agents.
Yeah, like Lexi Brown, Kalani Brown, McCowan. There's a few players that did that.
Oh my goodness, bro! Good players. Why you gotta mention the trash players?
You said them the ones that signed those extended deals. Them the ones that did it. It's only like 3 or 4 players.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Why you don't?
Only one I know off the top of my head was Lexi Brown, but I know it was a couple more that.
Yeah. Tierra and Kalani signed 2-year deals last year.
But see, that's why
2-year
I think
extensions.
it was bad business for Jeff to, and maybe he didn't say it like that, right? Maybe he got quoted that way. But if I'm a free agent and I'm a big name, I'm now thinking, right? And that's in addition to how vets already view the Chicago Sky. If I'm a big name, I'm going to think to myself, you'll drop an article like that about me.
That's why I said Jeff be doing some good moves and then some bad moves. Because I know people don't. This is going to tie into what you just said, Miss Goody Two Shoes. A lot of people don't like the Elizabeth signing, but I saw that as a great move from Jeff.
I like it.
Yeah, it was a good look optics wise, because what that's showing is that you're not willing to just give up on a player and throw them away just because they got injured. He signed her back before he even knew if she could play or not. That was a good show of faith that you have trust in your players, and you're just not gonna use them up and just throw them away. So that was a good look. But then Jeff had to go ahead and mess it up
That's a good point, Mo.
Jeff had to go ahead and mess it up with this garbage stuff. Like going back to Ms. Goody Two Shoes point that she just made just now. One good move followed by a terrible move.
Mm-hmm. But look, that's a good point, Mo. But I like it for a different reason. I just like it for the simple fact that I think she can help Angel and Camilla. She's a good vet for my young bigs, right? And even Angel said it today in the press conference. She was giving Tina Thompson love. She was saying Tina Thompson is a vet that yada yada.
Tina
helps,
Charles.
Thank you, Tina Charles helps. But she was like, even E. Will has some of those Tina Charles qualities. The way Tina Charles get her hook shot off. She said E. Will is a player I watch and try to learn from. To your point also earlier, Mo3, when you said she plays differently with E. Will out there. So that's why I like the E. Will signing, because it's like you gotta have, in the same way like Ari Atkins made me love her the other day. I was like, you know what? I'm a fan of that trade. Even though I was killing it for basketball reasons, I don't like giving up the number 3 pick. The fact that Ariel have that type of vet on her team. I mean, Angel has Ariel as that type of vet on her team. I like it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you need people like that to give you peace of mind when you coming to work. You know what I mean? Coming to work.
Yeah, even on the Kumpo, like that tweet requoted, like that's what I'm talking about.
On the Kumpo, a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Outside of the WNBA, they was like a bunch of, like you said, NBA players, like a bunch of people was like, that's a vet, and that's respect. That's respect, man. And you could tell Ariel didn't do it to sound good. Like she meant what she was saying. She was like, yo.
Yeah, the look on her face. She was like, what you just say to her? Yeah. She was like, wait, how old are you? 23. She's like, hold on, let me say something real quick. She's like, can I say something? And then it's just kept, who y'all talking to? Like, just keep it about basketball. Yeah, asking her dumb stuff about, oh, did you see that tweet about outside? Man, keep this about basketball. Like she's lost. Y'all see she's trying to keep it together. And she know everybody just gonna blame her for every L, even had nothing to do with her. And that's actually true vet. I saw Ariel's face. She looked so disgusted. Like, what you just say? Like, hey, how? Like, it's a 23. Y'all come with that nonsense. What's wrong with y'all? I'm glad she checked it. Everybody love that.
One thing, because we killing these vets on the court as they should be, but one thing I am gonna give these vets though, Miss Goody Two Shoes, I'm gonna give them credit off the court, because I do feel like they are good vets, right? I feel like, because when I watch them in the locker room and I watch how they are with each other, I do feel like they're good vets. It's things I don't like I see on the basketball court, and it's things that we can critique on the basketball court. But whether we talking about Kia Nurse or Rachel Banham or E. Will or any of these other vets, I feel like it's a good environment in the locker room. I just wish they was I wish they would have tried to build this environment with a Kennedy Carter involved, opposed to just alienating her, because I feel like she would have made the team better, right? Like when you take a look at the Pacers, right? I don't know how familiar a lot of y'all with the 2004 Pacers that had Steven Jackson on it, that had Ron Artest on it, that had Jermaine O'Neal on it, Reggie Miller, all these guys. These guys got reputations, right? But you had a vet like Reggie Miller in that locker room that kept everybody in line, and it was a goal and things of that nature. So my point is saying is ways to have people with personalities. That's to Mo's 3-point earlier of I'm not humble and I make people feel away. It's ways to put them in check, right? You bring in somebody that's a vet that could put them in check and say, listen, this is what we playing for. We playing for this. We not playing for this. We playing for this. We playing for the name on not the name on, you know what I mean? And then that player also falls in line. We've seen it with other players who had egos and added whatever it is you want to say. So I just wish they would have built that culture with a Kennedy Carter involved instead of saying we're gonna build it without you. But those vets are
that would definitely improve this thing.
Those vets are good vets off the court, but on the court,
I bet
it's a lot. No, I'm done. I just want to sometimes you want to make sure people ain't missed the point. I want to make sure I
on the court, off the court. Yeah,
those are good vets off the court for Angel, but on the court, I don't know.
This chemistry is just chemistry is. I think it's a building of chemistry and binding to the system on the court. Hopefully, it continues to get better if they can't make a move. But like you're saying, I would like to see it built with Kennedy too. I think it was just a bad match. Tyler probably couldn't Didn't think he would probably handle her. That would actually improve this team.
Jeff P.
I think it would.
To Miss Goody Two Shoes' point, let's keep the blame on Jeff P.
Yeah, Jeff P.
It's Jeff P, man.
So hey, he gonna have to. It would be. I don't think it would happen, but it would be. Let's never say never. You know what I'm saying? Things happen. You know what I'm saying? We're like, hey, let's get Kennedy on the phone. Let's go ahead and have this conversation with Mojo. Like, you gotta have somebody lined up. If you do that, you gotta have somebody lined up to take that spot. Like,
I don't want to keep your thought, Nate, because I don't want to interrupt you, but I want to say this real quick. Correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm not mistaken, did I hear somewhere, or am I might be misremembering, but did I hear somewhere that Jeff P got like his start from Kurt Miller or something like that? They had some type of relationship in the past.
No.
James Wade.
James Wade. James Wade.
That's where you see what I'm saying with the connections, because Kurt Miller don't like, or I ain't gonna say how he feels about Kennedy, but he was one of the. He blackballed her first before Chicago did, right? When he went to Atlanta, then he help me if I'm wrong, because I'm
LA.
Because I learned it was LA. Okay,
I was in LA.
LA. So I learned these things. I heard it was in Atlanta though. So I heard that he took over in Atlanta. I know it happened in LA too. It happened twice. It happened in Atlanta and LA. But I heard
he's never been in Atlanta.
Okay. So it must have been LA. So it must have been somebody
he's in Connecticut for years.
Somebody else I heard.
But to your point, Brooklyn, I think that they swung a little bit over to the wrong side, right? Number one, if Kennedy knows how good she is and she tells people, you think she's gonna respect these people on the roster? Rachel Banner?
Hell no.
Right.
Definitely not Rachel Banner. Rachel Banner.
So that could be a whole thing in the locker room. But I also think that Jeff P went for personality hires rather than people who could actually ball. So he swung all the way to the left just because he felt like was an issue last season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I agree.
Everybody's nice.
And he thought it was going to work. Back to the ego thing.
Yes, everybody's nice, but they're not a win now team.
Mm-hmm.
So what I was saying was,
hey, Nate, I was about to say, because I cut you off. I didn't mean to.
And Brooklyn famous for, I ain't trying to cut you off, but I'm trying to cut you off.
But usually if I say that, I try to keep it what I'm saying short. I try to keep it short. But yeah, I do that a lot.
Yeah, you do that. No, I would say never say never. I would, we all hope this will happen. May not, but I'm not gonna say never say never. But like I said, you gotta have, like when Indiana did that, they had a player lined up. Like still players have to agree. But you also gotta be like, hey, look, we can't keep you on the roster. We're about to work out a payment. But you have to have somebody lined up. But also, even if you can get Kennedy on the phone and agree to come back, she's already said, I want to get paid. I want high figures. I want, you know what I'm saying? So if you be like, hey, look, let's get you back in the league. Let's get you, because I don't know what the cap situation look like and what the buyout would be for Mojo, because she's making 140, I believe, 145. So if you like, hey, we'll pay you 95 to go away, the rest of that still counting against the cap. So I don't know what will be left, and you can arrange, even if, like, all right, Kenny, we'll give you, what I'm saying, well, what will be left? 100? 95? I think about 100 left on the cap, because
he gave Kia Nurse a lot of money too, though.
How much you get Kia?
I don't think Kennedy would go for that.
I think she in 120.
Well, you never know. I mean, she out the league right now. If she, what I'm saying, I think she would, because she's not in the league right now. So, and the Sky back, they still on national TV. So you still want to prove, like, hey, look, I know you want to come back and say, hey, y'all couldn't do it without me, but she has to be humble. Like, hey, I appreciate the opportunity again.
But that's what I'm saying. Kennedy's not that humble.
Both Mariah and Kia got 145.
Jesus. Rebecca Allen making 160? Oh, what she was traded for. Is Courtney still count? She's suspended for the year, ain't she? Because she injured. That still count against the cap?
I don't know how it works. I would think so. She still, I think she
Yeah,
still gets the
she
money.
still did. She
Yeah.
just can't play. They still got to pay her.
All right, so they still got to pay her, but their roster spot is not occupied. So they would have to. Black man be the one dissing Angel. Yeah, that's true.
Gamble,
They
what's up,
clowns.
brother? What's going on, Gamble?
So if you, so what they did, how much was Katie Lou making before they bought her? She's making like 185 or something like that, right?
Yeah, she was on the max.
And then they paid out like 70% of that. They gave her like almost like a 85, almost 100,000 to go away. Or 120,000, I think, 110.
Yeah, but
I'm
she
not
only
sure.
agreed to it like Brooklyn said. She only agreed to it because she already had a roster spot lined up. She was not going to go
That's
for
why-
that if she ain't
Yeah.
have nowhere else to go.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's why Mariah not. I'm pretty sure they had that conversation with Mariah, but she knows she ain't got a spotlight. Yeah, that's me. Because she went right to Seattle. That's what I was saying. She knew what she was going. So she's like, all right, cool, I'll go to Seattle, but she wanted to be injured. That was messed up. Achilles injury. As soon as before she even started the game, I think in practice she tore Achilles. Man, what's that? Seattle people tearing their Achilles. What's going on over there? Katie Lou, Nikki Mule, I know she was overseas, and Jordan Horse and all got torn Achilles, ACL tears. Like, my God.
Y'all heard Lexi Brown. I don't know if it was actually bullying or it was a misunderstanding, but they said Lexi Brown is the reason
No,
why
she said it.
Lee LaRue wanted to be traded because she said she was being bullied because Lexi said that
She said it out her own mouth, though. She put her in LA. Yeah, she did it in LA. And then they both got traded to the Storm. She wanted to get away from her. And you said she, and then trying to say, Chicago don't got no passing bigs. Like, what do you think Angel is? What? She a clown. But I would love to see it. Now that would improve this team having Kennedy, bring Kennedy, getting rid of Mojo and bringing Kennedy in.
This was what you was asking Nate about the cap.
Okay, let me see. What's that say? Available 1.4. I can't say it. So only 56,000. Jesus. Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
No.
$56,000 in cap space. Because even if they do Mojo a buyout of like 85,000, the rest of that's still going against the cap. So they'll get like an $85,000 relief, but the rest going against the cap. So I mean, that will get some room, but I don't know if Kennedy will take that.
This is a hot mess.
Yeah, it is. I would love to see her back on this team with Ariel. You know what I'm saying? And improved. I would, you know what I'm saying? I would love to see her with this squad. I don't think she'll do anything crazy again on fever games.
I know Kennedy's sitting back right now, laughing their ass off, like,
Yeah, you don't notice.
I mean, not really, because she's still not in the league.
Yeah, but I don't think she's worried about it because she's literally chilling in Mexico, right? Like I see her working out, whatever the case may be. And then, hey Al, what's going on, T. Camilla? I see her chilling in Mexico, and then she'll put a live out just looking at the camera like, come on, dog, you gotta know it with that man. And then she just put out a message a week ago talking about when people do evil or something like that. She said, karma comes back.
That was when they
recorded. That's what I'm saying with the sneak dissing.
Got blown out. Yeah, they got blown out by 30.
Yeah.
No, that's when Vandersloot got hurt. They like soon they put out that she was out for the year, then she put that out. That's why I'm like, come on now. Courtney didn't do nothing to you. What they got to do with you? You know what I'm saying?
Hold on,
Karma, right when the
hold on.
Sky put out there, she was out for the year.
Yeah, but isn't that the game they lost by 30?
No, that they hadn't even played yet. That's when they said Fluke was
No,
out
it was
for the
she got
year.
hurt. She got hurt in the game, and they got blown out in that game. What are you talking about?
Oh, oh yeah, no, that's yeah. I mean, the tweet. Her tweet went out like 11 minutes after the Sky said she was out for the year. After they tweeted, you know,
Oh,
what I'm saying
oh,
Courtney would be out for the year, and then like 11 minutes later, she put that tweet out.
good evening. What the? Oh, I keep forgetting she's in California.
Yeah, she do bring it on herself.
So basically, this roster's locked in unless there's a trade.
There we go. That's what
Maybe,
I keep trying to tell people. And my thing is, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
land with this. I want to hear what y'all got to say. We could make a trade, but if we gonna make a trade that's gonna significantly help this roster. Don't make a trade that's gonna put another band-aid, and we ain't gonna be that much better. We're gonna be pretty much just because
Yeah.
we had Courtney Vandersloot. It ain't you don't get that much better in point guards, right? You can't tell me Ari McDonald gonna make so much of a difference with us after we had Courtney Vandersloot.
Right.
So if you're gonna get somebody, get a star. Like go get the Kai Copper. I just told you how we could get if that's if you know other teams want to be if Phoenix, you know, wants to participate. But go get a Kai Copper. Go get a. I'm gonna keep saying it. I don't care how people feel because I like her. Go get a Enrique because I feel like Enrique can help this team, right? Or put your pride aside. Go get a Kennedy Carter, right? Because I feel like Kennedy Carter can help this team. Or listen, I'm only saying this because I don't think the girl's a number one. I think she's a number 2 or a number 3, but I gotta give the girl credit because when she want to make, she one of the best shot makers in this league. I gotta give her credit. She inconsistent, but she can make a shot. Bring back Mabry. Fuck it. Yeah, I mean, like those are the moves I feel like would be significant. Every other move would be like a minimal move, which I'm cool with making too. We're gonna get another young player and build them up, a la Harmony Turner, a la Deja Kelly. And we're gonna get another young player and build them up to be part of our core. Cool. Or even Ari McDonald because she should be on the roster. So if we're gonna get her to bring her, and we're gonna say you're gonna be part of our core going forward. Cool, but my thing is I'd much rather prefer a significant move than a ancillary move. Hey L, everybody's saying Miss Goody Two Shoes, your voice trend.
I was just gonna say,
y'all might not be related in person, but y'all related in voice.
For real, man. You sound like L's little sister. Hey, L, I think man, you right. You know, I'm on the Jeff P. Tyler Marshall bashing bandwagon now because I just remembered something.
Welcome, Mo3. Welcome.
Yeah, I just remembered something because you keep bringing up Vandersloot. Now I remember some things they were saying that made me feel like the both of them are full of crap. Because now before they were saying Vandersloot is the leader and this and they were pushing Vandersloot as the leader and it's her team and all this stuff. They were after interviews and after the assist thing.
We are because of you. Of you.
And now all of a sudden that she's injured, now Angel is the face of the franchise and all this. I'm like, they wasn't saying that before. Hold up. They pulled a fast one. I totally forgot about that. I just started remembering. I'm like, wait, hold up.
Even HVL, think about it. HVL wasn't gonna get no playing time. She was gonna sit and learn. Now they trying to figure out ways to get that girl on the floor.
36 minutes a game, bro. They were playing her.
Facts. Hey, I want to say this really quick though, Andre. Kobe and Shaq didn't like each other either, but they won championships.
Well, that's later on in the
There's a respect there though.
In the beginning, they did like each other. It's later on.
Listen, I don't care about them. I'm talking about when they was winning championships, they didn't like each other.
But there's also a money.
I know when Kobe got there as a rookie, they liked each other. I'm talking about when they both was elite and they both was winning championships, they didn't like each other.
It was okay. The last championship, maybe not.
2000
is when it started going downhill.
by 2000 and by 2001, 2002 it started going downhill.
Yeah,
and that's why Shaq was gone by
that's on their last championship. That's what I'm saying.
My God, it doesn't matter. They didn't like each other when they was winning. What are we arguing about this? They did. I'm not sitting there saying they didn't like each other for their whole career. I'm saying you could not like each other and win. Like it's ways you don't have to be best friends and win. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. So
if we talking about Angel and Kennedy, if they both can help each other to the goal of what Ms. Goody Two Shoes saying that Jeff P wants us to be is win now, I would play them together. Like I wouldn't be like, oh, they don't like each other, trade them. Like that's bad basketball. That's bad business. Look at what happened with Kobe and Shaq. If they would have stayed together, they would have had way more championships. Look at Pippen and Jordan. Apparently, Pippen hated Jordan guts. Apparently.
I don't think they would have had way more. I think they would have had about the same, maybe one more. Well, Shaq would have had at least one more. Shaq would have had more championships, not Kobe, because he still went on and won 2 more. Or maybe he would have won.
That's my point.
More.
If they would have stayed playing together, those championships would have been in LA. And Kobe only got one more. Shaq only got one more. Kobe
that's
got
what I'm
2
saying.
more.
That's what I'm saying. Shaq would have got more, but I don't think Kobe would have got one more. If he did get more, it would probably be one more. That is it. But
Who won in 05? Spurs. They might have lost in 05, or they might have beat the Spurs. They might have beat the Spurs in 05. We'll see. But they would have won in 06.
But the Spurs played the Pistons, the same team that beat them in 04.
That's what I'm saying. But let's be clear. Let's be real. Let's be real, Mo 3. The Pistons, that was a special year in 04. They would have won in 04. And that's it.
What you mean? So how did they? If it was a special year, how did they make it back to the finals and
lost
next year?
Because
they lost.
They lost to the Spurs.
To the Spurs.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like they would have the Pistons. They had a good year in 04. That's all they would have won.
The Spurs was a scrub team. The Spurs was.
That's not what I'm saying at all. The Spurs was a dynasty. You're not listening to what I'm saying. If that's what you take it from what I'm saying, I'm not saying the Spurs. That's why I said what I'm saying is the Lakers and Spurs was the 2 dominant teams in the West at that time. And what I'm saying is it's times where the Spurs beat the Lakers to go to the finals, and it's times where the Lakers beat the Spurs to go to the finals. What I'm saying is Detroit had a special year in 04. So I don't see Detroit winning. They didn't win, right? They didn't win in they lost to the Spurs. So what I'm saying is the Lakers had an opportunity. What the Lakers had at that time, they wasn't just any regular team. You had an elite Kobe, an elite Shaq. You know, Shaq was aging, so he was getting older and slower. But at that time, if they would have stayed together, they would have had the opportunity to win at least 2 or 3 more championships, right? The only teams they had in their way was Detroit, which they could have beat. They lost in 04, but they could have revamped and beat them. They lost because, and then let's be clear, they lost because they tried to put the super team together, right? They tried to put the Karl Malone and it just didn't work. And that's why Shaq was able to go winning in Miami, because they did it a regular team way. They didn't just throw a bunch of names together. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is LA could have did that.
They did do that though in Miami. They brought Gary. They brought Gary Payton, Antoine Walker.
I know what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that was still a team. That wasn't just a team of names. Regardless of the names, you knew the names. That was still a team in Miami. Is my point.
He said they had a foundation.
Right. They was a team. Is my point. So what I'm saying is they could have did that in LA too. They could have realized what what you talking about they did in Miami, they did in LA before. They put Mitch Richardson on the team, right, in 2001. And I think they did it again with Glenn Rice. So they did it in LA too. They just overdid it in 04. So what I'm saying is they could have revamped and done it in LA again. They could have, because they still had the foundation of why they won originally was Kobe and Shaq and putting the right pieces around them. what Shaq would call it others.
I'm not saying they couldn't have won more. I'm just saying only person that would have won a good amount more is Shaq, because Kobe still went on and won 2 more.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but I'm not even thinking about it like that. I'm just saying they could have won more if they stayed together. It's not. I don't give a fuck about the 09 and 010. I get what you're saying. I get it. I'm just saying if they would have stayed together longer, they would have had more opportunity. The same thing I could say the same thing about the Bulls, right? If Jordan didn't retire in '93, and then he didn't retire again in '98, he would have had the opportunity to win at least maybe 2 more championships. That's just a fact. Not to say he would have won, they would have had more opportunities to win. If the Lakers stayed together, not to say they would have won, they would have had more opportunities to win had they stayed together, because they knew how to win together, regardless of liking each other or not liking each other. They knew how to win together. So they would have had more opportunities to win. That's the only point I'm making. I'm not doing math. None of that shit. I'm just saying that they was good enough to win. And if they would have stayed together, they had more opportunities to do it. They decided to break up. So my point, bringing that back home to women's basketball, is saying that I think we've seen last year that Kennedy and Angel had something, regardless of liking each other or disliking each other. They had something, right? So if you build on that, to Ms. Goody Two-Shoes' point today of talking about win now, we'd be in a much better win now position today had we build around that instead of breaking it up. Because breaking it up, we see where we at. We playing worse this year than we played last year. Last year we had a worse roster. So why find something that works and then break it up? That's just stupid to do because of feelings. Oh, they didn't like. That's just dumb. This is bad. This is basketball. This is the business of basketball. This is not like we putting together teams that like each other. Like, this is not what this is.
That's all Jeff though, man. Jeff screwed the pooch, man.
Facts.
He should have just, because even if he made the moves that he made and kept Kennedy Carter, the team would be way better. Because he could have still served the 3 pickup and still got Ariel, and he could have ran Ariel at the 1 and Carter at the 2, or even they could just be combo guards. I don't know how you say you wasn't following basketball in the 90s.
No, I was. I'm saying I wasn't following it like now. I was younger. But
it was when Pat Riley was the coach of the Knicks.
Yeah,
he did that. He had 2 point guards running, two combo guards playing at the same time. They were point guards / shooting guards. That was Chris Childs and Charlie Ward. They were both starting, and like, so they would like switch during any moment during the game. They would switch position. 1 minute Chris Childs
Jeff Van Gundy?
Another minute. What you say?
Yeah, that's Jeff Van Gundy.
Yeah, I don't think what's the name was there at that time. I think
that was Pat Riley.
He was there?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was in Miami.
I gotta look this up.
No, that's Pat Riley. Pat Riley went from the Lakers to the Knicks to Miami.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I thought he went to Miami in 97? Was it 97? He went to Miami?
Yeah, but what I'm talking about,
Charlie Ward and Chris Childs was there in the night, like 99, 2000.
That might have been. Was that the year?
They you talking about Jeff Gundy, Brody?
Could be Jeff Gundy. I don't know. Okay, I'm not too sure. I thought
because when Pat was the coach, I think they still had what's his guy name escaped? Starks. I think Starks was there. I think they still had the dude from the Mavericks. Can't think his name. Ballhead guy. I can't think his name right now.
From the Mavericks?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know it wasn't Rolando Blackman, even though I think Rolando Blackman ended up being part of the Knicks at one time, but it was the other guy, the point guard for Rolando Blackman on the Mavericks. I forget his name. I know, like I got his face in my head, pause, but I forget his name. Not Greg Anthony. This was before Greg Anthony, but yeah, Greg Anthony was on the Knicks too.
Yeah, Greg Anthony.
At that time, it's not Greg Anthony who I'm talking about. Greg Anthony was coming off the bench.
I might be mistaken, but I could have swore that was Pat Riley that did that. Because I only remember them doing that for like 1 or 2 seasons. And the Van Gundy teams, they had Houston. They had Allen Houston at the 2 guard.
Yeah.
I know, you know what I'm saying. So what I'm talking about was Charlie Ward and Chris Childs switching at the 1 and the 2. Like they would start.
Might have been in his last season.
Allen Houston wasn't there yet.
It might have been his last season.
But I could be wrong. But anyways, they still, that's what I'm talking. They still played, regardless of who the coach was. They still had that playing dynamic where the 2 combo guards were starters, and that could have been Area Atkins and Kennedy, because Kennedy has shown that she could play the 1. Like,
but Kennedy played I'm with you. I would have had Kennedy at the 1 and Ariel at the 2. You know what I'm saying? Rebecca Allen at the 3.
Kind of like what they did last game with Haley Van Lip and Ariel. Hey, not to cut you off.
Yeah, Miss Goody Two Shoes.
No, I was just gonna say, but in Kennedy's defense, I think the problem is Jeff doesn't seem to be prepared for where the league is going, right? So even when we think about a lot of Kennedy's quote unquote issues, I feel like it's because Jeff does things like he did in that article. Because he struggles to have a real conversation with people face to face, I think it just turns nasty.
Yeah.
Because I think, and I could be wrong, but part of the issue is Jeff wasn't able to sit down and have a conversation and say, you know what, we would love to have you, okay? But this is what your role is going to be. And maybe they did do that and Kennedy didn't like it. But I just think...
To your point. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say, but I have a feeling that he struggles to communicate directly while still saying, yep, you're a big part of this team. Yeah. Because, I mean, let's be real. Kennedy can't be a franchise player just because of whatever. I'm not saying that that's right, but it's the reality of the situation. She wants to be the focal point. But I think that Jeff could have had a real conversation and said, yep, this is where we are. This is the person who brings in the money. We want to build around this, and this is what your role is going to be. And we're willing to pay you this. Right. But I think he struggles to do that. So it just gets nasty.
I agree with that. I do think she can be a franchise player, but I do understand why you say that. But I will say this, to your point, Kennedy did say in her exit interview, I'll be back if they would have me, right? So to your point, I do think Jeff probably didn't want to have that face-to-face. Same thing like he did with Teaspoon. Didn't want to have the conversation. Didn't feel comfortable or just didn't want to, or whatever the case may be. Didn't want to have that conversation with Kennedy of saying that your role is going to be different. Or we just don't want you because, like I said, these GMs stick together. So if it was just decided upon that she's trouble and we don't want to deal with trouble, so we want you out because you're not good for our franchise, he probably didn't want to have any of those types of conversations with her, whether it be we'll pay you this, we'll cut your contract, we'll pay you this, whether it was we didn't want you to come, we don't want you back for these reasons, or whatever it is. He probably didn't want to have a face-to-face. I do agree with you with that, because he just strikes me as that person that's just don't have that backbone, don't have that the way he did Teaspoon was wrong. So I agree with you 1000% on that point.
So it's like it's Teaspoon, it's Kennedy, and then I watch you go and put out this article when you were in the gym personally developing Rachel Banner, and that's not anything that you could have said to them directly. Jeff is just really suspect.
Yeah, and then to your point, he's developing Rachel, who everybody is said that she's in her 10th season. 2, she hasn't shown the ability to get better, right? Or have the skills to play point guard. But you can't do that same thing for a Kennedy. You can't do that same thing. You can't say, hey, these are the skills, or this is what I want from you. I want you to play this way. I don't know. And then everybody keep forgetting. We keep talking about Kennedy like she a 15-year vet. Kennedy only last year was her 3rd year, if I'm not mistaken. It was her 3rd year.
Fourth year.
Last year was her 4th year in the league. So
yeah,
she has a lot of development to go. So I don't know.
Because mostly maturity. Because I think that's all it is, just maturity. Because even Angel McContry, her friend, said she has. I mean, she'll once she worked through her, then she'll be able to stick to a team.
I agree with that, but I'm not the same way. The same way I say that Kennedy needs to take accountability. Also, I don't think it's all on Kennedy, because I'm gonna use this for an example, because people can create a narrative all they want, because a lot of times people like forgetting the truth. But if we take a look at how last year developed, Kennedy came in and played her role. She came in and played on the bench and didn't complain. And then she came in and earned the starting job and came in and became the best player for us, which we needed her to do. So it's like, I don't know how much I'm going to put on. Kennedy needs to be held accountable for the way she acts. That's a fact. And how she need to grow as a person, how she need to deal with people, right? All that's true. But it ain't all on. I feel like she gets a bad rap. It's not all on Kennedy just to be mature. These these GMs, again, I wasn't here for when she originally got blackballed. I don't know. I did go back and I watched her in college, and I've heard some news about. So to me, I haven't seen anything that bad. Honestly, I haven't seen anything bad enough while she not in the league. To me, this is just a case of what Mo3 was laying out earlier about how women are perceived and how women get treated. You know what I mean? To me, it's more of that. I don't know if it's so much that she's immature. You get what I'm saying? Like, I think part of it is just really like she's just getting a bad rap, and then people also like telling half the truth, because last year I seen her play her position. I seen her play a role. I seen her get players involved. I seen her take over games. I've seen her make mistakes too. Like, she ain't have a perfect season, but I seen her have her best season, and the season Chicago needed. And I seen her not get rewarded for having her best season.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think there are some other things going on with Kennedy, because I thought the being out the games thing was kind of weird. But even beyond that, what I will say is, I think everybody started to catch on at the same time that Jeff was kind of sketchy. Does that make sense? So Teaspoon started to realize it at the end of the season. Kennedy, all of these people. And then I just think the relationship soured. But my biggest issue with Jeff, because I can get you not wanting Kennedy on your team, why feed information to the media? Just let her walk.
Because Jeff is a passive aggressive type dude.
Like, I totally get it. You think Kennedy's X, Y, or Z. You have the right to not want her in your organization. The thing that makes my ears perk up is going to your homegirls and having them write articles. And then we see it again, right? Just within the last week.
Passive aggressive.
Passive aggressive, but also trying to save his job, because the blame got to go somewhere, right? And this is the team he built, and them owners are sitting back. Them owners are sitting back like, what's going on? So instead of Jeff taking accountability, saying this is my plan, it's Angel fault, it's Kennedy fault, it's Teaspoon fault. You know what I'm saying? So that's probably why he going to his girls getting these articles written, because again, the same way he don't want to sit down and have a conversation with these players, he probably don't want to tell them owners the truth neither.
And then just the tone of the article where he gave Tyler so much grace, but then he had all these bullet points for Angel.
That goes back to my point though, right? Because who was his hire? So you gotta protect your hire, you gotta protect yourself, because right, again, these owners they gotta make that's his bosses, they gotta make a decision too. So it's not their fault, right? According to Jeff P, it's not Tyler Marsh's fault, because if it's Tyler Marsh's fault, that falls back on who?
Him.
Exactly. And I could see if you had truly built a team around Angel, right? If you had truly brought in people that masked her weaknesses and complemented her strengths. You didn't do that. So we know that this team wasn't built around Angel. So to say that you need more from her, the second year player, and not the people you're paying 200,000, 185, 140.
And to your point though, Miss Goody Two Shoes, we know how to build around Angel though. That's the funny thing. We've seen her win multiple times, right? We've seen her win in the college, and we know the type of team that was built around her. And then we seen her win and Unrivaled, and we seen the type of players she had around her. So if you really want Angel to win, right? What did she have in LSU? She had a point guard that knew how to get a bucket and then get everybody else involved, right? And Alexis Morris.
I would say combo guards. Because Angel,
there you go, combo
Angel
guards.
Doesn't need a traditional point guard.
No, but look, you're perfectly right. Because look, combo guard, right? Alexis Morris. Then you take a look at Kennedy Carter. Kennedy Carter isn't your typical point guard, but we seen her and Angel had something. And then she goes to Unrivaled, and even though Chelsea Gray is the point guard, what did she play like in Unrivaled, right? She was the bucket getter. She was the person that was gonna go and make sure that they got a clutch bucket. So you absolutely right. Angel loves scoring guards. If you could score, and then that brings why you think I keep saying Enrique name? That brings the best out of Angel, because whenever those guards miss, Angel's gonna do what she does best. So it's like it's a perfect 1-2 punch. That's we know what Angel needs. You took away her, to your point, Miss Goody Two Shoes, combo guard and Kennedy Carter. You took that away from her. You got to replace it. That's why I kind of was confused. I'm not gonna lie. The way Vandersloot came out playing, I changed my mind. I was like, okay, she looks solid, but I was kind of confused on the type of guard, bringing that guard in, because Angel, she don't get a bucket, right? Like Courtney Vandersloot is more get everybody involved. Angel needs that person that can get people involved, but she also needs you to go get a bucket too. Go get a bucket, right? And then we even seen it today with the triple double. She was able to get that triple double because her teammates was able to make shots. You get what I'm saying? So she need people who can make shots around her for her to be at her best.
And
so we
need to be aggressive, right? Like Kennedy can be aggressive. Chelsea Gray can be aggressive. And I love Ariel Atkins, but she hasn't switched over to, oh, we win in this game because of me.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't think she's that. That's why, again, I keep bringing up the Enrique point, because I think Enrique and Ariel could play together. To me, Ariel is not that player. I think that's a player that we asking her to be. And I think she will win a game for you like that. But I don't know if she's that every night. And that's why I feel like Kennedy would have been perfect next to her. Or somebody, like you said, that aggressive guard would have been perfect, because Ariel is cool defending the best player and just making her shots. But she not, to me, Ariel wasn't the person that's like, I got to put up 15 shots tonight. I got to put up, this amount of shots tonight for us to win. She not that type of player. She cool with putting up 7 shots, 6 shots, 8 shots tonight, 5 shots. Like, that's who she is. Like, but we asking her to be alpha.
You're convincing me now.
Either she gonna get.
And I was gonna say, you're convincing me now, because if we traded and got Enrique, I feel like people would see her as a threat on the floor and they wouldn't just collapse in the paint.
And then not only that, and the reason why I'm saying Enrique too is because of Tyler Marsh offense. Because like one thing that was annoying me was Angel, and this was like the first couple games, Courtney Veneslou ended up getting a little bit better, but Angel would come down, and I don't know, because I got to go back and look at the offense. I don't know if Courtney just stood there, if she came off a screen or whatever, but Courtney would be open, and Angel would dish the ball to Courtney, and because she open, she'll take that 3, but she'll miss, because that's not her. She's not a volume shooter. Courtney is a selective shooter. She'll shoot it. You know what I mean? She's never been a big scorer in her career. So that's why in this offense, Tyler Marsh is running. He's running point guard by. He's not running like every. Where this person moves the ball, and then you got to make the next play to the next person. So it takes the point guard decision out of Enrique's hands. That's why I feel like she fit this offense really good. But to your point, this offense, again, because we don't have a Kennedy, we don't have Chelsea Gray, we don't have an aggressive scorer. This offense is missing that engine, right? It's missing that engine that will allow Angel to be the best Angel she could be. Like, that's what, and again, that's why she looked good. We played Connecticut. Let's be clear. We played Connecticut, but that's why Angel looked good today, because everybody was making their shots today. We've seen enough of a sample size this season to know these players. I think you said it earlier, Ms. Goody Two Shoes. These players gonna miss their shots. You know what I mean? What we gonna do when these players start missing their shots, and then we also going up against a team that's, giving it to us? We don't have that aggressive scorer that we can rely on, that's saying, oh, this person, get the ball to this person and give them space. We don't have that person. Whoever I'm saying Enrique. I know everybody don't love Enrique, but it could be whoever. It could be whoever you feel like that aggressive person is. Is that aggressive person available, right? For me, again, I'm gonna say it again. I got 3 people in mind who I feel like is available that we could get either via trade or just pick up, and that's Kennedy Carter, that's an aggressive scorer. That's Enrique, that's an aggressive scorer, and that's Mabry, that's an aggressive scorer, right? Those are the 3 players I feel like that we could get that can be an engine in our offense that we can rely on their scoring. I don't love Mabry. I'm just saying, I'm just put that out there. My pick would be Enrique, or really my pick would be Kennedy, but I don't think that's gonna happen, so that's why I'm not saying it. So out of those 3, my pick would be Enrique, and the only other person I could think of, and again, I said this earlier, this is only if Phoenix plays ball. If we could trade Enrique, sometimes you pick up a player to trade a player, and we could pick up Enrique and then trade it to Phoenix to get back Kakapa. That's the only options I could see of us getting.
Your audio real choppy.
Okay,
your audio's going in and out real choppy.
Okay, my back now? My back?
Nope. Still choppy.
Okay.
You know what, Nate? You coming in choppy to me.
Am I?
Yeah. It's kind of like, it sounds, how when you put your mouth to a fan?
Yeah.
And that's funny because y'all both sound clear to me. So it's ironic. It's probably just a
Hard to feed.
feed it, whatever. But yeah, so that's my plan anyway. I'm gonna land with that. But those are the 4 people who I could see that could help us. Either Kai Copper that we could require in the trade, Enrique that we could get in the trade, Marina that we could get in the trade, or Kennedy Carter that we could just pick up. Which we probably not gonna do neither. So now I'm back to HVL. I'm back to let's just develop HVL.
But do y'all really
that
think
makes sense as well. That makes sense as well. So
y'all think he gonna let this team get blown out? Because okay, Connecticut we won, but when we play teams with firepower, it gets scary.
Yeah.
You need another wing. I feel like Brooklyn said, you need another two-way wing. And then that's two-way wing. If you get another perimeter defender, an actual defender, and can maybe score as well, that would definitely help. They can go like 2-3.
To your question, Ms. Goody Two Shoes, I don't think he's gonna do nothing. I think, listen, again, you got to realize too, like I said earlier, his job is on the line. He got bosses too, right? He don't own this team, so these are decisions he made. He can't keep spending their money, right? He decided to spend their money how he spent it, and he convinced everybody that this was the path. So maybe that article again was his last ditch straw, because these owners is like, all right, we want to see some results. Right, we got a new facility coming that we spending a lot of money on. Right, a bunch of free agencies going to be available next season. We want to be an attractive destination. They felt like Teaspoon wasn't the coach because Teaspoon didn't have the philosophy that vets would want to play under. So Tyler Marsh is supposed to be that guy that has the offense for the vets, but it's just not looking good. So he has to, do some damage control to try to make sure that he still has a job, because his job is on the line too.
No, they gotta trade somebody, because that's unfair to Kennedy. Even if you do want her back, there's only $53,000 left in the cap.
56. So, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you do a buyout, you'll have a little more. I think you do buy out Mariah Jefferson, you'll have an extra 40 to 50,000 left over.
Well, also,
so that'll be close to 100,000 if you take that.
Also, to your point, I don't think this is gonna happen, but they could also cut one of them non-guaranteed contracts. So Kia Nurse, that 145 is not guaranteed, but I don't think he's cutting her. To your point, Miss Goody Two Shoes, he could cut Maddie, right? But that was only 70. That's only 70-something thousand, right? She was a
I don't think that. I think she's
I don't know what she. Yeah, I was about to say I don't know what she making. I would have to go back and take a look. But so that's another option, cutting one of them non-guaranteed contracts. Wody Mac, what's going on, my brother? Wody Mac is on the panel.
Yeah, yo, what's up, yo? What's up? I'm surprised, yo, that you was still there, bro. I ran around some errands, came back. I was going through my YouTube feed and I saw you live. I said, nah, that gotta be a mistake.
Listen, I normally wouldn't be live this late, but I said, you know what? I said, I've been gone for a minute.
Right.
So I said a lot of people rock with me still. So I said, let's, we having a good conversation. So I said, let's talk about it. Yeah, let's keep it going. I mean, they bringing up some good points. So we having a good conversation.
Man, we can have a conversation for hours. I mean, if we tap on pause like a lot of different teams and a lot of players that we've seen making some noise throughout this season. So y'all do mind me. I'm listening intently what y'all talking about, trying to catch up to where we had in conversation. But I see you had, that was Kennedy that was on the screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Wow, yo. Yeah, like when I saw that blonde hair and I was like, and I saw Tecate, I was like, that look like Mexico. That gotta be Kennedy, bro. Yeah, she definitely got a cold handle, bro. She got a cold handle for real, for real. That drag curl she was doing, I was like, I don't see no woman in the league doing that right there.
Cold handle. It looked like she's working on her shot, you know, trying to become more of a 3-level scorer. Like I said earlier, you want your guards to at least to be able to score on all 3 levels, right? So she's working on a 3, off the dribble, coming off, shooting the midi. She able to get to the rack. Yeah, man. But unfortunately, you know, that's a fantasy right now. You know what I mean? hopefully she in the league soon, though, regardless of what team she goes to. Jeff needs to make it right, but regardless of whatever team she goes to, hopefully she get back in the league soon. But she chilling. She not worried about it. She in Mexico chilling right now, working on her game, signing titties, and playing ball.
She is signing titties though. Sure, that's crazy.
It's one thing I say is just weird as it comes to me for far as basketball is concerned, right? I use say like a Kobe Bryant or Jalen Brunson, the way that they play ball, isolation heavy, or Carmelo Anthony, right? Where they got a plethora of moves they can use to get theirs off, but nobody else is touching the ball, right? So the way that even like when Skip to Malou came into the league and a lot of stuff that like Kennedy is doing right there, I can see a coach like, yeah, all that we don't need all that. Hurry up and get to your shot, you know what I mean? But when they're doing it and they can't be stopped, like why try to rein them in? Yeah, occasionally, yeah, sometimes maybe some bad shots may come of it, you know, turnover potentially, you know what I mean? But if they're generally more often than not effective and they getting theirs off, why try to rein that in? Let them go, bro. Let them lose.
I really think that's dependent on the coach, right? You got old school coaches, and I think it also depending on how, because even when you bring up Skip to Malou, he wasn't doing the stuff he did in the park and in games, right? It's like how creative are you being when the goal is to put the ball in the basket? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it really depends on the coach, and it depends on what you bring. I didn't see anything wrong with what Kennedy Carter was doing right there, as far as like being too fancy. You get what I'm saying? Because you got to be able to get, especially as a smaller guard, and as quick as she is, you got to be able to get to your spots. So you got to be able to have that handle to like freeze a defender. She wasn't doing nothing that I thought was like and one parkish. You get what I'm saying? Like she was doing stuff I could see her doing in the league.
Crazy.
Yeah, so.
There was a little bit of flair to the move, you know what I mean? And I can envision it's stunning a couple of the defenders. You know what I'm saying? I could definitely see her stunning a couple of people with it. But it had a little flair to it. But that's about it. Just a little style like that quick where she took the step like that extended step through it, tween real quick and brought it back. Like, yeah. Now coach be like, all right, boom, all right, 2-3 dribbles. Now go up or get to the rack off of that. You know what I mean? Some coach, again, depending on if it's an old school coach or new thinking, like these Carlson Mescos. Like I'm liking how he's encouraging Brianna Jones and Brittany Griner to take threes, take about 2 or 3 a game. New way of thinking. You know what I'm saying? I love to see it.
With that said, though, getting back to my Chicago Scotto, even though she was missing, because Mo 3 brought this up earlier. Even though she was missing, I do like to see her doing the dribble the ball up, stop and pop, right? Like that's something that if she can add that to her game consistently, that's gonna take her to another level. But I do like to see her taking that. Yeah, because she'll catching, she'll do the catch and shoots, but like the dribbling the ball up, she wasn't always, she'll drive straight to the rack. Sometimes she's stopping and shooting it now. So I just want to give her that credit.
Now, people's opinions of Tyler Martian and how this thing has been going is mainly due to their record, right? But I'm wondering, does Tyler Martian get any type of credit for, one of those training videos leaked? Does he get any type of credit for some of this development and encouragement we're seeing Angel to go ahead, be the best you? You think his fingerprints is on? I don't think some of what we're seeing.
No, of course. I mean, I think people was giving Tyler Martian credit for what he deserved, but you also holding him accountable for the mistakes that he's making, right? Like one of the biggest issues, and it's not saying that he doesn't do anything good. I think he has a good offense. Let me say that. I think he has a good offense. I think the problem with his offense, and I've said this before, is it's too complicated. So I think he needs to simplify his offense, right? I think his offense, if he had a veteran team or he was like the coach of the Olympic team, you know, something like that, where these players are like in their primes and they know exactly who they are, his offense would probably be a flawless offense. It looked like an offense that everybody's a threat. You get what I'm saying? I hear background noise. I don't know if that's you, Wody Matt. But if it is, mute your mic. But so his offense is good. The problem is because you don't have a veteran team, because you have a team with rookies on it, because you have a team of because you're a first year coach, because you have a team that just came together, all of those things, you're gonna have turnovers, and that's one of the biggest issues with your offense, because it's so complicated as far as what decision do I make. People is making a wrong decision, or they taking too long to make a decision, or they making a decision second late, or whatever, or they rushing the decision. So that's the issue. You get what I'm saying? So again, to your point, does he give credit? It's not that everybody is saying that you're completely terrible. It's just things that it's adjustments. It's the fact that you had Rebecca Allen and you just started her a couple games ago when you should have been started her. Like when everybody was saying like, oh no, Rebecca Allen should be a starter in this. But it took you get what I'm saying? And then to me, his biggest issue is his defense, right? His defense. He doesn't focus on defense. He focuses too much on what's happening offensively that he doesn't stop nobody. So now when to Ms. Goody Two Shoes point, when we come across those teams that have high firepower, again, to my point about having Enrique, the reason why we keep losing is because in the third and fourth quarters, when these teams turn up, they have one of those players, right? They have a Ryan Howard that could drop 30 out of nowhere. We didn't. When we played the LA Sparks a few games ago, just before we went to Dallas and won those games, we was playing well in the first and second quarter. Third quarter comes and Kelsey Plum goes crazy. We didn't have a counter for that because we didn't have a go crazy player back. You get what I'm saying? But even though we don't have those players, we do have a team that that's a defensive team. Rashad, what's going on, my brother? We do have a team that's a defensive team, but your scheme doesn't allow them to play defense. Right? Your scheme has people. So and what happened, because I went back and watched some of these games, what's happening is soon as we get caught on the screen, our defense is over. Like everybody is out of place soon as they set a screen. So that's coaching. Coach, he should be saying go over, go under, we're gonna switch it. What he rather do is play zone. That's terrible coaching. He rather just play zone. I'm saying. So it's like, so again, the issue isn't are we gonna give Tyler Marsh credit? Tyler Marsh, I'm sure, is doing good things. The issue is holding him accountable when he makes mistakes. And he's just making a lot of mistakes. He is a first year coach. He has been coaching bad. Rotation. He has been coaching bad. This is what it is. He hasn't been trusting his rookies. Like it is what it is. Now, do I think it's all on him? No. I do think that part of it is pleasing his boss, which is Jeff Palioka. Part of it is pleasing his boss. I think part of it is that. But we just holding Jeff accountable for the mistakes Jeff makes. But does that mean that Jeff ain't do nothing that he doesn't? Jeff, one thing I will say about Tyler. One thing I'll say about Tyler is I think he still has a locker room for what I see. The coach, the players still trust him. He hasn't lost the locker room. Nobody in the locker room is pointing fingers at each other yet, right? This is still a close team. And, you know, I do, to give him credit, I do see him work. Like today, they played defense. I was surprised. I didn't expect it. Now, they only did it in one quarter. They only did it in the fourth quarter. But I do see things where it's like him putting in Rebecca Allen, smart move by him. Late move, late adjustment, smart. So my point is, yes, he's doing things. I saw what you saw today. You talking about when they was in a locker room and he gave Angel the flowers. Oh, this is who you can be. Yes, you know, he gets credit for when he does things well, but he also gets held accountable for when he does things wrong. It's that simple.
Anybody wanted to say something to that?
I mean, we've seen Angel flirt with the triple double before. And even at LSU, like in college, you don't see massive assist numbers like outside of Caitlin Clark. But Angel Reese was still, I think, behind two of the guards in assists. So, I mean, I'm not really seeing. The only thing that I'm seeing is he's now leaning into Angel. But we're leaning into her style of play because Vandersloot is gone.
True that. Also, I would say for a lot of players, just repetitions with things. You can come back after practicing heavy on something, come back the next game, and maybe just go through muscle memory if you're given some space to try something in live action, right? You know, why I was alluding with Brooklyn here though, like knowing Tyler Marsh's speciality being a player development coach, and he likes to take credit for unlocking some of the things with Jackie Young, right? Also, Teresa Weatherspoon, which she was a player development coach for the New Orleans Pelicans. And one reason I think they went with her because they knew they were going to have a lot of high draft pick rookies, and they were hoping that whatever she was good at or can specialize in, she would be able to impart some of this developmental training with these players, right? So they went from one developmental player coach to another, right? The video that leaked, well, I don't even want to say leaked, the video that a lot of people were using for a while where they had the one coach, you know, putting a body on Angel, they throwing it off the rim and letting her catch it and then go back up with it, and you're like just going over the like just like it take 50 of them until you make such and such, you know, like how some coaches would do, like just going through the repetition. So we're not seeing everything they're doing behind the scenes, right? But whatever, plus also he's got his homeboy that he played college ball with, Aaron Johnson. Now I would assume he'd be more beneficial to the guards, but who knows, right? And Courtney Paris on the staff, and the Nigerian head coach are two also on the staff. So whatever, pardon my phone. So whatever they're doing behind the scenes that we're not seeing, I know some things take time again to take root, but I'm assuming that what we're not seeing, the work behind the scenes, may be helping Angel sharpening some of the rough edges around her game, because she had a hell of an efficient game 2 weeks ago. Y'all remember that 8 of 10 game, and like from since then, every game has been looking fairly good from since then. Y'all remember, if you remember the one I had, they took the L, but she was like 8 of 10 and had a solid game, 17 points, 10. You know what I mean?
Now, if she can do that consistently, because people love to say that he fixed Jackie Young's shot. Now, if you fix Angel Reese's shot, baby, Tyler Marsh,
jump shot ain't going nowhere this season. Not this season. It'll take more time than that.
I'm just saying, if he fixed that, I'm going to give you some credit on something. Because the thing about Angel is, Angel has been classified as a big, but she never had a bigs game. She never had back to the basket, post up moves. Yeah, she can dominate in the paint where she gets the rebound and she can box people out. But she's never been a traditional big if you've ever watched her, even at LSU. So I'm not seeing it, but if he fixes that shot, I will be the first person.
What you might be able to see, I think one thing that you may be able to see, and not necessarily in the jump shot, because a lot of people that's like off season working and coming back next season and attempting something, but the way that she attacks closeouts, the angles that she takes in attacking off of the dribble, even the layup mechanics. I think that can be a slight fix. You're still gonna revert back to old habits when defense are under pressure. You know what I mean? Layup mechanics, attacking angles, and decision making on defense. You know what I mean? Whether to go over, how to go over, under, and in certain schemes. And I see some things she was doing in a dribble handoff with Ariel Atkins. I got a couple assists off of that. You know what I mean? The same way, like, and this I think is I attribute this to Stephanie White for the Fever. The defensive philosophy that she has, which is her forte. I see that a lot of those things rubbing off or being evident in the way that the Fever play defense, the way that they're paying attention to detail. Like, she's on them constantly, it seems, about it. So even though they may not all be great individual defenders, they communicate. They're switching on the Fever is A1. I saw CC make 3 switches on a defensive possession while locating her next man and not doing like she did last season, being completely brain dead in off-ball defense on the weak side. I was like, oh my. That right there shows what the coaching, you know what I mean? The coaching having a hand on something. So we'll see with Tyler Marsh. And I think some of the things that he's great at might be seeping into his team. Hey, and I can show you what I'm referring to. We're not going that deep. But again, one part of defense is switching off screens and locating and identifying the open man or communicating. That's part of defense too. You know what I mean? And staying between your man and the rim and defending without fouling. She did a decent job at it with it last game against Liberty, even though most of the time in man-to-man defense, they had her on the least threatening offensive option, like Natasha Cloud, because the Cloud is not trying to attack. And still, regardless, that's generally what you would want to do. Put your worst defender on the least, you know what I mean? The lowest threat on offense. And still, even then, when she got switched off to Stewie a couple of times, she can't stop Stewie, but she defended without fouling for the most part. Good job.
I'm not sure on the Caitlin Clark piece, but on the Angel Reese defensive piece, and it isn't to say that she hasn't improved, but the biggest jump that I saw was in Unrivaled, right? So maybe there are little tweaks and things like that that he's been helping with since she's gotten back to Chicago. But the biggest leap was in the off season.
And I will say this too. I don't think there's anything wrong with Angel's shot. I think it's more so her confidence. I think when she stopped overthinking it and just shoot, she could shoot pretty well. I think she showed that last year and she showed that this year. I think what she needs help with though is transition wise. She still don't know how to make a layup, if that makes sense. Like, if she's not doing the Euro step she's comfortable with, she come down and but like if she's in transition, I could tell like she's still overthinking the layup. She's still worrying about whether she gonna miss it or not. So those areas, and then also what I said earlier, she needs help, or yeah, I guess I could say help. She needs help not letting the refs bail her out, because what happens is when she gets contact, she think the refs is gonna blow the whistle, so she just throw the ball up, and it's like, Angel, they not blowing the whistle for you. So what she needs to do is finish through contact. She needs to say, regardless if the ref is gonna blow the whistle or not, I'm gonna go up and try to make this layup, even though I'm getting fouled, and even though they should blow the whistle and I should be going through the line. She needs to practice finishing through the contact so that if they don't blow the whistle, she's not relying on that. So those are the couple things that I think she needs to work on. And then also just adding pump fakes. She needs to add some pump fakes. She needs to add some post pivots, pump fake, pivot. And if she adds that, she'll be fine. But as far as just her shooting goes, her jump shot, she can actually shoot the ball. She just don't. It's like mentally, she tell herself, and I think it's from coaching. I just think coaches told her it's not a high percentage shot. Because to me, what don't make sense is you much rather go in there amongst players bigger than you and have the risk of being blocked 2 or 3 times than shooting this wide open shot. Can't nobody block you. But she prefers to go inside. So I just think it's a mental thing of her feeling like, oh, that's more high percentage if I go to the rim, even though it's a more difficult shot because they're going to double and triple me and I'm going to have bigger players on me. When I could shoot this shot that I'm not doubled and tripled on, and they probably not even going to guard it. I'm wide open, so I probably should shoot it.
I would say this though, right? For most of these players, especially the players that they get to a certain point where it's just like refining, adding to the game, is just perfecting for Reese, for CC, for any rookie, for Camilla, perfecting certain fundamentals that they may not have a mastery on yet. Is what, like for CC, defensive techniques, right? Which I think Coach White is helping her get an idea of. It's going to take some time to set in, but defensive techniques that just based on a lot of different fundamental techniques and values. For Reese, you said some fundamental post work, for fundamental post move to give you options. So when you're down there, just like look at what Tina Charles was doing today. Like Tina Charles has an array of moves to go to, feints, pivots, you know what I mean? Fade away, so on and so forth, even spot up, one step put, all type, and that's all just basic fundamental stuff, post work, right? So which again, it's something that Angel could add to her bag. So that's all I'm saying is perfecting the fundamentals, not necessarily trying to, go to the advanced. What we need to work on with Angel, just like with Coach Tyler Marsh. I don't know if this is what he's looking at. Okay, so you do this well. You see, we need to add a post spin to your game. So now if they take this away from you, get a good defender, you have this to go to as well. You know what I mean? Give you 2 or 3 things you can utilize to go to. So now you got some go-to. You got a go-to move. You know what I mean? Developing your go-to moves. That's all.
Another thing too, I would say about Angel, the good thing about her is, mute your mic, Bodie. The good thing about her is she's only 23. She's only 23 now. And these players don't get into their prime till they're about 25 to 30-ish, between 25 and 30. So she got a long way to go. So you don't have to be a finished product right now, right? So the fact that she had the type of rookie season she had showed us that she's gonna be in the WNBA for a long time. And the fact that she's having a sophomore season that she's having is showing us that she can add and develop new things to her game. So by the time she's 25, 26, 27, 28, Angel gonna be a problem. So all these things we talking about, she need to work on in year 2. She got a lot of time. She got a lot of time before she's in her prime, her career, to be the player that we want her to be. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm sure. Hey, yeah. Anybody else want to sing? I've said a lot. I've said enough.
And I was just gonna say, I agree with that. I just think I think part of the reason why we see Angel Reese is having some things to work on is she's classified as a big, so we have the expectation for her to have post work, post moves. And her game really isn't that. And I'm not saying that that's not something that she should add, but I would rather her perfect the mid-range and get into those shots, because she's, Key looked it up. When we talk about Nafisa Collier, Aja Wilson, all of those people, all of the 4s, Angel Reese is having the most attempts via layups than any other
Yeah, I agree with
four
that.
in the league.
Yeah,
And so
I agree
she's
with
only
what you.
6'3".
My bad. Yeah,
You about to go down there and tussle with John Quell to
six
try to
six.
get a layup? So to Wodie's point, or maybe it was Brooklyn, like that doesn't make sense. Asia is only shooting 19% layups.
Wow, that's it. 19%.
Yeah, everybody's under
That makes a
20.
lot of sense. No, but what you're saying,
Wow, that makes. You right. That makes
what
sense.
you're saying goes back to the point I'm making. They understand that you can't guard me from here, right? I could make this shot, and even if I do have to score, because I've seen Asia do this on plenty of people, even if I do have to score on somebody that's bigger than me, I'm not gonna try to go up and over you like Angel tries to do. I'm gonna hit you with a pump fake. I'm gonna pivot, all right? And what that does is it freezes the defender because the defender don't want to foul. So at that point, the defender just stands there and put their hands up while Asia's and then Asia got an easy layup now because the defender just like this now, just watching, right? With Angel, what they do is they know Angel is not gonna hit them with 100 moves, so they not frozen. So what they do is when Angel is going up, they bam, timed it, and they blocking it. That's why I keep saying that.
That's not being called.
Right, or she's getting fouled and it's not getting called, and then she's missing it, and that counts. Two things that's happening: she's getting fouled, and that count, and she's missing it, and that counts as a missed layup, so it counts against her field goal percentage. Or she's going up and getting blocked, and that counts against her field goal percentage. Right. So, and then she doesn't have again, that's how I said maybe this is coaching. She doesn't have the thought process to say, hey, I might as well just shoot this instead of going, because in her brain, and you know what, and I'm pretty sure when she in college, they was calling those calls for her. That's probably why she continues to do it. She's expecting it to be called, but they not calling them calls in the pros. So instead of her adjusting and saying, hey, maybe I should just shoot this midi to Goody Two Shoes point. Maybe I should just shoot this midi because I'm open, or maybe I should shoot this three because I'm open. She prefers to go in the paint because one, she's more comfortable in there, and two, she thinks she's gonna get the call, and she's not gonna get the call. So this is, and I'm seeing her adjust. Don't get it twisted. She hasn't. Obviously, is a work in progress, but I'm seeing her ever since that New York game, she started shooting the ball. I just need her to continue. I just need her to continue shooting the ball.
So I'll say that's what I was saying about where people were saying why is she around the perimeter, because he's trying to pull her away from the paint. He's trying to, you know what I'm saying? That's I see his scheme is to get her more comfortable away from the paint because she's more comfortable just grabbing rebounds, trying to go back up. And he's letting her know, like, hey, you got to be away from hit the elbow, practice that midi, because, like you said, she's a big wing. I've never really, you know, saying I know they had her in the paint, but she's basically a big wing. Like she looks a lot more comfortable dribbling up the floor. Like tonight, she has more speed going up that floor. Like the past couple of games, she's just like, you know what I'm saying, she was dribbling, going up. Tonight, she's more and more comfortable. She's hot, hitting the floor, coming right to the rim. So it's better to have her away. That way she's more around the perimeter, the elbow, not necessarily shooting threes, but like between that 12 to 16 feet, like Miss Goody Two Shoes was saying, just start shooting that, get more comfortable away from the rim and just start taking the jump because they're going to leave you open. And then soon they start leaving you open, you hit a couple, like the New York game, she faked it and then was able to go to the hole because bro, like, oh, wait, you just hit a couple jumpers. And then now you got them jumping out at you. Then you can go penetrate the hole, kick out to the, you know what I'm saying, kick out to the shooter, kick it to Camelo. So now I understand. She definitely got more, you know what I'm saying, she's past Maryland, LSU, even last year she was on the front of the paint. So this year is a totally different thing for her. And kind of, you know what I'm saying, dribbling, having the ball in her hand a lot more. It did change when Sloot left. which I'm not glad she got hurt, but I am glad that the ball is in Angel's hands more. Now, I'll say that. I'm never glad when people get hurt, but I am glad the ball is in Angel's hands more.
I will say this too. Damn, it slipped me. Fuck, I was about to say.
Pause. What slipped you? Pause.
Yeah, pause. Damn, fuck. I was gonna say something. I can't remember. Anyway, it'll come back to me later. We got a question in the chat. Bigman feels like we're talking a little bit too much about Angel flaws, so he want to know what's Caitlyn flaws.
Many turnovers, body language, push off when she dribble. She still don't have, you know what I'm saying? She just does the same move. She can't go to the left. She go to the right. Like, she has many flaws. Again, turnovers. She has to do the fancy pass. Her selfishness. Even she hates. You see her body language when her teammates don't pass her the ball right away. She'll go 1 for 15 and still be mad that you're not giving her a shot. Like, she cries to the ref. She flops a lot. Like, yes, she does a lot of flopping. I didn't think it was the Connecticut game where she failed, but she was pulling on, I think it was a Dodo's jersey trying to make it seem like she fouled. She'd go and claim to the ref. Hey, you ain't seen that. What you talking about?
You talking about last season?
This season. It was this season.
She didn't play Connecticut this season. She didn't play Connecticut.
Where was it? Who was it? It was somebody with orange. She was falling and grabbing her shorts and she fell. God, what game was that? What's Connecticut? Didn't Connecticut play the Fever already?
I know what you're talking about. I saw that game.
Yeah, you saw that? Yeah. She was grabbing her.
I forgot who they played, but yeah, she was pulling the shorts as she fell. Yeah, I saw that.
And she looking at her like, yo, what you grabbing me for? Atlanta. It was Atlanta. She's grabbing Brianna Jones. Yeah, it was Atlanta. But yeah, Caitlyn has a lot. Caitlyn has as many flaws as Angel, if not more. So, I think it was Brooklyn was saying. Yeah, I think Brooklyn was saying before at the beginning of the season, like, she may get better, but this may be Caitlyn's like ceiling, like this step back three, because she's still doing the same exact thing that she did last year. The same exact thing. I'm trying to think. I mean, she got stronger, I guess, for her push-offs, but I mean, to me, she's doing almost the exact same thing. Has the exact same turnover.
Can we get an honest answer from the chat? Do y'all watch the Fever games, or do y'all?
I'll watch them.
No, because I mean, I don't care how people feel. It's how they feel. They like or dislike, but I understand everybody doesn't tap into every game, and I know I've heard people say they refuse to watch the Fever, but they have a lot to refer to on something they're not watching. So I'm like, oh, how do I have an honest conversation with you and you don't watch it? So
I watch. That's how I can tell you, because I watch
for certain things that I see in certain places, and this is just a generalized overall, right? Because I've literally heard people say they refuse to watch it. They're not going to watch, but they know what happened. But like, well, so you've seen the highlights, and you saw the same thing
they said about Angel Reese. They, you know what I'm saying? They go right to her stats and say she don't impact the game. She got on rebounds and didn't even watch the game. They do the same thing to Angel Reese.
And that can go for those people too that are on them Twitter trolls that are not tapping in and saying something that it was irrelevant to the actual game though at hand. But I mean, for speaking for this young lady, right? Because it only, even when we delve into that and we just speaking on what we're seeing from the games, as far as I'm concerned, right? Like I try to make it be known. I'm for the most part a neutral observer, but I notice that there's a bit of vitriol when it comes to the other point, and it seems also that it's tinged with some people not actually watching and just going off of prior reputation.
But
some things
the
that are said
question
no
was,
longer,
Mac, what's her
certain
flaws
things that are
though?
being said no longer apply, or certain types.
What no longer applies though?
Said are no longer apply. They're
Did
referring to
she
something that
have 7
happened over a
turnovers
year
tonight?
ago. Huh?
Did she have 7 turnovers tonight?
That's factual by looking at the box score, my brother.
I watched the game. I watched the game, bro. I'm telling you, did she not have 7 turnovers?
Yes, that's
there was turnovers regardless if you watch it.
I'm more so again, like I said, so take this as for some certain comments that I see, just like again, being a neutral observer for some people who said that they literally are not gonna watch or certain things that they type, I'm like, it don't seem like you watch, you just reacting to what you saw a clip or a box score.
Okay.
But I think Bickham,
you know the question
Bickham
like, all right,
wants
now
to know from
this is personalized. When you say what is Caitlin Clark's defense, if you're watching, you can see that yourself, unless you just want people to go on a tangent on what they don't like about Caitlin Clark. But if you're watching, you can see that yourself too.
Okay, so what are her flaws?
But I think, I think what Miss Goody Two Shoes was saying was, B Bickham is asking you what's her flaws, was because I think he heard you. I think he heard you say you know what you thought about Angel. So now he wanna know what's Caitlin's flaws according to you, Wody.
Because we all just broke down Angel.
For far as even like when I said or brought up Reese, what I saw. What Tyler Marsh is doing with it seems like he's elevating her or sharpening her around her rough edges. I remember saying that even like verbatim to that. So does Tyler Marsh get some credit because it seems like he's polishing some of the rough edges, and you've seen ever since that game 2 and 17 and 10, she's been on a heater consecutive, which is basically nothing but praise. Now, as far as what I say for Caitlin, which is hard to say, which this game coming back was fairly efficient. She still is risk. She's not risk averse with her passes. A lot of those long full court passes that she's throwing, there's dead ball turnovers and there's live turnovers for the difference for them. Well, I throw a pass and it goes out of bounds. That's a dead ball. There's no chance for somebody to score off it. What that is a lost opportunity to score. She's not getting the ball plucked off of her, pulled out of her hand. Live ball, say like, oh, ball stolen from you. Very few and far between because she has improved her hand. She's starting to utilize more. I don't know where she learned it from. An in and out dribble with a cross, or in and out dribble with a drag cross, a hang hesitation dribble with a cross. Get something that you notice again. You want to find the little minute details, and it's getting her a step of separation, but she's not fast enough, off of that explosive, say like a Kelsey Mitchell, with what she's doing, where she's blowing by, and you're not going to blow by everybody. Everybody's not always going to go for move and give you that much space. So what she does then in a lot of cases, if she doesn't have the space, she gives you the forearm, right? You can't extend it, but a lot of refs will let that go. And because again, like you said, this is physical league, right? The defenders can be physical too, get up in your space, and they're not always calling it, right? It's basically negated when I'm allowing the defender to crowd your space. I'm allowing you to get physical back when you give him that off form, like say like a James Harden, right? So because again, that may not sound like a criticism, but it is a critique. So the ability to not be able to explode after making such a good move, having used the form to sometimes give herself some space, is, you would say that is a flaw, and that not being risk averse with some of the passes, but you take that away from her, you also probably negate some of her assist numbers because she makes passes a lot of people won't try to make, but it can be a negative. But a lot of times I was doing a count looking at it, how many of them turnovers she had throughout the whole season ended up in points. Points scored off of a turnover, and I came up with 18 points off of turnovers that she had out of like the potential. You say one turnover equal 2 points, whatever the case may be, or a dead ball turnover versus a live ball turnover, about 18 points in total off of turnovers that she's that she's caused this season, and about total 30 so turnovers, whatever the case may be. Boom. Right? Hey. And yet the defense slightly better, but still could be much better. But the New York game has been the best. This New York Liberty game has been the best defensive showing I've seen from her. Nothing otherworldly, but now that if I was to compare along the rest of the league, it was an average defensive showing. The turnovers.
Hold on. Sir. You are not breaking down her flaws. I don't know. You sound like you talking in circles, man. You praising her, you point out a flaw, and then say she improved it. How you said her turnovers, but then you said they weren't caused by points. That's not breaking down flaws, man. We just did a whole segment on what Andrew Reese can improve. What she felt to, like, yeah, she can improve this. You like, oh yeah, she got turnovers, but they dead ball. You know what I'm saying? They're not really turnovers. You know what I'm saying? And ain't nobody making points off of those. Man, listen, break down her flaws. You can criticize your favorite player by not being negative. It's called criticism. You're not doing that. You talking in circles, my brother. I'm like, what is this dude saying? I'm still trying to hear the flaw. Because you say a flaw, but he said it's not a flaw. And you're still on the turnovers for 10 minutes. And then, so basically, last year she was a below average defender. So you would say she an average defender, on the ball, off ball, help defense. She's improved.
Like I said again, for the New York Liberty game was now a small sample size.
Hold on. Really quick. I just got to ask my brother Nate a quick question.
Yeah.
Y'all got Zeppelis in Chicago?
You got a who? A Zeppelis?
Zeppelis.
Probably on the north side. I think I heard about that. Probably on the north side.
Y'all got better pizza than us. Go ahead, Wody.
What? Hold up. Absolutely not. Dude, that's blasphemy. Chicago has the best pizza around. I ain't talking about no deep dish. I'm talking about tavern pizza. Stop that.
Nate lives in Chicago. Now I see.
Absolutely. Hold on. I don't like the way you said that.
Y'all don't got these? These are like, you get these from a pizza shop.
Man, listen,
it's
I like Fort Dix.
It's basically fried
pizza.
It's basically fried. Was it Mo 3? Fried. What would you call it? Fried pastry. Anyway,
sound like a fried Twinkies. That's what you're saying.
It's good though.
Okay, that's the disclaimer I should have.
But I'm sorry.
Nate lives in Chicago.
Oh yeah.
Wait a minute. What is that supposed to mean?
Nate is Chicago. But
I can still be neutral. I can still criticize.
But I apologize.
You know what I'm saying? So,
I apologize for interrupting though. Yeah, y'all continue.
How about some pizza? Told you. But I'm saying I don't.
Together.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean. No, what comes together? Like I can still be neutral, man. I've agreed with a lot of your points. Ms. GTS.
Well, we was talking about the front office. So now that you're from Chicago, that makes sense. But you are right about
what the heck does that mean?
No. Wody is struggling to talk about CC's flaws. But Andrew's flaws, that soliloquy was effortless.
I just talk about Caitlin's flaws in the same way. I literally rattled off about 4 of her flaws. This man talked about 5 minutes on one of her flaws and then said it's not a flaw. And then really broke down how it's not a flaw instead of actually critiquing what she needs to improve.
Yo.
So I'll do it for you. Hold
on. Yo, this is funny because when I read G's chat, any old school game is gonna know what I'm talking about. When I read his comment, it sounds like he's saying A B on a Nintendo. No. He said Caitlyn gang is only A B.
Transition layer, step back to left 3, logo 3, step back logo. Hey, that do really like that look really like a kick on. Okay, step back, A B, kick like A B, shoot, step back 3, logo 3, 2-man pick and roll with A B. Oh yeah, you're right. She still can't go right. She still can't go. Well, she can't go left. She can't go left. She always goes right. She can't go left. Literally can't go left still. I mean, eventually she'll probably improve that, but she still can't go left. her help defense has improved. She's still not, you know what I'm saying, below average on ball defender.
Again, and that goes back to what I was talking about when we was talking about coaches and just speaking of the game in general. I said Stephanie White's defensive prowess. I can see some of what she's trying to get her to prove on her defensive fundamental technique type of things.
Okay.
Where it's, you know, whether it be in zone, when it be switch defense, a lot of things I didn't see her doing before, which even the whole team, the communication, the switches off of screens, even in the DHO, which New York does that so well in the dribble handoff, and the way that they were switching so effortlessly and locating if there was another switch, and then they were passing off, passing off to a man to man. I was like, oh yeah, they're learning from this from the coach. So again, still, and a lot of those things are gonna take time to set in for it to be. We were talking about learning a new shooting mechanic. Sometimes it's gonna take time for it to set in with its second nature. You got to be thinking through it sometimes. But I seen that in the New York game, 1 game out of 5,
Okay.
1 game.
Okay.
She actually played okay defense. Guess what? A nigga would argue me down. Now, well, last season, I'm talking about 1 game.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, she could have did this last season with Christy Sides, but she chose not to because she wanted to get her out of there. She could have did this last season. I'm gonna be honest with you, but she didn't want to listen.
And again, I'm talking about 1 game, and in that 1 game, she did a floater, she did a post spin, she did a pull up midi, she did about 4 shots, I think, from the mid range. So yes, it may be small sample size, but 1 game, 1 game.
We supposed to be talking about her negatives, but okay. Go ahead, Ms. Goody.
Wody, do you consider Sabrina a 3-level scorer? Sabrina Ionescu?
Absolutely. All the way, absolutely. And she shoots more in the mid-range than people realize. She gets warmed up in the mid-range, and then you start seeing her, extending out.
Okay, so Sabrina is a 3-level scorer. She shoots logo 3s. And she's a champion, okay? So can someone explain to me, what's the allure? Why are people so enthralled when Caitlin does a thing that Sabrina Ionescu can do?
I don't see. Oh, pardon a second. Hold on 1 second.
You lost Wody? Let's
Shut him up. Drop the mic on him.
Did y'all see?
No, I'm back.
We could come back. We could come back to this. In fact, you could wrap up what you're saying. I just want to show Alisha Gray some love. If y'all, and then we could. If y'all want to show Alisha Gray some love, it's up to y'all. Career high 32 today.
You were saying with the question, was the question being why are people enthralled with CC over what Sabrina does and is supposedly similar? You can rephrase it for me. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, that's pretty much it, because they both can shoot logo 3s. I'm assuming Sabrina, who's a 3-level scorer, is making a choice.
She's not as audacious as CC is to just open up with it. And Sabrina doesn't create that shot off of the dribble in the same fashion that CC does. Sabrina can pull that, give it to her, she's wide open, dribble handoff off a screen, she can walk into it, right? And it'll look similar in a similar fashion, but then just tell her isolation in transition, running up the court and just run up and just pull up. She won't do that unless it's like a front running type of thing. Sabrina will do that, and again, it's more discipline, yet more discipline with that. You will see those in front running situations with Sabrina, not not just like how through the 3 back-to-back from CC. She did that while they were down until they tied the game and then took the lead with 1. That is a lot of coaches will put you on the bench for that. You don't have that free reign. Again, we were talking about old school coaches too. So for the most part, most people believe that the coach that CC&M has right now is an old school style coach. Imagine trying to do that play like that for Cheryl Reed. Probably gonna be on the bench. But this young lady and certain other players, like say Enrique can miss 20 shots, and you'll be hard pressed to see any coach try to rein in and tell her chill. She could take the next one. What you gonna do? You know what I mean? It's certain players is just, you understand that you would hope they're not gonna shoot you out the game. You know what I mean? But you gotta let them be, because they practice this. This is who they are. You know what I mean? And Sabrina is one of Marina Mabry can do that too. And I was even looking at Marina Mabry in another conversation with somebody else to see like how effective is it, because I would have to show you Brooklyn. I showed it to somebody else, and how you can find like exactly the percentages from each different distance for every player, the type of shot that they took. They got a video clip for it's weird. They got a video clip too up from all the way back to 2019 on the WNBA website. For anything, for certain things, you can look at every defensive rebound for Sylvia Fowles in a certain year. You know what I mean? In each game specifically, so on and so forth. And then say like you want to see every jump hook that say Tina Charles took in 2020, 2024. Every just only jump hook. You can find all that. It's amazing, and you rabbit hole. But Marina Mabry was looking up the other day. She was about 50% last season and a couple other seasons when she did pull it, but she only pulled it like 6 times. Then you go look at CC, who pulled that shot for maybe like 40 or 50 times and shot at league average. Whereas Sabrina, I have to look it up, and I don't want to misquote me, but she'll take the shot, but she won't. She took it probably like 20 times, 15 to 20 times. That's why more people is the allure for guys. It's like watching Damian Lillard with a ponytail. For those that watch the NBA, you'd be like, damn, like a woman is doing that? That's crazy.
So Sabrina should be more risky.
No, she don't have to be. She has that skill, but she can do that in the flow of an offense and still get it off. And that's why, for a lot of people, and even for me, I think the New York Liberty are the most entertaining team to watch because they're a 3-point shooting team. They play in a style that is more modern. Well, like that's why some casual fans can get behind the Liberty, because they play in a style that is more modern, and they let that thing go. And you don't probably, if they're winning, you're gonna get maybe 2 logo threes from Sabrina in that game.
Interesting. So it's a part of the recklessness.
But you see, even when you want to say reckless, I look at like some of the shots that say like Carmelo Anthony take. Well, I maybe if I can keep it, but I'm trying to keep it, WNBA for instance. But even when you say reckless, when you're missing it, a lot of people have a problem. But then, like when you go back to Kobe Bryant, when he shoot 2 or 3 people on him and he made it, people just threw their hand up like, whatever. Well, he made it. But like, that was a bad shot. But he'll tell you, yeah, but I practiced that though. It's not that she's
speaking of Kobe Bryant.
No, she practices that.
You want to know what he also would tell you?
What?
And this goes into how much do people really know the game and how much do people really love the game. So if you're a casual watcher, and most, not most, because when you look at the analytics for WNBA, believe it or not, even though it's a women's sports, it's mainly men watching it. Right? It's more men watching the WNBA than it is women, but it's a separation because you got certain people who prefer the WNBA style of play, and they'll tell you that is a better brand of basketball than the NBA. So a lot of WNBA watchers don't watch the NBA, and then you got a bunch of people who watch the NBA who don't watch the WNBA, and then you got a small group that crosses over that'll watch both. But I say that to say a lot of the men that watch the NBA or in the basketball that are casually watch women's basketball or just, you know, look at some highlights, that's really the allure of CC. Because again, like you said, that they never seen that before. They ain't even think it's possible. A lot of times most people who watch the NBA don't even think these girls could play. I know a bunch of people that I talk to. Mute your mic, Wody, because I can't myself. I know a bunch of people that I talk to that I'll be trying to tell them, I'm like, yo, there's some girls that you and they be like, I remember my man, one of my homies like, nah, no, it won't. I'm like, yo, bro, trust me. I'm like, you just don't know them. You don't know who they are. That's the problem. I said, go look up Enrique. I said, go look up Alisha Gray. You know, go look up Drew Lloyd. Go look up these players that get buckets. And then I'll tell you their place there. Go look up even players that's not in the league yet. Go look up my name is escaping me, the guard from LSU, not Flausier, the other one. I said go look up her. You know what I mean? I told him to go look up these different players.
Michaela Williamson.
There you go, Michaela Williams. I said go look up these different players, and I said I bet you they remind you of somebody. I said Michaela, to me, she got like a Carmelo type of game, right? Because she got a big body. Right, I said you take a look at somebody like Kennedy Carter, that's like AI. I said Enrique is like Kyrie. You get what I'm saying? I said Drew Lloyd got like a Kobe kind of game, right? So it's like I'm breaking these players down to my man who loves basketball but never watched women's basketball because he don't think they could play. But he started looking at the highlights and he like, oh shoot, okay. Of course he know who Caitlin Clark is because Caitlin Clark is popular, right? He know Angel Reese is popular, but he don't know who the rest of these girls are. Now let's get back to what Kobe will tell you. A lot of people focus on, and that's why I said the casual fan or the people who know basketball is different. People who watch Kobe and don't really know who Kobe is for real, they think that Kobe. And funny thing about Kobe was an ISO player. Kobe was a one-on-one player. So people think Kobe was all about offense, right? But if you go look up the documentary when Kobe went to play for the Redeem team, Kobe said, in order to win games, you need to defend and rebound. He ain't even mention offense. You get what I'm saying? And then when people look at CeCe and they look at Angel and they kind of confused on why you like Angel, I start to question how much they know about basketball, because the things that Angel is great at centers around defending and rebounding. And she won already. Like, she's proven, right? Caitlin isn't proven. And it's not to compare them or none of that. I'm just trying to show y'all, if you just really more about basketball. How much do you know about the game? So the flashiness of the game that's one thing. Let's take Jordan. Jordan was quote unquote, not even quote unquote, I feel like he the GOAT. I feel like he the greatest of all time, right?
Absolutely.
But what people don't realize about Jordan, with all the flash and all the athleticism and everything that he did, what makes him the greatest of all time is the fact that he had that athleticism, but he was the most fundamental player that played when he was playing. He made sure that he shot right, dribble right. He made sure, he had shot fakes. He made sure he had all the fundamentals of the game. He wasn't just out there just taking wild shots. He was one of the best perimeter defenders, best two-way players. You get what I'm saying? When you understand basketball, you understand it's more than just a flash of a logo three or a crossover or whatever it is that got you excited the first time you saw it and was like, oh, wow. It's more than just that, oh, wow. Basketball. So people who actually pay attention and watch the game and understand the game, you start to see other things and you start to notice other things. You start to notice with some play, kind of how what they was asking you in the chat. And I ain't making this about you, Wody Mac, but I'm just making my point with this. Kind of how they was asking you in the chat, well, what's Caitlin Clark defects? Right? What's the thing she struggled with? Because we all know she can make a logo 3. We know she can make a pass. We know the things she can do, or what's some things she need to work on, right? Because everything ain't about that. I said it early in this broadcast about 4 hours ago that you can't really live off logo 3s if you're trying to win games and win championships. You got to be able to do other things too. You get what I'm saying? Because the logo 3 gonna stop falling eventually. And I think Mo 3 made the point earlier that in the second half, when she was playing that same New York game, he's speaking of Wody, them shots wasn't falling like that. You get what I'm saying? So now you got to do other things. You get what I'm saying? That's not a knock to Cece. That's not trying to big up Angel. That's just telling you that the game, if you want to know how to win the game, is more than just the flashiness of shooting over 3 people if you Kobe, right? It's more than just the flashiness of what Jordan used to do with the fancy athletic moves and the layups. It's more than just Caitlin's logo 3s, right? Because the greatest players of all time will tell you that the game starts on the defensive end. And you got to be able to defend somebody first. And then you got to be able to end the possession. You end the possession with a rebound, right? And then you start to focus. That's why you think my biggest critique on Tyler Marsh is he don't defend nobody. I can't believe in nothing you doing if you don't start with defense. So Kobe will tell you, y'all could go find that. That's on YouTube. You can go find that. He said that you win games by defending and rebounding. This is the guy that's known for his offense.
That's a good point, Brooklyn. You know, Caitlin kind of reminds me of that student that doesn't study, but they can get a B on the test. But for me, there's something to be said about the people who are consistent, right? They consistently study to make sure that they get the A. And so, I don't know. I just find it so strange that people love the B student. And not let me not say this. You have the right to like whatever player that you want. But to me, it is to be celebrated. The people who are technically sound. And I don't know why they get called boring or they get pushed to the side. Sabrina Ionescu can shoot logo 3s, but she's just disciplined.
That's a good point.
Alisha Gray, right? Let's segue into that. She can shoot 3s. Extremely disciplined. I don't know. I want people to like whatever player they like. But I just really want them to show some of the other ladies some love. Like we're not seeing CC do something that other people can't do. They're making a choice not to. That's my point.
That's a good point.
Well, I'd also put this to you too. There's one player that I like a lot, Ryan Howard, right? Shooting a high volume of 3s this season, but she went on a heater the other day, went 9 for 19, right? I'd say in a similar way. I wouldn't call all of them, per se reckless, but it's obvious that she can hit that shot, and she'll pull up to it. She'll make a move off of it, and sometimes they give her the ball at the end of the shot clock, just like a play finisher, right, so to speak, almost in the vein of like a Kelsey Mitchell. All right. The reason though some of these players have even the confidence to do it, right, is the amount of repetitions they put in, and again, the practice on doing something that they have the confidence to do it. But then having the green light, I'd say like Marina Mayberry, which sometimes I think she just needed to chill, but she kind of has the green light because she's, besides Tina Charles, there's not much other offense for them out there. And there's a word that people like to use, like, you know, you're starting to press when you're getting behind, and maybe you need to get points in bunches. And well, who can get us points in bunches? You know, you give it to one of your gunners, you give it to somebody who can get hot quickly, your microwave, you know what I mean? Everybody don't have, especially with certain coaches that they have around the league, everybody don't have the green light to do it. And then players who might be able to do it, some of them aren't able to do it at a consistent enough clip where I want you even doing it. You might be a 1 out of every 4 type of player, right? A 1 out of every 5 type of player. The next person is 2 out of 5, right? Well, or 3 out of 5. Well, yeah, it may not still be the greatest of percentage, but yo, the person who can make, I can give them 10 of those shots, they'll make 4. I give you 10, you make 1. Well, I'd rather the person who can make 4, even though it's up in the air about you making it, or it's not a great shot in some cases, but hey, you're more proficient at making it. And that's why Sabrina, she's more proficient at making it. She just is also too, she's not going to it. Marina Mabry, up in the air with her, but she's proficient at making it, and she has a green light to do it. And Cece, as we see, some games that don't work, some things that do, but the girl right now, the league average 3-point percentage is 34%, about somewhere within that, right? And if we only look at the percentage, and I can find it, just the percentage on her shots that she takes from 30 feet plus. Real quick, you go to the WNBA website, go to splits, go to traditional, go to shooting. 2025, 30 feet. What the WNBA 3-point line is at what? It's like 25 feet or 23 feet, something like that. Well, shots that she's taken from 30 feet to 34 feet right now this season, she's 5 of 11, 45%. That's an insane NBA efficiency from a shot that most women are not going to take regularly. That's why some people have free reign to do it. Like her coach Steph White said, you don't never tell Steph Curry what's a good shot, because he has the ability to make it.
You gotta make my point though, Wody. I don't have an issue. Me personally, listen, because I'm not a hater. I don't have an issue with none of these women. Angel Reese is the reason why I'm watching, but I don't have an issue with none of these women, especially not Cece, right? And if she's gonna shoot the logo 3 and make it, I'm cool with her making it. My thing is, she's gonna have to, and she's doing it, right? She's, like you said, she's working on her mid-range shot. She's working on different things. You can't live with that, because there's gonna come a time where that shot that's 45% is not falling, and that was 0%. And now what you're gonna do? You're just gonna keep shooting it until you make it again, right? So that was my point in saying that you can't live with the logo 3. Right, the logo 3 is fine for like a superpower. What she used it for the other day, you know, they was losing. She came out, hit a bunch of deep threes, got momentum in the building. You know, they ended up winning the game. But what I'm saying is, if you know basketball, that's a beat. Like if you only focus on that, if you don't have anything else going for yourself, if you don't have a solid defense, if you don't play fundamental, if you don't have these other things going for yourself, that's not gonna be sustainable, and you're not gonna win. And my point is, the people who are excited about that, or the people who are intrigued by that, are people who don't really watch the game and don't really know, right? Those are people who don't even think girls could play, right? Those are people who don't even think girls could play. So now they see somebody like a Cece that's shooting deep, and they getting like wowed. You get what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, if you don't pay attention, if you somebody who don't understand the game of basketball, and that's all you care about, and I'm listen, I don't want to say, listen, we all know Cece don't play no defense, right? We all know that. Like you just said, she had a good game as far as switching goes, but I'm just talking about her as a one-on-one defender. We all know she's not a defender, right? She can't defend nobody, right? So my point is saying that if you understand basketball, and this is not a knock Cece, but I'm just being honest. If you understand basketball, when they was asking you earlier again about flaws in her game, that's just something that's as many deep threes as you make is gonna be a flaw because now you're gonna give up just as many points as you making. You get what I'm saying? So it's like cool. The deep three. Listen, that in other words, let me land my plane with this. In other words, I love the fact that CC could make 3 deep threes, and I love the fact that she's a star in this game, and everybody loves her. But for me personally, it don't move me. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna be honest with you, and that's why I'm not a CC fan, because it's like the things that people love about her. I'm like, okay, that's cool. You get what I'm saying? Like the deep threes is cool. I've seen it before. Like, and I'm not saying that. Let me not even say it then, because I don't even want to put the wrong message out there. Let's just say, let me say it this way. When it comes to playing the game of basketball outside of like, athletic dunks and, things of that nature, I think girls could do everything guys could do. I don't really look at women unless let's use real life examples. I don't really look at women as inferior to men unless it comes to like physical strength, right? Unless it comes to like, just use my mother for an example. If I come home from the grocery store, my mother, I'm gonna take the bags in the house because I'm the man, right? But my mother has the mental capacity to think and do anything I can do, right? I'm sure we all feel like that about our moms, right? Right, Wody? I'm sure you feel like your mom is an intelligent woman, right?
Yep.
So when it comes to playing basketball, I don't really look at basketball and be like, oh my God, she got a crossover. She's better than everybody else. Like, I don't do that. You get what I'm saying? That's what these guys do. They look at CC and be like, oh shit, she shoot deep. The best one I ever seen. Like, I don't do that. Like, I'll be like, okay, she can shoot deep. That's dope. But she can't do what this one can do, and this one can do this, and that one can't do. You feel me? It's only one CC, the same way as only one Asia, the same way as only one. You get what I'm saying? It's mad nice girl. Now CC is popular because she went through the college thing and she became a star in college. We get why she's popular. We get it. But I also understand basketball. I'm not like a random person that just like watch TV and you tell me what's popular and what's not. When I look at basketball, whether we talk about the NBA or the WNBA, I know what's good basketball and what's bad basketball. I know who's more likely to win and more likely just to have good stats. If that makes sense, you get what I'm saying? Like, I understand the game, is what I'm saying. That's why I gave you a little bit of history about Kobe and these guys, because they understand the game, and these guys will tell you what's important, right? It don't got to come from me. Right, it'll come from LeBron to tell you what's important. Steph and these guys, they'll tell you what's important. And I don't think none of them said that Iverson, that's known for the crossover, won't tell you. Like, he even jokes about his defense. I wasn't the best defender out there, but that's why they surrounded me with these guys. You get what I'm saying? So like, these guys also understand what's important. So again, that's what I'm saying. Like, I do understand the appeal of CC to people who probably don't think women should even be able to play basketball that well. So they see her shooting threes and all of a sudden she's better than everybody else, right? But if I'm talking to somebody who understands basketball in general, whether it's CC, whether it's Angel, whether it's Asia, we could look at the game through a lens and critique the basketball of it without being fooled by popularity. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. So that's the point I'm making. Again, I haven't read the chat, but I see stuff in the chat. I don't want people to think that I'm disrespecting CC. I'm just making a point. If
this is the other thing too.
Yeah.
Diana Taurasi was asked, how did you play for so long? And one of the things she said is, I wanted to make the game easy for me. So I was always looking for easier ways to score. And so when you think about that, it's going to be a 3-point shot no matter where you shoot it. I'm just like, in a few years from now, what does her game begin to look like when she can't throw up that logo 3? Because it's literally going to be harder on the body. And that doesn't matter whether you're male or female, but it's literally going to be harder on the body as you age, because you aren't making the game easier for you for a shot that gives you 3 points, no matter where you shoot it.
That's a good point. Gotta be able to make, gotta be able to find easy shots. Definitely a fact. But again, let me say this. CC is great for the game, right? And she's gonna work on her game and get better. So is all these other women we talking about, Asia, Angel, you know what I mean? They all working on their game. But again, my point is, I don't want my point to get missed. I want to land with this. I'm gonna keep it short. Is it's a difference between somebody seeing something that they feel like they never seen before, or they think it's popular, or whatever the case may be. And there's a whole nother thing when you just critiquing the game of basketball, right? You're just critiquing what's good basketball and what's bad basketball. So let's be clear about that. Because I heard when Wody Mack was talking, he was talking about why guys like CC's game. Well, a lot of times those guys don't even have respect for the women's game. So they're looking at CC as, oh shoot, you know, they don't think that, they have no clue of what these women are capable of, is my point.
Hey, can I say something to that, Brent? Because I can't speak for all of these gentlemen, right? But I do remember one conversation I had with a dude. And I don't want to paint a bad light on some of these fellas, right? But I tell some people that I hang in other spaces that I go, right? There's non-basketball related. That's the dating and relationship talk side of YouTube that I got tired of, but still talk to some of them dudes. And I was like, yeah, I'm watching, the WNBA, you know what I mean? Watching women's basketball, WNBA, homeboy that I know, he's a music producer, right? We talking about the NBA, and then I bring up the W. He was like, "Nah, I just don't want to watch a whole bunch of layups, my G. I'm good." I'm trying to talk it up. I'm like, "Yeah, I heard it." He's like, "Oh yeah, I know Angel Reese, and shorty cool, but now I ain't trying to watch a whole bunch of layups. This, that, and the third, boom, whatever the case may be." Right? So I see it too. Even for casual people who may not necessarily be, they just not interested, dog. Especially like you said, it's harder trying to bring NBA men who watch the NBA into watching the women's sport for some, especially maybe even for some of the younger demographic. It may see some things that's kind of cool, but I even know dudes who know who CC is and seeing some of her highlights. They're like, yeah, she just shoot. Like, yeah, okay, like she shoot like Dame. What? Yeah, okay. Well, what else? You know what I mean? It's like it's not Edwards jumping over a dude, grabbing the back of his head and slamming it on. But you know what I mean? Even if they just highlight culture, they not watching whole games. They getting that explosive plays for some dude. It's like, yo, never watch the whole season, but then NBA Finals time come on, and they gonna watch OKC and Indiana, and they gonna see something that's gonna have them like, yo, you know what I'm saying? It's just, I understand. Just being me, I have to understand. It just don't appeal to everybody, bro. It is what it is.
But that's the point I'm making, because a lot of guys, and listen, I'm gonna be honest with you, I was one of them. I ain't even gonna hold you. Like a few years ago, I would have never watched a WNBA women's game. It was a Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese championship game that made me like, oh shit, like this shit kind of interesting. And I started watching from there, and I just started educating myself. But my point is saying that it's a lot of men who just don't really care or don't really think that girls could play. You get what I'm saying? So they don't want to see it. So it's like the ones that, like you talking about, ones that don't even want to see CC. But I'm talking about the ones that, because the reason why I keep bringing CC up is because the thing that I hear from people is that oh, she's better than everybody. Cece is the best one. That's why when you go back to Ms. Goody Two Shoes question about don't Sabrina also do this?
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying? Hold on. Let me just land with this. The I can't think of the word I'm trying to use, but what's been placed upon Caitlin Clark is she's the best one. Like she and let's even say maybe they feel like this. She's the only one that's good. Like everybody else is trash, right? So that's why she gets so much popularity and people watch her, because it's like a little bit of her passes, but just mainly her shots, mainly the shots she takes, or whatever the case may be. And she's put, you know what I think it is too, because I'll say this: I've watched, because I'm into women's basketball now, I've watched full games. So like what Mo3 was saying earlier about how she had a great first half, terrible second half. When you watch CC highlights, she looked larger than life. Like she looks amazing, because they don't show obviously the low lights. So when you just look at her highlights, you be thinking like that's what it's like watching her. Like she don't miss nothing, and she just coming down and just making she don't turn nothing over. Like that's what it looked like. That's not reality, but that's what it looked like. So if you somebody who never watched the game and only seen highlights, I see how you do probably think that, right? You are probably fooled. But people who actually watch these games understand that, you know, it's not like that, right? Like she could play amazing in a quarter or a half, and then get shut down in the third, like it's just, or be missing, like that's more reality of it, right? So for us, it's not as amazing. It's just like, okay, she's human, right? It's more regular. It's more like, okay, regularly scheduled programming. But for somebody that's a casual watcher that's not watching, for them, it's like larger than life. You get what I'm saying? Like it's two different experiences for the people, for the casual watcher and the person who actually watch the games. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm trying to. Oh yes, going back to Sabrina. That's what I wanted to circle back on for Miss Goody Two Shoes, right? And this is hopefully this makes somewhat bit of a sense, right? Or with the lack of appeal to males for what Sabrina does in a similar fashion. If you do pay attention, though, right? Whatever Sabrina was doing about 2 or 3 years ago that caught a little bit of buzz, they made a slot specifically just for her in the NBA All-Star game, Sabrina versus Steph. So there was something that she did that caught a flare, caught a buzz, and put her at least there was maybe a little bit of a rise in attention for her. Due to that they had her doing a shootout yearly against it. They did it like 3 years in a row. They skipped the last year, but they did it like 3 years in a row. So it was some type of allure. Again, though, like she don't do it that often. It didn't catch on quite as maybe like it does for Caitlin, but Caitlin does it in a different way. But it did do enough to where they made a sequence in the WNBA All-Star game. Not NBA, pardon me, NBA All-Star. For 3 years.
I missed your point if you made it.
Well, she mentioned like, why people don't why men don't hold Sabrina in the same regard for taking the same type of shot. I said what she did bring some type of allure because the NBA brought her on to shoot against Steph for 3 years in a row. So it had a buzz, a slight buzz, maybe not as big of a, but it had a slight buzz.
Sabrina.
Yeah. So there was something to it. It just wasn't enough of a buzz. Hence why she's doing that shootout with Steph, going like it would be 4 years now this year, 4 or 5 years.
But that's the thing too. It's like Sabrina has actually proven that she's the best 3-point shooter in the WNBA. Like there's some metrics of consistency, 3-point shooting contest. But people are
But
talking about someone else.
But yeah, unfortunately, so is life, where I respect people's want for things to be equitable and to be fair. Why Prince, who is more talented, ain't more popular than Michael Jackson, the world may never know. Because like just sometimes it ain't fair. Fair ain't fair, and people like what they like.
Like I said,
and I know it's a generic response, but that really it boils down to people like what they like. There was and if I may real quick, Brooke, it was a conversation I heard these people having that I took a slight step back from. I'm like, he was talking about all the white fans of Caitlin Clark, why they love her, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? Because it's like giving a aha to black women, or to the black race, or to the black population as a whole. They got a great white hype, right? And for the black people that like her, y'all just saddling up the white people because you want the butter biscuits from the white folks, whatever the case may be. Who knows why they say what they said? I get the sentiment. Trust me, I understand it. I get it. But why is she appealing to the people who really don't care about that narrative he was spewing there? Why does she appeal to black men, black women, so on and so forth, who don't identify with that? What is it? Again, yeah, it's the excitement factor. People like what they like. That's why I use that Michael and Prince example. People just like what they like.
No, but I think if you're marketed a certain way, people are going to view you a certain way. To Brooklyn's point, right? So if I only watch highlights, right? Or if my first initial introduction to you are just highlight reels, I'm going to think that. And then once you buy into the highlight reels, it now becomes difficult for you to detach from that. Because
microwave society.
Yeah, so I've seen the highlight reels. I think this person is great. I haven't seen the clunkers. I haven't watched the full game. I haven't seen the turnovers. Right? But make no mistake about it. We have been in this world a long time, right? One of the reasons that, let's be real, that she gets pushed, it is because she looks a certain way and she is a foil to another person in the WNBA. That's a huge part of it. Now, are there some people that may not dig in deeply to that? Sure. But if you look at the way that Angel Reese is portrayed online, there are even black people who would lean into that, right? Because we're not talking about the reality. We're talking about what we're fed, okay? If you look at how both of them are portrayed online, you're going to say, oh my God. And not even just Angel Reese, but just like, why are people being mean to her? She just wants to play basketball and she's good at it. Right? Now, keep in mind, the highlight reels of the other players haven't been pushed. So yeah, you are going to think that you are choosing to support somebody. You are going to think that you are choosing to buy in. But most people, that it's no different from when people go out to vote. Most people aren't doing research. They see campaign ads, right, and then they feel a certain way. And then it becomes difficult for them to back away from that feeling because most people aren't critical thinkers.
Hey, this young lady, she on my all-star ballot.
Yeah, I want to say something real quick too about the debate. A lot of people, and this shows you why you got to do history, right? A lot of people keep talking about the debate is over, or why they compared and all this, that, and third. When people don't realize they was never compared based off skill or talent, right? Nobody ever was like, oh, Angel Reese is having a great game. What is Caitlin Clark doing? Caitlin Clark is having their comparisons never came from what was happening on the court. They was never compared. What happened was, right, they played in the championship game. Angel Reese won, and not only did she win, she celebrated. And a lot of people across America, a lot of white people across America didn't like that, right? They got upset. They got upset that she won, and then they made it a thing. That's where it came from. So all this because people acting like because Caitlin Clark won Rookie of the Year, or because she scored this many points. That is why it's not even a debate. Debate never came from that. Debate never came from what they did on the court. The debate came from people making it a racial thing. It became the comparison came from a racial thing. So if you want to end the debate with Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, you got to end that, because we didn't, as Angel Reese fans, we didn't create that. And as the Caitlin Clark fans who just care about what Bodie Mack just said, the basketball of things, and you don't look at the race. Well, y'all ain't create that either. Nobody's attacking the real problem, and that was the racist people. And when I say racist people, I don't mean white people, because all white people not racist, right? And all skin folk ain't kinfolk. We know that. So all just because you black, I don't necessarily feel like we together neither. When I say racist people, I'm talking about the people that's evil, regardless of what your color is, the people that's nasty, the people that everybody should be standing against. Those people created the rivalry. So if you want to end the rivalry or the comparison between Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, you got to start with those people. It ain't got nothing to do with what happened on the court, because they was never compared on the court. You never heard Angel Reese come out her mouth and say, I think I'm better than Caitlin Clark. I think I'm a better scorer than Caitlin Clark. I think I'm a better passer than Kate. She don't care about Caitlin Clark. She don't ever mention this girl. But because of racist people mad, right, of the skin color between them and Angel winning and celebrating, they put that between them. So now every time they play together, they want to see Angel lose because Angel won. So now they want to see her lose. That's the most important thing to them, is to see Angel suffer. Even if Angel is, and you want to know how this is true? Because it don't only happen to Angel. This happened to Dejanay Carrington, who was competing against Caitlin. This happened to other players who compete against Caitlin. They get it too. It don't got nothing to do with what happens on the court. It's some people that hate black people, I'm assuming, right? Because what other reason is it, right? And you're mad that they'll get one up on CC. So now you start attacking them. You start attacking her opponents. So if you a CC fan and if you an Angel fan and you want to get rid of the so-called rivalry, you got to start there first. And again, like I said, I'm not talking about white people, because all white people ain't racist. And it's a lot of black people that I see that's attacking Angel. It's a lot of black people that I see keeping this shit going. So all skin folk ain't kinfolk neither. So it ain't got nothing to do with the color. It's the people with evil in their heart. Those are the people you gotta attack first. You attack them. If we get together as CC and Angel fans and attack those people, the rivalry will be over. Then CC will be able to play her games, Angel will be able to play her games, and we don't got to worry about who cares about who wins or loses or none of that. But as long as those people are still controlling the narrative, and you know they controlling the narrative, because every time a video was put out, you go look at those comments, what you see? Nasty stuff, nasty comments, right? So that's So that's where the rivalry is going to end at, because that's where it started at. It has nothing to do with what happens with CC and Angel on the court, who scored the most, who got the most triple doubles, who did this, who got the most rebounds. Ain't got nothing to do with that, because Angel been doing that way before the CC game. Way before that championship game, Angel was getting rebounds and winning games and being a winner. She won championships before she beat Caitlin Clark. And Caitlin Clark was having big games and shooting logo threes before she played Angel in the championship game. So they was doing that before that championship game. But the rivalry started after the championship game because of people that wanted to be evil and nasty. Because if we think about it, just because you lose a championship game, it ain't going to start no rivalry, right? How rivalries normally get started. Rivalries normally get started because I beat you and you came back and beat me, and now we have a rivalry. That didn't happen with Angel and Caitlin, because you can't even count the Elite 8 game because nobody got a ring for that. So they really don't have a rivalry from the way rivalry naturally stem from. They got a rivalry because racist people created an agenda and a narrative because they got mad at the way Angel Reese won. They felt like she celebrated too much. So now they attacking this girl for the rest of her life. So the only way we end it is by ending them. And if we're not going to end them, it's always going to be a rivalry. It's whether you like it or not, it is what it is.
It's for me, bro. As it comes to when it comes to Angel Reese, I'm not an Angel Reese no hype man, but I feel like piling on or down talking on the young lady or making disparaging comments like, yo, that's OD and that's over the top, and I don't want to delve into that, right? So I take like a hands-off approach for the most part, right? And I don't even think nobody would say that. I sit there and I be sitting there and disrespecting the young lady, right? It's just because I look at myself as being an outside observer. When I see inflammatory, like I was saying earlier in the conversation, inflammatory comments on the other end, the only thing comes to my mind is people watching, right? Because then people will say like, y'all not watching the games, y'all don't even watch, and like cool, true. Some people don't. I'm one pair. I do. I watch when they play. I'm watching a lot of teams play, but I think people who don't like CC don't watch her either, bro. Besides people really into basketball, but again, it is what it is. You ain't gotta. People don't gotta watch. They don't gotta like.
But we could say the same for people who like CC. So whether you like or dislike, I don't think that a lot of people are watching the game. A lot of the people engaged in the discourse aren't watching the games.
Yeah.
So even the people who tout her stats, they aren't watching the games. Even the people who criticize Angel, they aren't watching the games.
True. Yeah, I can say definitely true.
Definitely
True to a certain extent. But, people like to put is it a majority or is it a minority? I can't say for 100% certain, but especially when a lot of us we use our litmus test. I think that's the proper word. Our litmus test being Twitter, Threads, Instagram, so on and so forth, right? And then if you engage with some of the people and talk to them, but like, hey, and you see like, hey, you don't sound like somebody that's even watching, right? You really don't sound like somebody that's watching. And I feel like that, like when somebody when people talk about something that happened a year ago or 2 years ago, be like, all right, so what happened yesterday though? We was watching the game yesterday or 2 weeks ago or last week. What's going on in current basketball? Let's talk about that. You know what I mean? If we really want. But it is entertaining. It is entertaining. But for me, after a while, that's why I said I take a hands-off approach with dealing with conversations like with Angel Reese, and I think it's OD to pile on the young lady. It's OD. It be training, and I don't want to engage in that.
My whole thing is this though. They both good for women's basketball, right?
Yeah.
So if they both good for women's basketball, and as a man, right, even though I said the majority of the fans or the majority of people who watch and support, at least I'm going off of my YouTube algorithm analytics, is men, right? Even though I'm a man, and even though a bunch of my supporters are men, I'm still treating this as a woman's sport, which it is, and my goal is still to grow the game, right? To grow the game of women's basketball, right?
Yeah.
And if my job is to grow the game of women's basketball, and both of these young ladies are good, as well as the rest of the young ladies that's in the W, they all good. None of these ladies are bad role models, right? No matter, and that's another thing that annoys me with the Angel Reese thing. But speaking of all of them as a whole, like, they all professional basketball players. That's who they are, right? Because people would, like I said, you get in the comments and they tell you a whole other story. But these women are professional, coming and collegiate, because we care about the NCAA too. So these women are professional and collegiate basketball players. That's what they do. That's who they are. Our job is to grow the game. So if that's a fact, it's a difference between hating and critiquing, right? It's a difference between hating and critiquing. Shouldn't hate on none of them, but we should be able to critique all of them.
Absolutely.
Right.
So
if that's a fact, then I don't see any reason to speak about neither one of them disparagingly. Because if I'm critiquing you, I'm not speaking about you disparagingly. I'm speaking about something in your game you should work on. Right. So I don't really see the point in ever saying anything negative towards Angel Reese, or ever saying anything negative towards Caitlin Clark. To me, saying that Angel Reese need to work on her layups isn't a negative thing. To me, saying that Caitlin Clark isn't the best defender or need to work on her defense isn't negative. That's me critiquing the game. But that's not me being negative towards you. You get what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like, when we talk about these players, I don't ever see a reason why people should ever be disrespecting Angel Reese. I don't really get the point of it. Like I said, if somebody comes to me trolling or disrespectful, as far as talking about Angel Reese, I could meet them with that same energy back about Caitlin. But that energy isn't about Caitlin when I do that. That energy is more about that person, because I know that person is ignorant. So I'm like, okay, if you want to be ignorant, I'm gonna be ignorant right along with you, right? I'm gonna give you the same. I'm gonna give you a taste of your medicine type of thing. But I don't ever. That's why you don't really see me bashing Caitlin as a Angel fan. Number one, and then number two, that's why I don't care about critiquing CeCe. Like, I understand when I critique CeCe, people gonna take it the wrong way. Just like I did. I don't feel like nothing I said earlier was bashing CeCe, but I can understand how somebody who's a CeCe fan will take offense to it because they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear that their favorite player isn't the best player. They don't want to hear that their favorite player is like, okay, I just see you as like a regular player that can shoot logo threes. So what? They don't want to hear that, right? That bothers them. But that's how I feel about her. And the reasons why I feel like that about her is because of the things that I mentioned, the flaws that Nate spoke of earlier, right? The pushing off, the needing to work on her handle, which she's working on those things, like you said, Nate. Like you said, Wody. I don't want to act like she hasn't worked on certain things. She has, and I'm looking forward to her getting better, right? But like we spoke about earlier, she's not the best in the mid range. She needs to work on that part of her game. It's parts of her game she needs to work on. The thing that I don't like the most about her game is her attitude. We talked about that earlier, about how she'd get mad if one of her teammates take a shot. She over there pouting and You know, just like childish. To me, her biggest flaw is being enabled. Being enabled. You know, she went to Iowa that allowed her to play a certain type of way and didn't really coach her up. I'm not saying she ain't getting no coaching, but she's been coddled since pretty much Iowa, maybe even probably before that, right? Because if you think about it, think about it. She came into Indiana able to play a style she wanted to play, right? Yeah. She didn't have to learn and grow or nothing like that. She's playing the same way she played in college, basically, right? And in college, she was able to play a style that appealed to her, right? It ain't winning nothing, but it appealed to her. And then I'm sure, and I don't know this for a fact because I didn't do research, but I know how people talk about AAU, right? I'm sure in AAU, it was kind of catered to her. So that's what I'm saying. She's used to and enabled to get in her way a lot. I think that's her biggest flaw. But she has a lot of other flaws too, like that nobody wants to talk about because she could make a logo 3, so they think like she better than everybody. You get what I'm saying? And don't get it twisted. Again, like I said, I don't bash Caitlyn. I love the fact that she can get hot. Like, I'm an honest person. As somebody who roots against Caitlyn sometimes, because my favorite player is Angel. You gotta mute your mic because I hear myself. My favorite player is Angel. One thing I know I don't want to see when I'm going against her is for her to get hot. Because once she get hot, she could she could just keep knocking them off in a row. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I think she better than Sabrina, right? I think Sabrina is more experienced than her, and I think Sabrina knows how to win and she's a champion. But as far as like that, like as far as shooting ability goes, I feel like if they was in a shooting contest, I think she'll win, right? Even though she hasn't proven it, even though she ain't been in no shooting contests, I think she's the better shooter overall, in my opinion, right? And that's solely going off of what I've seen her do in college, and she hasn't really done it in the pros, but I see her go crazy. I already seen her go crazy, right? And that's not to say Sabrina can't. I just never really seen Sabrina go crazy. I know Sabrina could shoot. I never seen her go crazy. I've seen Caitlyn go crazy before. You know what I mean? And she hasn't really done it in the pros. The closest thing y'all got is that game against New York the other day where she did it in the first half, struggled in the second half, or whatever the case may be. But I say all that to say, so y'all see that I don't got nothing against Caitlyn. I don't hate her. Or whatever the case may be. I think she's great for the game, like I've been saying. But the way she plays basketball, I don't think is winning. Not to say she can't win, but it's just not a winning style. And I don't it doesn't excite me. Like when I watch as much as you might want to feel like Angel isn't as skilled or isn't as good or whatever it is, that energy, that heart that Angel plays with is what made me like her. It's what I was like, yo, I just like the way she played. Like even yesterday when the girl pulled her hair, the way she turned around was like, yo, I was like, yeah. Like I like that shit. You get what I'm saying? So that's really what it is. It's not comparing both of their skills, and I'm not expecting Angel to be able to score like Caitlyn and none of that. I just personally like the way Angel plays, and I like what Angel stands for as far as being a good defender, being good to her teammates, being somebody who crash the glass like she does. I like all of that. That's why I like Angel. It has nothing to do with their scoring abilities or whatever the case may be. If you feel like Caitlyn is a better scorer and it's not close or whatever the case may be, I'm cool with that. That doesn't bother me. That doesn't make me, that's not the reason why I started to like Angel. Now, if you ask me who's a better player, I'm going to say Angel. Right now, I feel like Caitlyn is closer to who her MVP self is. Like, I feel like she's she put it together quicker than Angel. But the reason why I'm gonna say Angel is because the things that I think that matters in basketball to winning, I think Angel has that. And that's not to say Caitlyn doesn't. As again, it's not to knock Caitlyn that's not to say Caitlyn can't develop it. But I just love the way Angel plays the game. She just needs to polish some of the things that she's struggling with. She need to polish those things, right? But the
But
things
I
that
actually think
yeah,
Angel is a better athlete. And the reason I would say that is one of the reasons, like, people keep saying that Angel isn't polished, but it becomes difficult to be polished when you have to change everywhere you go.
yeah, exactly. That's a pro. Yep, I agree with that.
And you had to switch your shooting hand. So yes, Angel is somewhat ambidextrous, but her dominant hand is her right hand that she's not even shooting with. That's like next level stuff, if we're being honest. Like, nobody else is having to do that. Changing how you play the game, what position you play, everywhere you go. Having a rod in your leg, a plate in your foot,
Talk about it. A lot of people don't want to talk about that part.
right? Just shooting with your non-dominant hand, that is next level stuff, and she still made it to the pros. So yeah, when the world revolves around you, and like you said, when you've been coddled and you've been able to play your style of basketball from the beginning, you should be a little bit more polished, if we're being honest. If you didn't have to change your shooting hand, you should be a better shooter.
Yep.
Can I give you a grain? The saying is, take it with a grain of salt. If you don't mind, I would like to give you a take it with a grain of salt. A statement.
Let me say this real quick before you say that. Listen, real money is welcome, man. People, like, I know. Listen, I am a Angel Reese fan, and I am gonna support Angel Reese. This is a quote unquote Angel Reese page, but this is also a CC page. I don't hate CC. This is not a CC hate page. Just for the people in the chat that just want to be clear, I don't know if some of y'all hate CC. Y'all can say that. I don't know who hates CC, who hates Angel, or whatever the case may be. But I'm pro CC and I'm pro Angel. But I'm pro WNBA. So I'm pro Asia. I'm pro Fee. Like, this is not. I don't pick sides. You can have, to me. All right. So here's what's important to me. You should be able to have your favorites. So Angel Reese is my favorite. You feel me? If we talk about the men's game, I could just reel off my favorites real quick. Jordan was my favorite. That don't mean I ain't like Reggie Miller, or that don't mean I didn't like Patrick Ewing or Charles Barkley or anybody else in the league. I liked them too, but Jordan was my favorite. You get what I'm saying? Tracy McGrady and Allen Iverson was my favorite. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I really didn't like Kobe like that, but that's only because he kept beating the niggas I like. But I've always respected Kobe's game. I always had a lot of respect for Kobe, still do. Got a lot of respect for LeBron. Not really a LeBron guy, but I got respect for LeBron. I like Steph. I wouldn't say I'm a Steph guy, but I like Steph. I like Kyrie Irving. My point to you is, you can have your favorites, but then you can like the other players too, and they can be cool. I don't have nothing against CC. I just don't like her. She's not the reason why I'm watching women's basketball. Angel's the reason why I'm watching women's basketball. But this is not a CC hate page. So if somebody's in here and they're a CC fan, they're welcome. If you in here and you're an Angel fan, you're welcome. If you're in here and you're a Fee fan, you're welcome. If you're a Liberty fan, you're welcome. If you're a Connecticut Sun fan, you're all welcome. This page is inclusive to everybody, and everybody is allowed to have their favorite player, whoever their favorite player may be. Mine is Angel Reese, and we're gonna always support Angel Reese here, and we're not gonna let nobody bash her here. But that don't mean that we can't also love on Caitlin Clark too. That don't mean that we can't have Caitlin Clark fans in here too. This is not beef. I know there's a lot of those pages out there like that. But I'd rather beef against those pages than beef against people that want to come in here and have fellowship with women's basketball, because that's what it's about. It's about women's basketball, which is about, to me, that trumps CC and that trumps Angel, right? Because without women's basketball, where would they play? They can't do it by themselves, right? Angel needs a team, right? And that team need a league, right? And in order for great players to be great players, you need great players in that league. Because guess what? Won't nobody watch a league with just CC in it as the only great player. Won't nobody watch a league with only Angel or only Fee or only Asia in it as the only great player. So you need a league full of great players. So this shouldn't be a division. I don't want division in here. I want unity, even if we disagree, right? Basketball and sports, you have arguments. I don't mind us arguing. We could argue about who we think our favorite is or who's better. Like I said, as long as we keeping it on the floor, I'm cool. You could talk about Angel layups all day, but don't talk about what she's wearing. Don't talk about her attitude. Don't talk about her off the court. But if you want to talk about her on the court, talk about it. If you want to talk about CC on the court, talk about it. If you want to talk about things that pertain to basketball, that's cool with me. But I want to make sure that this page is more inclusive than division. Like let those other pages do that. Let those other pages have hate Angel campaigns or hate CC campaigns or whatever it is they trying to do. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to be able to have a conversation, an honest conversation about women's basketball. So my honest conversation about women's basketball is I'm an Angel guy. I could be honest about that, right? And I could have a debate with somebody that's a CC person, respectfully. I could have a debate with somebody that's a Asia person or a Fee person or whoever. I'm just naming names, but we could have these debates respectfully about our player. And then at the end of the day, have a good time together. I do that with my family, right? When me and my friends and my family get together, we argue all day about who's the best rapper, Biggie, Jay-Z, or Nas. That just came out, some hip hop shit. But you get my point. You're gonna have difference of opinions. That's cool. Let's keep it, but let's keep this where we can have those difference of opinions, but still get along and have fun and understand that we here for the entertainment of basketball. Go ahead, Wody. Oh yeah. Really quick too. Hit that like button. Hit that like button and subscribe. Absolutely. Get what I'm saying? I see a bunch of y'all watching me. There's a whole bunch of people watching me that just don't want to subscribe. They like, nah, I'm gonna just watch them with the mean face. They over there with the mean face. Like, I'm gonna just watch.
I'm gonna watch, but I ain't gonna subscribe.
You ain't gotta be angry. We having fun over here. You can subscribe. You can hit the like button, and everybody's welcome.
Oh, they hit you with the I'm a like, but I ain't gonna watch.
Go ahead, Brody.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Take it with a grain of salt thing, right? This was something I don't recall exactly what day, but Gil, they were talking about high school and college basketball players, right? Gil's a ring to them, right? Now, why I hold what former pros say in a slight higher regard is because, well, that's what they did for a living. That's what they do. Even people who played it on a decent level. And this is referring to that statement Ms. Goody Two-Shoes was talking about, having to change. And it sort of, this statement the brother made was they were talking about players having a bag, and does LeBron have a bag, so on and so forth, for those who want to know. And Gil said, while you in high school, middle school, so on and so forth, when you're getting up in the college, so you get ready into the pros, the only thing you should be working on is mastering your fundamentals. So and some people, there's certain things that's not being asked of them, or what the type of the trainer that they got don't know it all, so they can't train them properly. But you should be mastering your fundamentals, right? So with certain things they may be lacking in their fundamentals, unfortunately, everybody don't get everything. But the players who do have a lot of their fundamentals already covered and they get to the next level, they're just polishing, refining, and adding to that. That's why certain players seem more special. And I can see one thing for certain, where CeCe probably was not asked of her. Nobody asked her to play defense. So she wasn't held to any type of standard when it came to playing defense. So the fundamentals of defense, either the way that they taught it, or because it wasn't asked of, because she's so prolific of a scorer, she just outscores her matchup, probably on a lot of different levels. It was a deficiency. and so on and so forth. And you can say it in so many different things for other players, so on and so forth. That's why when you were saying what you were saying about Angel, you're like, yo, she had to change this hand, change that hand. Cool. I think then some of the deficiencies in which she's coming up in had to be the trainers, what she might be lacking in fundamentals or what she just wasn't taught. But it should have been something that you should have been mastering coming into this level.
But
And you're not,
everybody
again, you're not
doesn't.
going to be a finished product. You're not going to be a finished product.
But
Nobody
everybody doesn't get the
necessarily
same
is.
fundamentals.
Huh?
Like, so I understand what Gil is saying, but the women and men's game is different. So yes, Asia was given certain fundamentals, but she wasn't given the things to make her a guard. You see
Or if
Asia
you, yeah, if
expanding that
you
game
actually
right
like
now.
changing your responsibilities, yes, then that's new things you got to learn. Like if you've never played point guard, now we need you to play point guard. You're gonna take what little you know or try to adapt what you do well, and hence why the term combo guard came about, because like it's like asking a shooting guard to be a point guard, but you don't pass anyway, right?
Sure,
So
but
I
they're
get
all
you
not
in that.
getting the same fundamentals. So Prince brought this up before when he was talking about for women are bigs taught to shoot, right? Like that's the thing that he noticed, that
Mhm.
all of the bigs have trouble shooting. Now you don't see that with the Nafisa Collier because she's been in the league for 6 years, or Asia Wilson because she's been in the league for 7 years. But in the women's game, in the women's circuit, acting like all of them would get the same fundamentals no matter what their position is, or 100% of the same fundamentals depending on their, no matter their position, that no, it doesn't go like that.
You know what one place though, Miss Goody, just keep it in the back of your mind, and I'm sure you know it inherently in the back of your mind, so you've probably seen it. Overseas is one place they seem, that's why a lot of people, they love these European players, even though they may not be as tough. They make their bigs all the way down to the guards all train the same way, so they can be well-rounded players. You gotta love how the Europeans approach basketball.
Sure, it's positionless basketball, right?
Yeah.
So everybody would get the same fundamentals. But in the United States,
They
where
train
that's not
them,
the
they train
case,
them and treat them all the same, from the biggest to the smallest.
right? And they're also going pro younger, right? So in the United States, where that's not the case, everyone is not going to get all of the same fundamentals. Caitlin Clark doesn't even have all of the fundamentals, if we're being real.
That's right.
Oh, okay, so everybody didn't get all the same fundamentals. So we don't
You
have,
find
especially
it,
when
it's more. I'm
you said
sorry. Go
what?
ahead.
No, I'm
Well,
saying
I was gonna say
especially
though,
with
you find
women.
it funny though, and more and more, the further and further, the more years go by. I just find it funny though, as much as we've seen all these well-rounded, great European players come into the game in the NBA, so on and so forth, and what these other players can do. Is it would then you again do you attribute that to lack of good trainers here stateside, right? Because
No, the women's game
when you get the
and the
Giannis
men's game,
Antetokounmpos of the world, you be like, damn, well, why the next 6'11" dude ain't doing this? You know what I'm saying?
they're two different. And with real money, I see what you're saying, but it doesn't make everybody in the women's game isn't taught the same. They're at two different levels. So how men are getting trained to become professional basketball players is just now catching up to, how women are getting trained to become professional basketball players is just now catching up to men. So it's one of the reasons why we don't have research on ACL tears. It's not the same. So Gil can say one thing because the men's game is a bit more complex. There's more money behind it. For women, it's really not.
And then I always say this: everybody be so focused on what one player could do and what the other player can't. One of my favorite things about basketball, one of the most beautiful things that I think that's a part of basketball is different skill sets. Like, I think it's dope that you can have one 6'11". We talking about the men's game. One 6'11" player that could play like that. Like for instance, there's only one Cat. Cat play like Cat, and there's only one Wnba. Wnba play like Wnba, and there's only one Joker. The Joker play like the Joker. You know what I mean? It ain't 10 Jokers. You know what I mean? It ain't the camp you go through to play like the Joker. You get what I'm saying? There's only one Giannis. I think that makes basketball fun because now this skill set got to go against that skill set. So now when you start looking at the women's game, there's only one Asia and there's only one Angel. You get what I'm saying? And there's only one Fee. And there's only one Stewie. And they all play different. But guess what? We got to figure out how to build a team around them and compete. Regardless of what you think about Angel's game, she's won championships multiple with her game. You get what I'm saying? And that's why I said earlier when we was talking Miss Goody Two Shoes about Angel, we already have a blueprint on what to do to win with her. Instead of trying to change her into this different type of player, we already know the type of players that she thrives when they're around. You already said it, that aggressive combo guard, right? Well, we seen it at LSU with Alexis Morris, right? She had a guard who knew how to get her own bucket, but also knew how to get the team involved when need be. And then we seen it again when she went to Chicago. We seen Kennedy Carter become that guard that she needed her to become. And they was starting to look like they was putting together something in that season one. Jeff Palioka blew it up, but we seen what it was looking like. And then she goes to Unrivaled, and we see her with a Chelsea Gray and what Angel could look like with a Chelsea Gray. We seen what it looks like. So we already know the blueprint of an Angel Reese, of letting her develop. Like I said, she only 23. Letting her develop into the prime Angel Reese, whatever that looks like, whether that's going to be the point forward, whether that's going to be the Angel Reese with post moves, whatever she developed into, by the time she's 25, right? 24, 25, 26, we already know what type of players to put around her to give her the best chance of winning. We just need the right GM and the right coach to see that, to understand that and to know that, right? And that's for Angel. But my point in saying, and I'm gonna land with this, is like I said, I think the most beautiful thing about basketball is that everybody is not like everybody else. So even if you have the fundamentals that another player has, I think that is dope. I think the diversities of these players are dope. And I think that's, like, for me, that's what makes me want to watch, right? Same thing, you can look at the guards, right? You got an Enrique, you got Chelsea Gray, you have a Caitlin Clark, you have a Kai Copper, right? Like, you got different type of skill sets and players who get it differently and that do it differently, right? So I don't know. I just think that that's dope in basketball.
And the other thing is, a lot of people that like I saw somebody talk about Napheesa Collier being a complete big. Napheesa Collier is a complete big today. Today, Napheesa Collier is a complete big, right? If you would have saw Napheesa when she came into the league, it would look different. And Napheesa Collier is shorter, so Napheesa Collier has to have impeccable footwork. But Napheesa has probably always been a big, right? So if you've always been a big and people have classified you that way, you're going to work on post moves earlier than a player who used to be a guard, moved to the wing, and then moved to the post.
I didn't realize I was still muted. I'm glad you did, though, revisit it, right? And I have to harp on it, so I'll try to be brief. What a problem I was having within all this, and I did want to mention that what Gail said in fundamentals is, though, whatever you were learning in your formative years. If you started basketball early, like really early, some people started late, they understand. But if you were started early in your formative years with basketball, right, and the focus was strengthening your fundamentals, whatever it is that you do really well, you know what I mean, will probably, you know what I mean, shine to the top. And you know, one thing that she does really well, that whoever worked with her with that is exemplary, is her defense and rebounding. That is one, maybe that's the thing that she take to the easiest. And I mean, she's very exemplary at that, but that maybe be attributed to her training. Some things, but other things, but again, I said it just probably has to do with the way that she was trained. But whoever trained her did an amazing job getting her into a rebounder mindset where she is now an elite rebounder.
I'm gonna let
and maybe she just has a knack for it.
I'm gonna let
volleyball.
I'm gonna let everybody give their final thoughts. As we've been at this, at least I've been at this. I don't know how long everybody been part of this stream. I've been at this for 7 hours.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna let everybody get their final thoughts, and then we'll be back. My schedule is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so I'll be back at this tomorrow. We can definitely either pick this conversation back up or have a new one tomorrow. But I'll be back tomorrow around. I don't want to go live during no games, so probably like 6:30.
To what? You talking about when you saying tomorrow? It is officially Monday, so you mean like later?
Yeah,
Monday?
later today.
There's no games on. There's no games on today.
Oh, there's no games on tomorrow. Oh, I bet. So
today,
if that's
today,
the case,
today.
Yeah, bet. Yeah. So I'll probably go on a little later then. I'll probably go on around maybe 9ish tomorrow then, because I don't like going live during games. I like to watch the games. But if no games tomorrow, I'll go today. I'll go live a little later. But hey, everybody get a final thoughts. This was great. Listen, I ain't even felt like 7 hours. This is a great conversation the whole time for me. Mm-hmm. So I appreciate you guys for gracing the panel and giving giving the conversation life. But everybody just get a final thoughts, and then we out.
Yeah. Ladies first.
I was just gonna say, Angel Reese probably the most athletic person in the WNBA, and I think that Satu is right. She is a unicorn. There is no one who has probably been through what she's been through with the injuries, who's had to change a shooting hand, who's had to play multiple positions from guard all the way up to a 5 or to a center and make it in the pros. So you don't get to do that. You don't get where you get without being extremely athletic and skilled. That's all I'll say.
Hey, and to your point, Ms. Goody Two Shoes, Angel is good when you see how many people get cut and she on the team. Especially like when you try to hear people that try to diminish her beating Caitlin Clark in a championship game, and they say things like she was on a team full of All-Americans. Well, she's the only person from that team that's in the WNBA. The rest of the players didn't make it. So that should tell you. That should tell you how good she is, right? All those All-Americans ain't in the WNBA, which they wasn't All-Americans. It's just people that's making stuff up because they don't want to believe that Angel Reese, led a team past Caitlin Clark's team. But she's in the WNBA and she's sticking. She's not worried about getting cut. And we see how serious the cut business is in the WNBA. I just want to throw that out there. Yeah, Wody.
Absolutely. Hey, I don't know what other teams people are checking out, and they're the new hotness. But there's some players on the Valkyries, specifically Carla Lake and Janelle Salone. For people they're looking for other games they might want to check out. Now Janelle Salone is not going to be available due to Eurobasket, but I think Carla Lake is staying. But very, very electric, very entertaining player. So I say get a Golden State Valkyries a chance. You might like them too. That's all.
Mo 3, you still with us or you fell asleep? All right, Mo 3 is out. So I'm gonna just say, like I said, great chat. I want to thank everybody that came to the panel. Appreciate this is I know Ms. Goody Two Shoes came up on other people's panels before, but this is her first time on my panel. If I'm not mistaken, it's your first time on my panel, right, Ms. Goody Two Shoes?
I think so.
I think just your first time. So I appreciate you coming up. Listen, you was cooking. You made a lot of great points tonight. So I appreciate that. I appreciate Wody Mac for coming up and stirring the pot a little bit and adding something to the conversation. I appreciate Nate and Mo 3 for always providing good content to the channel. And I appreciate everybody who rocked with us in the chat and everybody who added to the conversation in the chat. Please, before you leave, like the channel if you haven't already. Please subscribe if you haven't already. And continue supporting. I'll be back later on today with another live to have another good conversation with you guys. And we could continue growing the game of women's basketball. I'll leave it at that. Everybody have a good night.